holds the footy up. Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the siren sound. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and drives it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable. The left foot is a goal.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Drives it, kicks on goal. The Francis Tony.
What a goal.
He's off and running for 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
She's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang.
And snap. And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Beyond round 2, round 14 of the AFL Premiership season. Bontempelli and his Bulldogs up against Jordan Dawson and his Adelaide Crows. Both teams resurgent on their 2026 quest. The Western Bulldogs have now won 3 in a row, 6 of their 8 wins coming by a goal or less, while the Adelaide Crows are now winners of 6 of their last 8 games. They haven't lost here at Docklands in 3 years, so it's a nice little place for them to come under the Thursday night lights. The lid is on. It's Docklands Stadium. It is the Bulldogs in 6th place up against the Crows in 8th. It's a juicy way to start a shortened weekend of footy. Feels like comes around fast, of course, after the Monday night or the Monday fixture between the D's and the Pies on the King's birthday to be here today on a Thursday night. First of the footy, last to leave. We're too early for teams. We'll bring you those in just a moment. The teams for the rest of the weekend have just dropped, and this is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. My name's Corbin Middlemas. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Hello, Corby. Good evening to everyone. It does feel like a short week when you come off the back of the King's birthday clash into the Hall of Fame, the funeral for Neil Danaher at the MCG, and yet it feels like the perfect Thursday night affair. 6th versus 8th. These two sides did meet in round 2, and that was a 6-point margin. And the Bulldogs haven't put too many foots wrong when it comes to the close finishes. They're 6-0 in games decided by under 6 points or less, which adds to the intrigue. How well are the Bulldogs going? We know they won't get back in Sam Darcy throughout the season, but are they a September contender? Of the Adelaide Crows, we just want to see a little more to be believers that they can get there come September, because everything until then probably won't matter when you lose in that fashion. But can't wait to see what we'll get tonight, given these two sides love playing close finishes.
They're a fascinating case study, the Adelaide Crows. So for this stuttering start to the season and the way that they've gone about it, that they're only one win worse off than they were at the same stage last year, obviously en route to an 18-win season in the minor premiership. So they were 8-4 then. They're 7-5 now. No late change as teams drop, so no late change here at Docklands. There was a couple made a selection for the Crows. Nick Murray comes back in to play alongside his brother. Riley Philthorpe returns from suspension and Luke Pedler comes in. Butts and Archie both injured and Walker suspended. Meanwhile, for the Western Bulldogs, Lockie McNeil out in the concussion protocols and Luke Kennedy makes his debut. A 19-year-old who was a member of their Footscray VFL Premiership team last year, had 16 tackles in the twos last weekend, picked 62 in the 2024 national draft. So all the best to Luke Kennedy. No relation to Matt, but they'll play alongside one another in the same lineup for the Dogs tonight. Brett Deledio's here, the Richmond champion, former GWS footballer. Hello, Lids.
Corbin, Clinchy, good to be here. And it's an interesting game, this one, isn't it? It's both sides are thereabouts and ready to probably take the competition or take it up to the competition and elevate themselves. But I haven't got confidence that either side can do it just yet, given what we have seen against the better sides. They're probably evenly matched, aren't they? I've got the Dogs slightly in front tonight, purely off the back of how they went last week against the Hawks. And I think without Taylor Walker, even at his age, Riley Philthorpe hasn't shown me this year that he can be the leader of that forward line, albeit that's what they're screaming out for. So, good game. Looking forward to it. Second game up for young Hugo Hawker-Hahn, who's one of our boys who I didn't get to see live last week, so I get to see him firsthand. I'm excited to see how he goes.
My folks are actually coming tonight, so they're, for whatever that's worth, they're over from Perth. But the broader point I was going to make is even though they're not a big drawing team, the Western Bulldogs and Adelaide being, out of market side, it's a good game to go to as a neutral, isn't it? To think that you're coming along tonight and you've got two teams that both have the ability to score high and the way that they play Lids to be able to have them matched up on a Thursday night. So if you're a neutral fan, it's a fun game of footy.
It is, mate. I think that's the thing that you can come along and see two good sides hopefully go at it. It'll, we should get a good game, but I don't think the absolute rafters will be ripped off here tonight.
Marc Murphy's here, the man who the coaches voted as the premier player in the game back in 2011. He's the part owner of Birdman, and he's with us again on ABC Sport. Hello, Murph.
Thanks for the introduction there, Corbin, part owner of Birdman. We've got big things ahead, but we're looking forward to tonight. But tell you what, big Brett Deledio was big on the socials today, wasn't he? Just a few clips of him back here at Docklands Stadium, putting in a few through the big sticks.
That's right. Just got to remind the people every now and again that I could play the game and did play. It's coming up 7 years this year.
And it's nice to remind them sometimes. But anyway, I thought he looked very fit, hit a good couple of goals. But
Shave Nugget too. I've asked my sister. I said, "Do you reckon I'd bring it back?" She probably need to put on 20 kilos. I said, "I'm actually heavier now than I was when I played, so maybe I don't."
Yeah, there you go. So not coming back in the shave lid.
Maybe in the summer, we'll see. Yeah, maybe with a blonde rinse through it too, just to really throw it back.
It does strip you a bit fitter, I reckon, the shaved lid.
Yeah. I'm pretty happy with how I'm going.
No.
If you're in doubt.
Absolutely no doubt in this box, is there?
No late change here at Docklands, the Western Bulldogs and Adelaide. 8-5 Dogs up against the 7-5 Crows. So the Crows have already had their bye, as those numbers will indicate, and the Dogs yet to take a rest so far in season 2026. We'll get back to that game, and we'll go inside both camps. Ben Cameron's going to catch up with two coaches who are both highly touted, must be said. Murray Davis, who's former Brisbane Lions, obviously coaching staff member and was a senior assistant there, went to Adelaide to be the coaching director under Matthew Nicks last year when they obviously finished on top. And then Daniel Pratt, who's part of the Level 4 coaching that's made its return. He's obviously one of the most highly credentialed assistant coaches as well. So we'll check in with both of them with obviously a senior job or two up for grabs at the moment in the competition. The news of the day in the footy world is that Gather Round is going to stay in Adelaide. So speaking of our friends in South Australia for the next 3 years, so in and around South Australia, there's going to be a player parade in 2027.
I did hear they wanted that.
You'd be putting your hand up high for this, I'm sure, Lid. So I think it's $5,000 for each of the players was reported by Caroline Wilson. So only 10 per team.
Yep.
The parade's going to take place on a Friday afternoon. So it's expected to be about 4 p.m. on Friday. All 18 teams in the competition will participate. 10, basically the coach, and it must be 10 players or 9 players from each team.
So what they're all getting $5,000.
They're all getting a whack for it.
Yeah, right.
Would you be one of the 10 willing to participate if you were being financially recognised?
Certainly would be.
Even
if they're pulling out some former players too to hand up for $500, I'd be happy to stand on a float.
And commentators and special commentators, I think we all should get a little lick along the way going, parade.
It's interesting. I mean, we work in the industry, so it's a very different experience for us, obviously, going to gather around. But I must admit, been lucky enough to go every year, I never felt like, you know what, this thing's missing? It's missing a parade on a Friday afternoon. Like, I feel like that wouldn't really enhance the product. And yet, when we spoke about it on the office floor, sure enough, there were people that had made the trip across, that didn't necessarily work in sport, but went with their kids and thought, that's a great idea. It'd be awesome to be able to go and see the parade.
Where's it going to be?
I imagine through the city.
Through the city.
And
so the big things they do in South Australia, they do WOMAD, they obviously do the Fringe Festival, they have the supercars that make their way there, and they do a Christmas parade.
And that's pretty big,
which is as big as it gets.
Right.
They close King William Street, goes down the main drag, and it's broadcast on TV. They love it. So for a lot of the kids, I guess it's a chance to be maybe a little closer to the players than what we've had a couple of times when they've gone down the Yarra on grand final day, but it's sort of recreating that grand final sort of feel.
Yeah. Does it culminate outside the Adelaide Oval and you can go get some signatures from your favourite players? Is that what they're going to do?
Still a work in progress, but I'm sure all these things.
Well, I'm asking the hard-hitting questions.
Thrashed out. Let us know though on the SMS. Is it something you'd be keen to check out? 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. How does a parade sound for Gather Round? That's what we're going to get from 2027 going forward. John Ralph reported today too that McLaren Vale won't be next year, so in 2027. But as part of this deal, they expect that at some stage they'll be heading out there. So it's a 3-year deal through to 2029. South Australia were originally pushing for longer than that.
Yep.
But 3 years at least takes us in 2 years into Tasmania's existence. You'd think the stadium's not going to be ready by then. That's the other hot topic of the week, of course. And so at least it gives the AFL an option. Once we get to 2030, hopefully the stadium's on the horizon. If the concept's getting a little tired, they can perhaps move it to Tassie for 1 year, take advantage of the new stadium. Or if it's still going as well as it has been in recent years, no reason why they can't sign an extension at that point to keep it in South Australia. We've seen our friends in the NRL who had Magic Round. They've just signed a very long-term deal with Queensland to make sure it stays there.
I mean, where else could it go, though, Corbin?
Tassie's the one, isn't it?
When they enter the competition, that's why it's 3 years. South Australia wanted 5 years, as Corby may mention. There's no link with State of Origin footy as part of this deal. What there is, though, is a grand final rematch as long as fixturing allows. So that's going to be sort of the headline on a Saturday afternoon or Saturday night. That grand final rematch will be a part of Gather Round, but it doesn't quite give them the, concrete cement to build beyond 3 years. So that's where the venues will still be a topical debate. You'd imagine you'll still have a couple of games at Norwood across the weekend, which only gets sort of 6,000 or 7,000 at the absolute best. But the questions around Barossa and what that looks like.
I'd go the other way. I'd love to see them take advantage of those university grounds across the other side of the main drag, King William. No, at opposite King William, right in the centre of town. I think that the aerial shots would look fantastic if you had sort of a pop-up ground there, the Adelaide Oval, both of them in use at the same time. And instead of making people go out to a semi-regional place or the suburbs, literally have 18 teams all in one place, a stone's throw from one another, and essentially you have that as your major hub, 18 teams in.
I don't mind the Norwood, the trek to Norwood, not that far, but it's what they do in and around that. It's like the shutting down of the main strip there. It really buzzes in and around Norwood. You wouldn't know, Murph, you haven't been there, but us that do venture over there to gather around and give back to the community. That's what we do.
You're in fine form tonight, aren't you? Giving back to the community.
Yeah. Teams for the rest of the weekend. So the broader footy topics. Geelong play Gold Coast tomorrow night. It's the whiteout game, which is obviously a concept.
Didn't go well last year, did it?
Not as well as I think they would have.
Well, they lost the game, didn't they?
Yeah,
they did. They did. So we'll see how they go this time around. It's a concept they borrowed from Penn State University, college football thing. So they'll do that again tomorrow night. Lawson Humphries is back. Mitch Edwards returns in the ruck. Tom Stewart's obviously out with concussion. And Brian Myers is also absent. 4 changes for the Suns. So Ballard, Zeke Hewland, Ben Jepson and Sam Closey all come back into the Suns lineup. Powell, Weller, Graham all out. And Witts omitted. So second time this year, Jared Witts has lost his place in the Saints team.
They haven't been going that well in the midfield, have they, at the moment?
And that's square.
Is that the reason? Is it Jared Witts and his inability to get first hands on the footy as the sole reason? I don't know. I think the game it's not set up for him at the moment, not being a jumper.
I guess you've got to try something, which is what Damien Hart was going to do. No Chris Scott at the press conference today, so James Kelly fronted up. He's ill, but hoping to be right for the game tomorrow.
The Bombers up against the D's, so Saturday afternoon footy. No overlap on Saturday, given the fact there's only 7 games this weekend. 2 new names for Melbourne, Lucas Cook and Joel Fitzgerald are going to make their debut. So Fitzgerald's put up some big filthy numbers in the VFL in his 2 games since being picked up in the mid-season draft. And a fellow mid-season draftee, Lucas Cook, who's a 196-centimetre intercepting defender.
We did him in the VFL last week. He looks very similar to Harris Andrews. He moves a bit better in terms of linking across half-back, but he caught the eye in the first half. If you're watching him and you're a Melbourne fan, you think we're in good hands there. And, yeah, Joel Fitzgerald had 40 disposals in his first game as a Demon and then backed that up with, I think, 32 or 33 last week, but bigger-bodied inside mid, and clearly they're going to look at him and work out whether he can apply that straight to the top level.
You'd be disappointed if you had said he moves worse than Harris Andrews. Because if you're drafting someone off the way they run, he's the last bloke picked, isn't he? Harris Andrews.
Doesn't have a great gate, does he?
Not a great gate, but geez, he gets the job done. He's been a superstar. Plays 250 this week, I reckon.
Yeah, he's been a champion of that footy club, hasn't he?
Dippo led to him. Windsor hurt. Brody Mychek clearly hurt after the fracture in his neck. We hope he's going okay. And Latrell Pickett's been omitted, so
not surprising.
Plenty of news at Melbourne on their selection front. Jordan Ridley's back for the Dons, and Dyson Sharp also makes his return. The Bombers have won one of their last 26 games, but the one in the 26 is Melbourne from earlier in the year. So
we were there for that one.
We were. So we'll see what the Dons give us on the weekend. Stephen King spoke today, said Brody Mychek's up and walking after surgery. Said he'd reached out to Billy Frampton too. Said he felt for him. It was just a terrible footy accident. You work for the firm, Lids, that obviously represents Brody Mychek. Importantly, how is he? How's he going?
He's okay. Yeah, a bit shaken up by the whole thing. I think you probably realise, given the severity of it when you first tackled, but then you trying to move your arms and legs and whatever else, and the neck brace goes on, and then you find out that you've fractured your neck. That can be something that can be pretty scary, and how close you could be to not potentially being able to move again. So
did he feel initially that pinch in his neck?
I haven't spoken.
Haven't spoken to him.
I don't want to put words in his mouth.
No.
But a little bit shaken up by it all, which you can absolutely appreciate. So. He'll still be at home for a little while, and make sure that he's fully ready to get back into rehab and recovery in the not too distant future.
It was a terrifying incident. I mean, I was lucky enough to be broadcasting on Monday, and it sort of passed that point where immediately you go, concern for a player. All of a sudden there's medical staff come around, and then it tips over in that next stage where you think, we're not moving as quickly as we usually are here, which usually indicates, hey, there's some concern for the neck. And you see, obviously, the way that they treat that. Then we saw him doing the stretches where he was lifting one leg at a time and not the other. And you thought, oh, no, what's possibly going to happen here? A lot of the Melbourne guys had, as they do, they formed their own huddles. And at one point, the Melbourne guys started to run over. And the medicos turned to them and essentially said, you're going to have to give us another 5 guys. Just wait there. And you thought, oh, man, what are they possibly dealing with in that scenario? And fortunately for Brody Mychek, as you said, as much as a fractured neck is a catastrophic injury to get from a football game, at least he's walking around and has good mobility after a short time after those events on Monday. The rest of the weekend, just to move our way through it, Cooper Harvey, the son of Brent Harvey, makes his return for North Melbourne. 2 players dropped there in Will Dawson and Zach Fisher. Meanwhile, Marcus Herbert comes in for West Coast. He's another mid-season draftee. So we've seen a few of them get picked already, only 2 weeks on from making their way onto an AFL list. Josh Lindsay comes back. He was in the Rising Star conversation and interestingly omitted last week. Felt more like managed. First-year player, played a lot of footy, but he's back.
He's also cut from the same cloth as Ross, Mini McQualter, so maybe a little bit of tough love for some of his younger disciples and just making sure that they're learning the right way.
It is interesting, isn't it? Because it's a cop-out, isn't it, when guys get managed, but they've really been dropped.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to hear you say that he probably would take that from Ross Lyon, having learnt from the way in which he goes about it and not actually give
I'm only putting 2 and 2 together, Murph. It's not. I don't know that that's actually the case, but I'm thinking... Yeah, I reckon, Josh is a great, beautiful mover, but then there's also, when you're at halfback, you've also got to learn how to defend and as well as give us offense. So maybe that's what's going on.
He certainly does the bit that catches our eye well, doesn't he? Uses it well and gets plenty of it and runs. Ruben Jimby's done his quad. Looks like season over for him, unfortunately, and Willem Dersman's got a calf, so the number 1 pick won't play this week. Meanwhile, the Port Adelaide-Sydney game Saturday night, Xavier Bammett makes his debut. Tell us a little bit about him.
Your mid-season pick was playing at North Melbourne after missing out on the draft from Sandringham Dragons, but super fit kid and very tough, as will run as straight as a kid as I've seen coming through the draft. So, look to him to bang a few bodies and hopefully kick a goal, playing maybe that half-forward role, I'd expect. And
then Sunday teams at this stage, Morris Rioli and Eric Hipwood both in for the Tigers and the Lions game. Hipwood we haven't seen in over 300 days. And Jesse Hogan's back as the Giants take on the Saints on Sunday. Of course, that game here at Docklands. And just out of the EFL, a 4-match sanction for Max Noble for a homophobic slurs. That was reported earlier in the week that he was under investigation for that. So he's the latest player to receive a stint on the sideline. So he'll miss the next 4 out of the Gold Coast Suns system. 0437 774 774 is the talkback number. Let us know if you're planning to go to Gather Round as the parade, something that would appeal to you on the Friday afternoon. Whole gang's here. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas and Clinch to call the action. Our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy. And we can kick it down to Ben Cameron, who's downstairs at the moment. And we'll catch up with him, who is inside the Adelaide Crows camp, and he's got Murray Davis alongside him. Ben.
Thanks, Corbin. I'm down here with Murray Davis. How close was Isaac Rankin to playing tonight, Murray?
Yeah, pretty close, Ben. He trained really well through the week, and we'd like to have him in the side, but we'd also like to make sure that he's cherry ripe and 100%. So not far off, but he'll be available next week.
It's fascinating when you look at the Adelaide Crows, because this time last year, you're actually only 1 win better than you are right now. When I think back to last year, I think of a dominant side right throughout the home and away season. That wasn't the case. It was really a strong run in the second half of the season. So how do you feel like this year compares to last year with where you're at right now?
Yeah, we were able to get on a bit of a run after the bye last year, whereas hoping we can do that again, yet we know that it's a bloody tough competition, and we've had some challenges with player availability and that type of stuff, which is challenging, but every club's dealing with that at the moment.
Certainly are. Jordan Dawson has obviously been one of those players who, for totally understandable reasons, has been unavailable at times this year. I think he's inspiring all of us. When we saw the pictures post-game last week, it was pretty emotional for everyone to watch. How is he managing it? How is the club managing it? And what does it look like during the week?
Yeah, well, it's quite inspiring as a coaching group to sit in the coach's box. We got the best seat in the house to watch him go about his business and lead the club. And we just continue to support Jordan where we need to. We have a lot of conversations through the week and just make sure that he knows that he has our full support, which we'll continue to do. But, we just sit back and admire the way he's going about things.
Where does he rank amongst the best players in the competition in your mind?
Well, I think he's right up there, not only for what he's able to do on the field, but just his leadership. I think that's what the great leaders do. They sort of lead by their actions, and that's certainly what he's doing at the moment.
I love the way that James Peatling's going about it at the moment as well. Who does he go to tonight? Is it Marcus Bontempelli or is it Ed Richards?
Well, yeah, I think you'll see a bit of both because he has had that responsibility at different times. So they're 2 good names that you've mentioned there. So he's been doing some jobs for us in that space. But I think at different stages, it'll depend a little bit around where the game's being played. Is it a transition game or a real stoppage game?
So if it's a more transition game, would he go to Richards a little bit more? And if it's more of a stoppage game, more Bont? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair to say. I think, again, it depends. Both of them have the ability, those 2 you mentioned, to impact the game around clearance as well as in transition. So we'll sort of sit back and have a look at that. But initially, it'll probably just be, again, who's impacting the game.
The Oscar Baker game earlier on in the year, that snap from the pocket for the Bulldogs cult figure. Are there learnings you can take out of that game that are relevant for tonight?
We'll get the job done at ground level. That's pretty important. But I know Oscar Baker well. He's another Queenslander and the little bugger. He got a hold of us there late in the game. But I think that's what the Western Bulldogs do really well. They compete, they bring the ball to ground, and they have a forward line that can sort of score from ground level. So, our defenders certainly know the importance of being able to do that is to do your work early and not allow those guys... it was a pretty good finish from him, mind you, but they'll have their work cut out tonight, even though Oscar's not in the side.
Have Carlton called you yet?
No, I haven't. No phone call from Carlton, no. So I haven't got my number.
I'll pass it on. They should give you a buzz. Murray, best of luck for tonight and the remainder of the season. Hopefully it's a run like late last year that the Crows can go on.
Yeah, we hope so, Ben. We'll see. We're up against a very good opponent tonight, so should be a cracking contest.
Murray Davis with us there inside the Adelaide Crows camp alongside Ben Cameron. He'd certainly be in and around the mix, you would think. It's a pretty good resume as a guy that coached his own team, led the NT Thunder to a NEFL premiership way back in the day, and then made his way into AFL land, obviously part of the Brisbane Lions' rise. He was there when they were no good, all the way through to when they were winning premierships and playing off in grand finals, and then moved to the Crows. And the Crows, who hadn't played in a final series since losing the 2017 grand final, all of a sudden become a minor premier and an 18-win team overnight. So
still haven't played in a final series. Nah, that's a bit harsh on them last year, wasn't it?
Gee. Good evening to our South Australian listeners.
They got whacked, didn't they, last year? But there's probably reasons behind that. But there, as you said off the top, I think it was off the top, they're only one game worse off than what they were last year. So with a reasonable draw to come over the next few weeks. So they can absolutely get there, and then get Rankin back, Taylor Walker back into the side next week.
Do you think there's something in it about peaking too early? And do you think they peaked too early last year and sort of were right for the picking?
Yeah.
And maybe they've looked at it, not another way of, losing games and not quite being at their best, but is it a fact that you reckon you don't want to peak too early? Or we saw Collingwood was that last year where they looked unbeatable for half the year.
Yep.
And then just, fell apart.
Yeah, and you probably go back even to like the D's after they won their flag. They looked unstoppable, didn't they? It's like, look how good they're going to be. But they're and even the Lions over the last couple of years, they've been, they're sitting 13th or even maybe worse at one stage, and then their ability just to be peaking at the right time, and that's why you can't probably write off someone like the Lions the Pies are probably a little bit too far back now, especially with their injuries and the players and where they're at with their list, but. Geez, you'd be hard place to try and ride off the Crows at the moment. I think that what they've shown is an ability to hang in there and give themselves a chance.
Who's got the highest ceiling, Crows or the Dogs?
Here for the season?
For the season.
I think the Dogs. I think the way in which they've just gritted out a few games and found a way to win and win differently than the way in which they were winning at the start of the year. We probably forget that the last time these two teams, they were premiership favourites, the Bulldogs, and got over them by a goal over there at Adelaide Oval, and the way in which they were scoring, they looked pretty impressive, didn't they? And then they had Sam Darcy go down and other players go down, and they just sort of just been thereabouts and looked like they almost not given up, but they lost a bit of hope for a few weeks there, and now they've fought their way back. And I think the importance of Tim English for this side is
so that's the thing, isn't it? It feels like they're both sort of personnel-based. The Bulldogs are 7 wins and 1 loss when Tim English does play, and yet you could make the case that Adelaide haven't had their best side consistently. Isaac Rankin missed the start of the season. Taylor Walker goes out. Riley Thilthorpe's had the issues with his back. Jordan Dawson's missed for personal reasons.
Yeah.
And yet you question their midfield behind Jordan Dawson. Is the next gap stepping up? If it's not Rankin or Rochelle, are they getting enough out of Berry, who's probably having a career best season? Peatling in the midfield. Cook's gone onto the wing. Are they actually a better side this season than what they were last season? I don't think you can answer that yet until we feel like we get their best players available.
Yeah, I probably tend to agree with Murph purely off the basis of the midfield of the Dogs. And so much of it revolves around that. Their back line shaky, has been for a little while. And that's, they're no secret that's who they were chasing. Cal Wilkie last year, Jack Silvani probably a little bit as well. But then, missing Sam Darcy, that probably brings them back a little rung as well. But it's just the midfield for mine for Adelaide where you're right, Clinch. I think it's that inability for the next tier of guys to come and take over the mantle and not have to be so reliant on what Jordan Dawson does week to week.
Port Adelaide have had their bye already this year, which means there's been a whole lot of conversation around one man in particular, and that is Zach Butters, of course, who it feels like the longer that the season goes, the more that his name is thrown up. It feels like you put the finger in the wind. Everyone believes he's coming back to Victoria, and if you were trying to frame a market as to who he plays for next year, you'd almost have Port Adelaide 18th on that list in the way that it's set up currently. The Dogs are naturally a team that's been linked to him for obvious reasons. He grew up in Darley or in that region. He was a big Western Bulldogs fan. Luke Beveridge spoke about that during the week, and we'll debate it a little more next as to where Zach Butters will land in 2026 and who would be the front runner at this particular stage of the season. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. We asked about the parade for Gather Round. Given Perth's a 2,606 kilometre drive from Adelaide, I can't get too excited about a gather round parade. Appreciate that off the SMS. No name, no pack drill. And from Brett in Canberra, good calling tonight, team. How is the Dogs' record against the Crows at Marvel in the last few years? Well, they've only played here twice since 2016, and they're 1-1 in that time. There's been a lot of games in Ballarat, actually, between these two teams when staged in Victoria recently, but tonight under the roof here at Docklands. There's no late change. The preview continues on ABC Sport next.
A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight. Who was this Gatsby fella?
A jazz-soaked reimagining of The Great Gatsby.
That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool.
Search for Gatsby in Harlem on ABC Listen. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
On ABC Sport.
AFL on ABC Radio.
On digital. And ABC Listen.
Look for the AFL button.
A pair of resurgent teams, the 8-5 Dogs up against the 7-5 Crows. The Bulldogs winners of 3 in a row, and Adelaide have now strung together 6 of their last 8. They come together at a fascinating stage of the season. The best test in football, the litmus test, to start round 14 of the AFL Premiership season. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Thursday night footy, Corbin Middlemas and Matt Clinch in the house to call it. Ben Cameron on the boundary, and our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy with you. There are no late changes, which means we've got a debutant tonight. Announced during the week that Luke Kennedy, the 19-year-old, is going to make his debut. He was one of the last picks in the 2024 national draft at pick number 62, and he gets the call up tonight. So at 19 years of age, he actually won a best and fairest playing for Ormond in the seniors as a 16-year-old. So he only played 10 games that year in 2023 and yet went on to win their best and fairest. So it's a pretty good way to come into senior footy. And here he is 3 years later making his AFL debut tonight for the Dogs. Interestingly, he's one of 8 members of Footscray's VFL Premiership team last year that is in their senior side tonight. For those of you that were with us a little bit earlier, we are on air from 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time every Thursday night to start your weekend of footy. You can find the whole thing streamed through ABC Listen. Zach Butters, who's a hot button conversation piece at the moment, obviously, given he's the best player who comes off contract at the end of the 2026 AFL season. And from the press conference during the week, Luke Beveridge was asked about Zach Butters, and he just lent on that emotional pull, given Butters' history with the Western Bulldogs, growing up a Dogs fan, to perhaps link his team towards the front of the list for potential suitors for 2027.
Well, Zach's a unique one because Zach was a really keen Bulldog supporter as a kid. You know, he had Brad Johnson's number 6 on his back as a junior, and in his draft year, I met him in the cafe pre-draft. You know, there was a chance that maybe, you know, we picked Zach in that draft. We didn't, obviously, stating the bleeding obvious. But there's a romance there for the club and for, you know, we like to think Zach. But so Marcus and some of Marcus's teammates are quite naturally drawn to Zach. And the thing is too, they played in the state team together. So he's developed some relationships with some of the other boys who played in the state game, which can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing if you're on the other end of it.
It must be said, Luke Beveridge was actually asked earlier in the press conference about this, and he said, look, I'm not going to comment about our pursuit of Butters and everything else, and then he went on to offer that kind of insight. Is it unusual to hear a senior coach talk about a player for another team in that kind of fashion, who's obviously very much gettable as a free agent at season's end?
I think we're getting used to it, aren't we? I mean, the talk around the whole AFL community is, well, where is he going to go? And when you're right up the top in terms of a destination for him, I think it's fair enough for Luke Beveridge to say what he did say. I mean, everyone in their right mind who is currently involved in an AFL football club who's got the salary cap there would love to have Zach Butters as a part of their football club. He's going to make you a lot better. And the fact that he's a Western Bulldogs supporter growing up and had Brad Johnson's number on his back I think it's just part and parcel now of conversation around players who are gettable.
So if you believe the reports around this, it feels like there's 4 teams, right? So Richmond have the have the most amount of money to offer.
And the draft capital.
They've also got a great draft capital, so they could satisfy Port Adelaide in a potential trade. The Power keeps saying, hey, we're going to match whatever the offer is. So he's a free agent. He's a restricted free agent, which means Port Adelaide basically get last rights. So if he says, hey, I've got this 5-year deal from the Bulldogs worth $1.5 million, Port can say, hey, we're going to match it, and then ultimately either force a trade or
he walks to the draft.
Walks to the draft,
which
or
won't happen.
Whatever it turns out to be, or he stays and takes the same deal, obviously at Port Adelaide on the same money. But we get the feeling that's not going to happen. So then, if they force a trade, the other teams that are in and around the conversation again, if you believe the reporting of this, Geelong, who again, western side of the city, if he wants to live in and around the place that he grew up in, Darley, where he spends a lot of time when he comes back to Melbourne, the shortest place by car is the Whitten Oval, where obviously he has the emotional link to, given the fact he grew up as a Dogs fan. And then the other team that's part of this conversation is Collingwood, so biggest team in the land. Again, feels like they're always off.
And the Nick Dacos State of Origin link that they're trying to draw now that they became pretty close when they were playing there. So
you're someone, obviously, Liz, that changed clubs in your career.
Yes.
What is ultimately what's the pull? Like, out of all the things that you weigh up, whether it is your personal relationships, winning premierships, the money, like, what is the thing that gets the players over the line?
Different for me. I was, it wasn't about the money when I was leaving. It was more about, I don't know.
All of a sudden, these earlier comments have come back to bite you.
You can be honest now.
I don't want these words to come out of my mouth. What I thought was loading the dice to try and play in a side that wasn't solely relying on just your best players every week. It was more about, being able to go up there and try and enjoy my footy more so. But I think when you're coming out as a free agent, and that's when you're coming into your biggest contract, money's got to be a big part of it, because you're setting yourself up for the rest of your life post this. So that's where I think for Zach, either way, he's going to get to go to, he'll have the choice of places where he's going to get very well paid, but he's also going to go to a place that's competitive, I think. That's why I don't think it'll be the Richmond one, even though the draft capital there and it'll be quite lucrative. I think it'll be more to a place where he can, play in a competitive side. So the Dogs or the Cats would be the ones.
So you'd have the Dogs and Cats ahead of the Pies?
Well, if I'm weighing it up, I see the Pies similar to where the Tigers are, not in terms of like that far down, because they'll want to stay competitive, and I think they're up to their eyeballs in Lachie Neale too, aren't they? Which you'd be very well aware of. But
I guess the difference with Lachie Neale is he's a free agent, so they don't have to give up draft picks to get him. What do you think Zach Butters is worth draft pick-wise?
What did Jeremy Cameron go for a couple of years ago? He was 3 first rounders. Tim Kelly, 3 first rounders too.
Curnow was 3 first rounders. So that's sort of the going market rate, isn't it?
Have to be around that.
Yeah. I would think so, given his standing. And what I do need to, what you admire is his ability to perform under the duress and all this noise this year, and what he's been able to do. Like, that's just... that's been able to put it really to one side, and probably shows the maturity of where we're coming as an AFL.
Clubs always talk tough, though. They say, hey, we'll match, we'll do this, we'll do
I'd be surprised.
Right.
In my opinion. But mate, that's only me trying to read the tea leaves and hear all the noise and all the stories going around. But
So then you get into that kind of situation, right? So you look at teams like the Dogs and the Cats, and then you would argue to let him go and get your compensation is probably going to be better than anything they've got to offer. So if Port Adelaide finish bottom 6, say they get pick 6 in the draft, or say they finish bottom 5, it's a better conversation piece. They finish bottom 5 with the new matching rules. They could end up, say, with a top 5 pick that becomes 7 or 8. They also end up with that additional pick that we've seen with the draft rules change this year. Yep. So you basically get an end of first rounder or 2 at the start of the second round. So now you've got, for the sake of the exercise, they've got 3 picks inside the top 30. Then if they let Butters walk, they could essentially end up with picks 7 and 8 as compensation. Whereas if they tried to do a trade with the Bulldogs or the Cats, their best first pick is like 15, 16, 17, 18. You don't really want that anyway.
Plus, they're going to need to get 2 picks in there to get Dougie Cochran, who's going to be arguably pick number 1. So there's a lot of moving parts in all of this.
Yeah, I think Collingwood are probably best suited to be able to get him. I think if they don't finish in the top 10, I think they're certainly ahead, and I think that
they got the capital, have they?
I think the lure to play with Nick Dacos, it's almost like the NBA teams where they used to try and go. I know it's like you've got 5 on the floor.
So you would have right now Collingwood on top.
Yeah, and then I think you've got the lure of having Lachie Neale coming and supporting that as well. That changes it.
Where's all the cash coming from? Let me ask you this then. You're Nick Dacos.
Well, I think there's going to be surely some cash going out of that football club. with some
There
blokes.
are a lot of older players, mate, that aren't on anywhere near what you think they might be.
No, that's all right.
Side bottom, Howe are the three.
They wouldn't be on big
ones.
money, but I mean, yeah, I just think that the lure of playing for the biggest club in the nation, playing with Nick Dacos, I think off-field opportunities would be bigger as well.
Well, that's their sell, isn't it? That's their sell. But you're telling me, if you're so is he worth more than what Nick Dacos should be being paid? Who's worth more?
Well,
so if you went to Nick and you said, right, mate, we can get Zach Butters, but you're only going to get this match and he's going to be on more than you.
I would be surprised if Nick Dacos wasn't against them trying to get him into the football club, though.
It's pretty cool if you can match the two best players in the game together. Like, imagine if they play in the same team.
It becomes the Miami Heat super team, doesn't it, really? Yeah. Like, it's enjoyable to watch from our point of view, but I'm just saying, would you, if that was your opinion, like you... when we tried to get Marc Murphy over to Richmond, it was like, well, he's going to come in on probably more money than you, Litch.
No, I was actually taking less.
And you said no?
I said, well, he's not having the 3 and he's not having more cash.
and he was filthy and left a year later. Anyway,
what's the financial incentives if you're captain? So say Nick Dacos gets made captain of Collingwood next year?
Chris Newman always tells me that Murph will be able to answer this. Do you actually get any extra coin for being the captain?
No, you don't.
You just get more responsibility.
Yeah. And more pressure.
Yeah.
But I think that, I don't think there'd be a huge discrepancy, I think, if he came to Collingwood between him and Nick Dacos' contract. I think that...
But I don't think it'll be anywhere near what the Dogs or someone else is going to be able to pay him. So how much were you willing to leave on the table to then go to a club just because of the big club pool?
Yeah, but I think that you'd make it up pretty easily.
You're going to make up $500,000 a year?
If you go to Geelong, probably.
Do you think Nick Dacos or Marcus Bontempelli would be less inclined to take more money on the table to be in a premiership side?
They're in different parts of their career. Marcus Bontempelli would take less.
I think so as well.
Yeah, because
he would salary sacrifice.
Yeah, because he's 29, 30, and he's still going to get paid very well, whereas Nick Dacos is about to come into the biggest earning capacity of his career.
So Luke Beveridge stresses the link to the Western Bulldogs, and we love to talk about it in the media. Oh, the player grew up supporting this team. Does it mean anything as once you become a professional player to play for the club you grew up supporting?
It didn't. Not to me.
I don't think this far into his career it means a hell of a lot.
Right. Which is interesting because it feels
that's
like
an emotional pull. It's an easy lever.
That feels like the big bargaining chip, doesn't it? And the proximity to Darley is really the two things the Dogs are trying to sell.
I think the Dogs hope so. We'll find out at season's end how much that is actually realistic.
I reckon you'll find a club would just be like, mate, you go there as much as you like. We'll facilitate all of this. Yeah. A bit like Cozzy Pickett going up to Darwin. It's like, mate, you keep performing, go and do what you need to do.
Yeah.
I think the program too that Geelong run, I think, would be pretty attractive for anyone going down to that football club.
Absolutely.
I mean, the way in which Chris Scott runs that program is incredible from what I've heard from speaking to players who have been involved with that system for a long period of time. So I think that's part of the lure as well.
Give me a round 14 verdict then as we go into round 14. Where does Zach Butters play round 1, 2027?
Collingwood.
Oh, not there. I'm going to say the Dogs.
Dogs.
Yeah, I'm Dogs too for now.
No, I'm just throwing one out there.
I'd love him to stay at Port Adelaide, but I feel like that's the least likely.
Yeah, it does. It feels that way. It feels like that is the least likely option at the moment.
Naz is more of a chance to play there the year after than Zach Butters staying there.
Yeah. ABC AFL Daily is the home of your footy conversation. Wherever you get your podcast, you get Marc Murphy on a Monday, you get Brett Deledio on a Thursday, so he'll be there later tonight / early on Friday morning. So when you wake up and you want your full preview of the weekend's game, we've got a key question from each of the matches of the round, plus our 3 big things out of Thursday night footy and our Super Dog competition.
Oh, yes.
So you can find that ABC AFL Daily wherever you get your podcasts. On last Saturday's episode of AFL Saturday with Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball, we had the senior coach of the Western Bulldogs on, Luke Beveridge, and I asked him as part of that, what kind of role does he play in trying to get a high-profile free agent to your football club like Zach Butters? This is what Bevo had to say with us on Saturday.
Where the senior coach becomes quite active, it's definitely in this player acquisition space where you're trying to convince a player that, our club is the right place for him if he's considering a move. And with someone like Zach, that any club that's thrown their hat in the ring and if Zach's management and he have agreed to a chat, there wouldn't be an AFL senior coach who hadn't spoken to Zach if he's let them in.
He was quite expansive, Bevo, with his old mate Mick Moldhouse. So if you want to listen to that interview in full, perhaps tomorrow or whenever you get the chance, wherever you get your podcast, ABC AFL Daily. All right, there's no late change here at Docklands. Luke Kennedy's going to make his debut for the Western Bulldogs tonight, the 19-year-old who played in their VFL Premiership last year. Let's go inside the Dogs camp. Ben Cameron is down there for us on ABC Sport. Ben.
It's great to be down here with the Western Bulldogs assistant coach, Daniel Pratt. Luke Kennedy, on debut tonight, pick 62. Who is he?
He's a midfielder, half-forward type player. He's number 35. Keep an eye out for him. He's been working really hard on his game the last 6 weeks, and it's his second year on the list. In the last 6 weeks, he's really impressed us with some of his work rate and effort and pressure in the VFL. It was something that was feedback at the end of the year last year for him, and he's gone away and implemented it, and he gets a chance tonight, which is great for him.
It's almost a like-for-like with Lockie McNeil, who goes out due to concussion. Joel Frazier, who's a favourite of mine, game 50 for him, baby Bont. Hasn't been at his best necessarily this year, but how are you guys seeing his game at the moment, and what he needs to do to reclaim some of that best form?
Well, we forget sometimes that he's only in his third year, so we've got a number of things. Brendan Lade being comedian, we've got a number of things that he's working on in his game, and as his game evolves, we expect him to get better quickly as well, and the spectators do. So we're seeing some of the things in his game that we didn't like a few years ago being improved, and then there's parts of his game that are part of his evolution that he'll have to keep growing in.
You guys obviously met much earlier this season. It was the Oscar Baker game. He had the snap from the pocket to win the game at the Adelaide Oval. A little while ago now, but what can you take from that game that's relevant for tonight?
Well, they probably, on reflection, Adelaide probably went a bit slow with the ball. They've sped up their game a little bit since last time, which has given their forwards more opportunity one-on-one. So we expect him to play like that here under the lid tonight. We like the way we went about the first half in that game, and we had some of our role players had big influences. So if our good players play well and our role players play well again, it gives us a great chance of winning.
I think a name that a lot of people have got to know is Michael Selwood. No relation, different spelling to the famous Selwood family out of Peel Thunder in the WAFL. Won a flag there, comes to Footscray in the VFL, wins a flag there. Now he's playing at AFL level and playing really well. How pleased have you been with what he's been able to do?
Oh, it's great when you see these kinds of stories. He missed the draft, gets picked up in the mid-season draft, comes in on half a year, wins a premiership with the VFL, and then has a really good off-season. And then, he hasn't really looked back since then. His greatest strength is his effort and his intent. And I think when you're a spectator, that's all you want to see from your team. And he's a player that spectators, or the Bulldogs spectators, will love watching. So as long as he brings that, we'll back him in as hard as we can.
Now, I've really enjoyed watching your coaching journey. I've done it from when we were both over in Perth, and I read during the week that you're a part of the new Level 4 coaching program. I think it's got a different name now. What do you expect for that? How pleased are you to be a part of it?
It's exciting. It's a great group of coaches too. Like, a lot of us are similar ages, played football against each other, and now we're in the next phase of our journey in life, really. And as we all evolve, we're on our own compared with being in that group. So now we get to share some of our own experiences and learn off each other, which would be great. And I assume a number of senior coaches will come out of that group in the future, and I wish all those guys luck in that as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Well, I mean, you should be looking forward to the program, and I'm looking forward to your continued journey. On that note, when we're over there, you wouldn't fib to me, Praddy. Adam Simpson was the senior coach. You're under him. You're pretty good mates. Has he called you yet about Carlton?
No, he hasn't yet. I assume they're in planning what they're going to do with their process. He has mentioned that he's on it to me. I speak to him, once a week or once a fortnight. So if he rings me, I'd be highly surprised. But if Graham Wright or anyone else calls me, then I'm happy to take that call. But as anyone would say, we need to keep winning. That's what gives you the best opportunity to keep growing your coaching, is when you're part of successful teams.
Do you feel like you're just about ready now, or are you getting towards the point where you are?
I think in my growth as a coach, I'm probably at the point where I feel like I'm capable of coaching my own team. I've done it at AFLW level, at state league level, and that's just part of my journey that I'm on, and that I see is being able to grow into that position. So if it ever did happen, I feel like I'm ready to do it. If I'm supporting another senior coach, and that's where I'm at, then I'm happy to do that. I like winning, and I like being part of winning cultures. I
really like Bevo's themes. Silky gloves, calloused hands last week. Will you be much of a storyteller if you become a senior coach? Will you borrow Bevo's themes to inspire the group?
Well, I've been really lucky. The coaches I've been under over the journey as a player and as a coach, I've had Pago and Lee Matthews, and I've had Simpson, Clarkson, Bevo. So I've had a lot of premiership coaches that I've heard do things different ways. And when I think about it, I'm like, what can I take from each of them? So Bevo's and Simo's a great storyteller as well and motivator. So they've been the most two recent. And if I could take a couple of things from them and that helps me be a better coach as an assistant or as a senior coach one day, then that would be fantastic.
Keep your phone close, Pratty. It might be ringing. Appreciate your time.
Good on you, mate.
Daniel Pratt speaking there with Ben Cameron downstairs, the assistant coach of the Western Bulldogs. And as he was chatting, the Adelaide Crows made their way out onto the ground. The first team there, 7-5 on the season. They've won 6 of their last 8 games after a slow start. And a bit like the Western Bulldogs, they're starting to get a few players back on the injury front. As they do, they lose a couple more. So Butts out with the calf, Archie with a hamstring, still without Cumming, Hinge, Rankin, all absent, and Taylor Walker is suspended. So there's probably half a dozen or so that aren't out there tonight. It's a Western Bulldogs home game. The lid is on. It is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. There are no late changes here at Docklands. Luke Kennedy is on debut for the Dogs.
They got a special jumper as well tonight, Corby. I don't know if you, Lids or Murph, are superstitious, but it's retro round, so they're going back to
retro round.
An original design from 1935. And the story goes that they took the jumpers to the dry cleaners and they all got shrunk before the game. So much so that they've never worn the design again. So vertical red and blue stripes with a white outline.
They wore them in 03 though, didn't they? I'm pretty sure.
They did wear it back. But that's the only time.
Yeah, back when it was a proper heritage round.
I used to love that.
It was awesome, wasn't it?
Bring it back.
And
I agree.
Yeah.
The jumpers with the collars, or you had the fake lace-up ones. Mate, we had some beauties there at the Tigers.
So here they come, the Western Bulldogs, and those old Footscray jumpers that Clinch just mentioned, and sort of not too dissimilar to the Saints candy stripe jumper with the vertical stripes, the white, red and blue going up and down the jumper. They've got the white shorts on tonight to try and make them look as light as possible, given the amount of white and red. So they'll play the role of the light team, even though they're the home side tonight. They make their way through the banner. And then the Adelaide Crows are wearing their traditional strip, the tricolours with the navy and the navy shorts. So here come the Western Bulldogs, and what a week it was for them. They've now won 3 games in a row, all by under a goal. They've won 6 in the season by close margins. And in particular, that win over the Hawks, probably their best scalp yet as they take down a top 4 team and prove that they're back in the season. They've also got players back. At one point, their spine was completely decimated. Their fullback, their centre-half back, they lost an on-baller, their ruckman, plus their full-forward rule-out injured. Most of them have come back. We know Sam Darcy won't return, and Tom Liberatore, his stint on the sidelines continues with concussion issues, and then following that with a knee complaint. But apart from that, they're just about fully loaded. So what they got at the moment is pretty much what they'll have on the run home.
Yeah, what I liked last week too, that they were fiery. They played angry, played a bit of grit, which is good to see. Not something you're probably used to seeing from the Bulldogs. So it was a different way in which they went about it.
They got under the skin, didn't
especially after half time. So I mean, the question is, does Luke Beveridge then try and pull on that same rein again tonight, or does he let him go back and play the way in which they usually like to play, and that's more of an open style of brand? They're obviously terrific around the contest, but do they go and tag a Dawson today and try and get under his skin, or do they try and do something again where they got under the skin of a few players at Hawthorn last week, or they just go back to their own system? That'll be interesting to see how they go about it tonight.
Well, I think if I'm Josh Rachele, I'm sitting there thinking, oh, gosh, I've just watched Selwood go to Nick Watson. I'm probably the most dangerous small forward here. I can expect him, and he's going to make my night really tough for me. And then it's probably at the other end with Lewis. Who does he go to? I think it has to be a Worrell, doesn't it? His form, his ability to mark it is, paramount.
He's important down there.
He is so important to the success of the Crows and their ball movement, being able to catch it and turn it around for him. So I'd expect that he'd be trying his best to try and negate his ability to intercept. But I'd be surprised if Bevo doesn't say, righto, boys, what we learnt last week, taking it to what I think is probably a top 4 side in Hawthorn. Why would we take the foot off the pedal and just try and go head-to-head with an Adelaide Crows? You don't want to give a sucker an even break, do you? Because
that's right.
And especially early, that ability to try and put this game out of their reach and take the crowd and get the crowd behind you, I think that's what you want to do.
So do you think it'll be those 2 jobs that he'll look at?
That's what
you look at Jordan Dawson and go, well, who can we try and match up on in and around the centre square bounce when he does go in there, because we know with Dawson he can play anywhere, doesn't he? He likes to sit off the back and play off a half-back flank, or he goes through the middle of the ground when the team requires it. So, I mean, you look through the middle of the ground now for the Bulldogs, who's in there matched up that's probably likely to take a Dawson when he goes in there.
Probably a Fraser or a Kennedy, I think.
I think it'd have to be, like, knowing Matt Kennedy, I played a bit of football with him at Carlton, he's really good overhead, and I think that's an area of the game where Jordan Dawson is elite, and it's almost not undervalued, but it kills you when he can go forward and kick those goals that we always see from 45, 50 out. He's notorious at getting those opportunities of taking those grabs, and I know Matthew Kennedy is terrific overhead.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So averaging 25 and a goal per game this year, Jordan Dawson. So the only other players in the comp that have done that, Bontempelli, Dacos, Haney, Petrarca. Like, that is top end. And we know he's missed a couple of games, so he's only played 9 this season. He's been top 7 rated on the ground in all of them. I mean, he's putting together an All-Australian season, and it almost feels like, because of the tragic events that he's had off the park, that it feels like that's very much the storyline. But even if you put that to one side, which is enormous that anyone has to deal with in their personal lives, the guy's putting together an All-Australian type season in what he's doing just from a football point of view.
It's so admirable, isn't it? Like,
unbelievable.
Their personal duress, but then even the carrying the weight of the club that's not performing as well, but then to be putting that on, and that's why he is that, and I think that's why they elevated him so quickly into that captaincy spot, is they saw that potential, and now he's absolutely living it. What I hope we get is the old school Judd v Goods, Fife v Dangerfield, Bontempelli, versus Dawson tonight, where we just see two great players going up against each other.
So in that world that happens, who wins that?
Oh, Bontempelli for me, he's the number 1 rated player in the game, in my opinion. I know you have him at 3rd or whatever.
I've got him 3rd.
Yeah, but I've got him as the number 1, and that's why I think he would. He's the one I'd love to come and watch.
You'd love to see it, wouldn't you?
I'd love to.
Yeah. I think Matty Nix would rather them go head-to-head rather than someone try and clamp down on Jordan Dawson.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You get so much more drive for Adelaide if that's the case.
Yeah.
He's spoken tonight, Jordan Dawson, with the host broadcaster Hamish McLaughlin, talking about the family tragedy he's been through, about how footy has been a bit of a refuge for him to get away, but each time he looks at the crowd, he thinks of his brother, and it's just those gut-wrenching moments when he is able to articulate that bit before a game and then go out and apply what he's doing. The other trend we've noticed from the Dogs is they're happy to concede marks for their opposition side in order to try and help their defence out. So last week against Hawthorn had 113 marks against the Western Bulldogs, Collingwood 115, the Blues the week before that 124. So Luke Beveridge's tactic at the moment is take as many uncontested marks around the ground as you like. It allows our midfield to get back to support our back six. Can Adelaide try and toy with that tonight with Thilthorpe and Fogarty?
I think what you got to do is to meet that head on, don't you, and try and go as fast as you can and not allow their mids to get back and flood. I mean, yes, there's going to be times in the game where you're going to have to be kick control and try and take the sting out, but ultimately, if that's going to be the case, we've seen the last 3 weeks, that doesn't work. So, therefore, you've got to try something different, don't you, and give Riley Thilthorpe, when they are an undermanned defence, give him a chance one out versus, an O'Donnell or a Karmas or a Libe or whoever it may be.
Yeah, they need to go quick off turnover tonight, the Adelaide Crows, and give their forwards an opportunity. And Miller is the one who's having probably an All-Australian year as well, isn't he? He's the one who can really cut you up off the half-back flank. Laird, he'll sort of just kick that 20, 25-metre kick and try and open up for his teammates to then get off handball receives. And Miller is the one who really gives them a lot of drive. But we see a lot now, I reckon, with the way in which teams defend. They sit back like soccer teams almost. So they'll let you go and kick those ones around and have all the possession that you want, but they're trying to protect the middle and their back line rather than actually pressing up and defending the forward half.
It's amazing how the game's changed in the aerobic capacity of these guys. That it is more like soccer and basketball than it ever has been, has it? Where
zone.
Basketball, you get back, protect the keyway and everything, that you can bring the ball up and do your thing, and it's got
it's also an element of you score, we score. It's not really, we want to deny. Ross Lyon's probably still playing that style of game where it's like, let's try and really nullify and clamp the game, whereas a lot of other teams are a bit, in Melbourne of that one especially, it's like, bang, 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 up and back. Let's light the game up where we can.
So how do Adelaide unlock Riley Thilthorpe? 60 goals last season. He's kicked 14, missed last game through suspension, had the back injury. Clearly not moving as well and probably a little bit more vulnerable in the contested marking game. So how do they try and bring out his best, be it as a second ruck from time to time to get him up around the ground, or isolate him deeper in the forward 50?
I think deeper. I think you've got to utilise him as that inside 30 player and try and get the best matchup you can.
I think it's probably a bit of both, the way in which you talk there, Clinch. It's like playing deep when you're forward. So the Jack Gunston model where you're back on starting on the goal umpire. I mean, the last thing that the Bulldogs wants to have that one-on-one with Thilthorpe deep inside 50, and then opportunities to get up through the middle of the ground. And we've seen him actually play a ruck rover a few times and get the ball out. So get him up there for a taste of it, then get him back deep forward.
Dan Curtin changes them overnight, doesn't he? Do you think he's gone from averaging 10 disposals a game, slowly back to then all of a sudden have 26 last Friday night or last Thursday night, 500 plus metres gained. And when you've got him back looking like the Dan Curtin of last year, they're different gravy.
Oh, absolutely. He just adds a different mix and gives you that flexibility to play that tall winger and someone you can kick to one out, to be the bailout kick, or he gets back behind to chop out your defence as well. So if it is that Lewis matchup where, Worrell's not able to intercept, maybe Dan Curtin could be that player.
Peatling, who does he go to?
Ed Richards, I think. You have to try and nullify his input. I don't think you can stop. JP's not big enough, I don't think, to stop Bontempelli. So,
I think
Richards.
I don't think you can stop Bontempelli. Like, you send the odd bloke being able to really stop him, but you can't really.
I reckon Lingy would have.
Yeah, Lingy probably could have. It's a different game though now. But I think Ed Richards is probably the one where you could probably clamp him more often than what you could Bontempelli.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Bont and his Bulldogs up against Jordan Dawson and the Crows. The captains going at it, 6th versus 8th. The two great left-footers in the game currently, Bontempelli and Dawson, to lead at their respective sides. Corbin Middlemas and Matt Clinch for the call. Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy are number 1 picks. And Ben Cameron is in the front row of the grandstand. Good evening, Ben.
Good evening, Corbin. And Marcus Bontempelli, the Dogs captain, he won the toss. He elected to kick to the left of what would be the left of screen, the Lockett end of the ground here at Docklands. It's a nice night under the lid, 14 degrees Celsius. The Bulldogs, as you guys have mentioned, in that eye-catching, beautiful retro jumper they're running with. The blue base, it's got the vertical stripes with the red and white. It's a nice jumper. They've got the white shorts on, the Crows in their usual tricolour.
Dawson or Bont, who are you on, Ben?
You know who I'm on. Corbin, the best player in the game, Marcus Bontempelli.
So they shook hands at the start, naturally, as the two captains that meet one another.
The headband from Aaron Norton. Have you got a look at that down there, Benny?
Oh, I can see it. Why is that, Merv? Little thinner edition.
Tricolour.
Got the tricolours.
Okay, I don't mind that.
Really throwback.
In the spirit for the night, I was looking for the Bond. How could you miss him with those bright pink boots on? And he's standing inside the centre square at the moment. He's on the caddy corner from Jordan Dawson. So they're staring at one another, and it's Peatling who walks to Bontempelli. What a way to start round 14 of the AFL Premiership season. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport. It's been a hell of a week in the Australian rules landscape, and it brings us here tonight under the roof at Docklands. 6th versus 8th. Bontempelli and the Bulldogs up against Dawson and his Crows. And a real litmus test as we tick past the midway point of the 2026 Premiership season. The Dogs and the Crows, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
All in readiness to kick off round 14. McAndrew and English in the middle and is thrown aloft. English wins the opening tap. Richards squeezes a kick away from Dawson. Up towards Sanders at half forward. Can't get a disposal away. Berry gets in there for Adelaide. Half pass to Peatling. To Worrell on half back. Good pressure from Richards, but cleaned up. No, not holding the ball. Justice Miller got a kick into the middle of the ground, and Ed Richards will get a free kick for that tackle, holding the ball. So he has it at the edge of the centre square. Looks up inside 50, just pokes his kick down low for Norton. Can't take the mark, Lungy to his left. Waitman onto it, curls around his body. The perfect return. Oh, this will bring the emotions for the Dogs, players and fans. In his second game back, Cody Waitman reminding everyone what he can do. The Star Dog kicks the opening goal to start proceedings inside a minute. It's the Bulldogs 1 straight 6 to Adelaide, yet to score. For so long on the sidelines, almost 20 months with a nightmare run of operations on that rare knee condition, and he's starting proceedings here at Docklands.
Yeah, well, I think everyone in this stadium had a bit of a smile looking at that, unless you're an Adelaide supporter, but just made the use. He was the first to react. He saw the missed kick by Richards and just missed Aaron Norton on a really hard lead, and he was just the first one to sniff it out, as most good forwards, small forwards do, and just threw it off on the boot, off one step, and that's a huge start for the Western Bulldogs tonight and Cody Waitman.
Interesting that he he ran out in the long sleeve. And it looked amazing. But he sacked that pretty quickly. Obviously warmed up pretty quick.
How about that? 637 days and then 1 week. Had to wait another 6 days to kick the goal. He ran around goalless last Friday night against the Hawks.
We don't have a review, do we?
Oh, no.
And how about this as a brutal wait? We thought he got a goal on his return, and the excruciating wait is going to continue.
The Adelaide defender, decision on the scoreboard.
Oh, well, he got the celebration, he got the love. He feels back a part of it.
If ever there's an argument to ditch the technology, it's probably for that.
Yeah, it's a good-looking point. Point of the year.
James Borlase just reaching over the top, at the fingertip on it. And so he's got the first score of the night, but it's a behind. We're now 2 minutes in. Adelaide run it out of defence. The kick wide finds Michael Annie, chips it down the wing, broken up by O'Donnell. Bontempelli intercepts. Hand pass back into dispute, picked up by Dawson. There's a turnover between the two stars. Cook, hand pass over towards Peatling. His hand pass comes out towards Cook, who kicks down the line, turns it over, and there's Buku, who intercepts for the Bulldogs and retreats back on the 45, finds Butterick. Of course, the last time these two teams met, he was involved in the over-the-fence dispute with Ben Keys, who told the spectator not to give him the ball in the waning moments, and Butterick was left looking at the umpire thinking, is this guy allowed to do that? Allowed to hold the ball off me? Did well to milk the clock late in the piece. Shares it with Caulfield and now Karmas at half-back. 3 minutes in, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. A behind to Cody Waitman. The arc involved early. Contest kicked down the line and Nick Murray on his return whacks it out of play. So boundary throw-in. No late change. Luke Kennedy on debut for the Bulldogs.
As I thought, Selwood has gone to Rochelle. I'm just trying to work out where we've got Kennedy to Dawson.
Looked like Berry was going with Marcus Bontempelli. We'll keep an eye on that from the stoppage. Bontempelli got it away from Peatling. Half pass to Waitman. When that goal denied, up towards half forward. Flying in front, Nick Murray knocks it down, but it's gathered by West for the Dogs. Hand pass close to the boundary line. And able to keep it in. Will Lewis as he shoved over the line. So Nick Murray's gone to Aaron Norton. Worrell alongside Lewis. Artie Jones had Max Michael Annie. And Waitman alongside Miller. A couple of the matchups inside the forward 50 for the Dogs, who lead by a point through the opening 4 minutes here at Docklands. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. English takes front position against McAndrew, but left it behind. McAndrew tackled by Kennedy and also Ed Richards and the umpire will ball it up at left half forward. Many players surrounding this contest is thrown aloft. Umpire didn't like the contact over the shoulder and a free kick is going McAndrew's way. He'll take it at half back. It's the hand pass away to Miller. Looks long up the line. Thilthorpe tries to work his way from the back, lost his footing. Fogarty brings it down to the front, running on to it. Waitman gathers for the Bulldogs. Beautiful kick inboard on the bounce for Kennedy. Gathers for the Dogs. Hand pass to Bontempelli. Missed West, who is trying to cut back inboard, but he does regather. Sends it long to the goal mouth with the wrestlers on. Lewis trying to get rid of his opponent. And a free kick. Wallace will take it. Shoved out of it in the marking contest. Only about 15 metres out from his defensive goal.
Short kick to the back pocket for Nick Murray. Two Murrays, they're brothers. Two Kennedys, they're not related. There's Murray from the back pocket, Nick here. Goes long down the wing, Fogarty, good contested mark in front of Karmas. Immediately marks and plays on. Long kick down the line to Thilthorpe, got a few to beat, broken up by Caulfield and out of play it goes. Between wing and half forward, Ben Cameron's down there. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. I wouldn't say it's a big crowd in attendance here. Maybe a third full Docklands here tonight, if that, I would say. And you're a little bit late arriving too, just scurrying in and getting to their seats.
I missed the emotional moment of Cody Waitman's behind to start the game. The goal that cancelled out by the arc for the boundary throw-in comes to Peatling. Little kick forward, picked off by McAndrew. Still with the Crows. Handball to Nankervis, then back to Peatling. High up and under to half forward. Back with the flight. English takes the intercept mark, half back for the Bulldogs. So they've got the only score, half a dozen minutes in, the behind to Waitman.
English works it over the top to Matt Kennedy, has a left half back. Eyes darting into the corridor. Bontempelli wanted it, but probably not 15. So Kennedy goes boundary side. That's barely 15 to Caulfield, who marks it left half back. Into the middle of the ground, a courageous kick that finds Fraser. Opens up the outer side of the ground and switches it to Selwood. He looks to advance up inside 50, where Hines is on the lead. He marks it right half forward in front of Curtin. Dogs have transitioned well. He's got Aaron Norton as the deepest target with Murray. Now decides to wind up. Sends it long towards the goal square. Waitman's trying to get a run at it. Miller spoils it down. Front and centre. Peatling gets a hand pass away to ball. Ace against the boundary line to Miller. And now to Worrell, who gets a clearing kick across his body. Fogarty and Kalmus, one-on-one. It clears to the very back of the pack where Dale gathers for the Dogs. Hand pass to Selwood, a chance to reload.
Gives a handball away to Hines, the rising star nom. Hurried kick forward turnover, and Saligo with the intercept mark. Short kick to Neil Bullen. He races off a little handball back to Saligo. Second touch in the chain. Kicks in the middle of the ground to Rochelle. Third touch for Saligo. Receives a handball. Gives one to Laird. Laird kicks deep forward. Philthorpe one out in the cage. He wins it hands down. And O'Donnell no match for him there. Philthorpe will shoot 20 metres out just left of centre.
Well, that's a blueprint for Adelaide off the short turnover. So Saligo, who took the mark right on the back 50 for the Adelaide Crows, and rather than just take his time, he just hit up another short 15-20 metres in front. Again, another kick, handball over the top, and then you get the opportunity to get Philthorpe a 1v1 deep, and that's what they're looking at to do tonight, the Crows.
In he comes, Riley Philthorpe on his return from suspension. He's making up for it. Starts his night with a goal. It's the first of the game, and Adelaide won straight. The Bulldogs one behind. 7.5 minutes in. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. An early lead change. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio.
Yeah, I reckon that was as a result of that kick from Fraser. Now, I know the kick wasn't bad, but it wasn't out in front of Selwood, which allowed him to then roll on, which then forced him to kick to Cooper Hines. They get caught just outside the 50, which then causes a high ball, which is, I mean, that's money for jam, isn't it, for Adelaide? Their ability, their backs, to defend the high ball. And so as soon as they got that ball back, in the middle of the ground, and that short kicking game that you spoke about, Murph, that ability to change it and draw the defence out, gets them that great look with Philthorpe v O'Donnell. And that's why they're crying out for a big bear tamer, as the old man likes to call him, Corb.
Locke would be thinking we need a bear tamer.
Yeah, certainly for Riley Philthorpe.
Thoughts of Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy with you on ABC Sport. McAndrew wins down the tap for the Crows. Got it to Dawson out of the centre square. Fires a kick inside 50. From behind, O'Donnell made the spoil against Philthorpe. Front and centre, Neil Bullen. Hand pass chopped off in the end. It's hugged to the chest of Matt Kennedy as Philthorpe does the tackling. 35 metres out from the Adelaide Crows goal. They lead by 5 points. McAndrew wins down the tap against English, out into the path of Taylor, can't get a disposal away. Matt Kennedy goes sliding in, taps it out boundary side, and Bailey Dale sees it out of play. Umpire says throw it in.
They are two interesting teams like that, aren't they, where neither of them won a final last year. Crows straight set, Dogs just missed out last day of the regular season.
Dogs didn't get there, they lost
but they both had a clear weakness, and neither of them addressed it. Adelaide didn't get any more midfield support, and the Dogs didn't get a key back, which was the two weaknesses they had, obviously, last year, and the reasons why they went out the way they did. The Dogs clear defensive 50 only as far as Saligo. Hand pass to Vancouver's. Handball to Peatling. Ugly looking kick into the pocket. Dale intercepts. Handball to Selwood. Selwood can't trap it. Stolen away by Neil Bullen. Retreats back by hand. Peatling hooks his kick back to the top of the goal square. Hands on it, Dawson. How good is he? With a juggled mark. Back in the corridor, 20 out straight in front.
Well, that was the one, Murphy, you spoke about. Matt Kennedy playing on him. He is so good overhead, but I think it just speaks to the ability of this guy 1v1. It's just get it into his area, and he's just in a rich vein of form at the moment, isn't he?
Just worked Matt Kennedy beautifully under the footy. Just gave him a nudge and just protect the drop zone, and just flew over the top. So Matt Kennedy didn't do a lot wrong, but this bloke's just in pure condition at the moment.
There's not a three-pronged player in the game quite like him. At the apex of his game, Dawson slams it through, and the Crows with the hot start. The road team, 2 straight. They lead the Bulldogs 1 behind. We're 10 minutes in. It's Adelaide by 11. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, we're just making the most of some opportunities at the moment. The Crows, the Bulldogs just stuffing around with it in their D50, but you've also got to give credit to the Adelaide Crows and their pressure by their forwards and their midfielders just to not allow an outlet, and then just to get some possession back. And it was a few just odd handballs really from the Crows, and it was just that beautiful inside kick that
James Peatling, he's had a hot start. He's up to 7 disposals already.
So he's certainly on fire, and the Bulldogs need to pay him some sort of respect.
Saved a goal at one end. He's running around doing everything at the other.
Doing it all.
Yeah, just the Bulldogs just sitting off a bit.
Just trying to have a look and see if we can see the goal celebration was a little let him cook there as Jordan Dawson breaks out of the centre square once more. He runs a long way before eventually a whistle is blown, and it's going to come back an Adelaide Crows free kick to Berry. So the advantage not given there by the umpire. As Berry veers out to the left, tries to draw an opponent, gets the hand pass away to Worrell, who sends Adelaide inside 50 once more. Here he is! Jordan Dawson doing his best Isaac Heaney impersonations as he rises and marks in the left forward pocket. He was there in the centre square and then he was in the forward 50.
Well, Matt Kennedy certainly got the job, and I was watching from that stoppage, and it was a free kick to Adelaide, but just the way in which Jordan Dawson just ran hard forward, and you could see Matt Kennedy trying to point to his teammates to get over and cover, and they just kept on letting him just get out the back. So rather than actually pick up the most dangerous, they tried to just zone space,
which is what they've been doing.
Yeah, so, and when you can penetrate that zone, you get opportunities like this.
A career-high 3 goals against Geelong last week. This is for 2 in the opening quarter, and back-to-back goals for Awesome Dawson as he leads the Adelaide charge 3 straight 18 to the Western Bulldogs 1 behind. The last 2 goals of the game going the way of Jordan Dawson. And Adelaide have only led at quarter time on 4 occasions in 2026, but they have been on the last 3 weeks where they have made improvements. They stretch out to a 17-point lead. 3 straight 18 to the Bulldogs 1 behind. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio with you on ABC Sport.
Well, at the risk of being an alarmist, you don't want to get beaten by what you know, do you? And that's where Luke Beveridge now has to be like, well, what's the plan that we can now implement? Because plan A, obviously, is not going to work.
Do you cut that tag and change up? Or
well, I don't think it's a tag because he's come straight off the ground, Matt Kennedy, and Jordan Dawson's still out there in the middle. So it's not a tag. It was just you be aware of him. But I think someone has got to pay him some more respect. He's too good a player.
Sold it as Dawson and Bont head-to-head. We know that Dawson's got the run with, and yet he's had the 2 goals already for Adelaide. They've kicked the first 3. Back in the middle of the ground, Kennedy locked up here by Berry, and we'll have a ball up. In fact, it's Fraser. Adelaide know all about him. Joel Fraser kicked 3 in the first half last time they met. Tried to get a clear and kick away, only as far as Dawson. Hand pass back into dispute. Lob extracts it, gives it to the Bont. Kicks off a step inside the forward 50. Waitman gets a run at it. Crunched in the pack in the end. Sandwich. Ball spits out. Hall Kahan out after it. Collected by West. West is tackled. Waitman slow to get up here. Picked up by Laird. Handball for the Crows. Out towards the boundary line. Half back for Adelaide. And Michael Annie sees it over. And Waitman only now back onto his feet.
Holding his elbow, it looks like.
17-point lead for the Crows. They've kicked the only 3 goals after 14 minutes.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Has had issues with his elbows, or one elbow in particular, previously as well, Cody Waitman. So that's just a little watch.
Thrown in lob, wins down the tap to Sanders, who tries to break through a tackle. Hand pass chopped off as West couldn't gather. Berry gets a hand pass back to Rochelle, to Ball Lace, around the back to Laird. No clearing option obvious, so has to drive a long kick. Out in front of Max Michaelani, needs a good bounce. Gets the hand pass away to Worrell. They combine across half back. Kicks up towards Fogarty. Karma's out of position, and Fogarty takes the mark. Curls onto his left. Thilthorpe in the goal square, wrestling with O'Donnell. He's too big, too strong, and he takes the mark. Yeah. Perfect transition for the Crows as they worked it from full-back all the way to the goal square. And Riley Thilthorpe a chance to go back and join Jordan Dawson with 2 goals early.
There's 2 matchups here that are a real concern other than the Jordan Dawson one in the middle. Buku Karmas on Darcy Fogarty. He's just not big and strong enough. And then O'Donnell's just getting bullied down there.
He's the same. He's not big and strong enough.
They're both not. So what's Rory Lobb doing? He's in the centre square at the moment, obviously giving them chop out in the ruck. But he has to be the matchup for Thilthorpe, doesn't he?
After Cody Waitman was denied the opening goal of the match, Riley Thilthorpe from point-blank range for his second. And the Crows have the first 4 goals of the match by their star midfielder and their inspirational captain and their full forward. It's a Crom dream at the moment as they're 4 straight 24 to the Western Bulldogs 1 behind. 15 minutes gone opening quarter. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport with Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio.
Yeah, well, the questions are being asked now of Luke Beveridge and go, well, what does this plan B look like and do we go to it now? And looking back at this vision from Cody Waitman, he almost had a step where he just missed almost the
I thought
jump.
it was his knee initially that I was worried about.
And then just crushed into the pack.
He had his arm wedged in between both Adelaide players, which is sort of hyperextended his elbow.
Extension. But yeah, the questions are getting asked, aren't they, of the Bulldogs? And Adelaide have certainly come to play. Their pressure's been elite, and their ball movement has been very quick and just caught them off guard.
Back in the middle, Ruck, share it down. Bontempelli, a second touch out in front of Sanders, who collects. Wrong edge of the centre square. Handball away to Butterick. Puts on the Jets and runs away from Toby Murray. 2 bounces, kicks as he's being tackled inside 50. Slides past Jones, collected by Lewis. Hand pass back to Jones outside of the right boot. Tight angle, not for him.
He curls it through from the pocket. And Artie Jones with a bit of artistry. And the Dogs with their first of the night, 1-1. Adelaide are 4 straight. The deficit for the Bulldogs is 17, but there's a lifter in front of their home crowd. We're 17 minutes in. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Jordan Dawson, who's dominated the early stages of this game, has come to the bench. He's had a bit of a chat on the phone. They're just manipulating his calf at the moment down here on the bench. Not on the lay-down massage area, but while he sits, just manipulating his calf. So that's just a watch.
Yeah, thanks, Ben.
What I loved there was the run of Butterick off half-back. He decided, well, I can either bomb here from behind centre and get it to just inside 50, or I can put the head down, take another bounce and get that a little bit deeper again. But then how good's that goal from Artie Jones? I thought the skipper might have pulled rank and expected that inside, but no, clever finish.
Goals in 7 of his 9 games, Artie Jones. Berry was tripped out of the centre square. Advantage is taken. Heatley bumbles a kick inside 50. Pedalers onto it. Hand pass a little too slick for Rochelle. Keys gets a topo. Denied by Butterick, who slides in. Tails kick is smothered. Rochelle gathers. Hemmed in the left forward pocket. Hand pass to Neil Bullen under pressure. Loses possession. It's taken, though, by Cook trying to dodge and weave. Got it to Neil Bullen. To Nankervis. Down to Berry. Trying to break away from the Ed Richards tackle. Got it back to Rochelle on 50. Drives it long to the goal square. Karmas is back. In front of Thilthorpe makes the spoil. All Crows around in the right forward pocket. Paul Khan gets a hand pass out to Cook, who tries to centre it. Thilthorpe almost with one arm. Can't take the mark. And Hines with a chance to clear for the Dogs, but maybe only momentarily as Worrell marks it right half forward for the Crows.
Josh Worrell from about 65 metres out, kicks in a Thilthorpe direction. They all crash the pack, spills down to Keys. Handball to Rochelle, squeezes a shot out, goal. The Crows with 5 of the first 6. And the visitors are making light work of this. 18 minutes in, hot start at Docklands, 5 straight. The Bulldogs 1-1, stunned. It's Adelaide by 23, and this is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio.
Well, they've been electric, haven't they, the Crows, just getting the ball inside 50, but geez, their small forwards are buzzing around tonight, the Crows. They are pressuring and they're handballing to one another. They're just doing a lot of good team acts at the moment. That's just forcing the Bulldogs into dump kicks, and again, then it was an in-out in-play, and Worrell took the mark and brought it back in, and then just the Adelaide Crows just went to work, and that's just a bit of class there from Rochelle, just straight from ball to foot very quickly.
Yeah, once you're dumping the ball outside your defensive 50, it always usually ends up coming back inside pretty quickly.
Adelaide 5 goals straight in this opening quarter. Berry's going to get a free kick for a hold here against Fraser. After the Bulldogs appeared to have taken the centre clearance, so it'll come back. Berry around the back gets the hand pass away. A driving kick up towards half forward, misguided in the end, although Croft dropped the mark. Still a chance. Keys gets a hand pass away to Rochelle. Cuts back on his right, goes for goal, and 2 quick goals for Josh Rochelle. This is getting out of control for the Bulldogs. Adelaide are slamming them through from every which direction. 6 goals in the opening quarter. 6 straight 36 to the Bulldogs, 1-1-7. 20 minutes gone, opening term. They are kicking them from everywhere.
Well, in those jumpers, this looks a little bit like what the Crows did a couple of weeks ago to the poor old Roos. You know, they banged on 10 goals really quickly. It's everything they're touching at the moment is just going in their favour. And then when they finally get back to a neutral ball, they're giving away a free kick, the Dogs. So they've just got to get back to work. And maybe they do need to go back to that kick mark, try and take a bit of the sting out of the game. I tell you what, when Josh Rochelle's, stepping through traffic untouched and then just banging on the boot and swinging through.
It's like it had a magnet on it, that one.
Yeah.
8 inside 50s for the Crows, 6 goals straight.
Yeah.
Wow.
Alarming.
Pretty impressive numbers. Great efficiency to start. Yeah. Toby Murray twice hit it on the head out. Down towards Berry. Runs it out the front door of the centre square. Jim Fogarty had a fair bit of it. No mark paid. Rochelle trying to give it back to him. Right. Now at half forward, Rochelle caught holding the ball. There's a free kick in the defensive arc. Selwood with the 1%er.
Fogarty unlucky. Very close to being paid a mark.
The second half he had last week to shut down the Wizard. Take away his magic. Long kick up to the wing. Off the hands of Worrell. Spills down towards Peatline. Hand pass to Toby Murray. Gives a handball to Keys. Puts the wings out on the Shepherd. That'll please Bob Murphy. Gives it away to Laird. Handball goes back to Sam Berry. Kicks down to half forward. Thilthorpe overruns it. Rochelle's there to clean it up. Puts it on the chest of Petler.
Silk. Yeah, pure footy at the moment. That is just pure from Rochelle. That's just picked the ball up off your shoelaces, and on his non-preferred, just knew exactly where his teammate wanted it. He's feeling he's feeling good. He's walking tall. Bit of strut about him at the moment, Shelley, which he always usually has strut, but
he's pinned him back.
He's pinned him right back. Brett Deledio style tonight.
Please.
And what's worse is Jordan Dawson's just had his rest, so he's about to come back on. And Pedler to slam through Adelaide's seventh. It's as hot a start as you could possibly hope for. The Crows have been lights out. 7 straight to 1-1. We're 22 minutes in and the Crows are out by 35 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Murph and Lids.
Well, they just can't get their hands on the footy. 77 disposals to 40, Murph. But it's out of the centre bounce where they're just doing their work. 5-2 out of there already. 8-5 the clearances in total. 10-7 the inside 50s. What they're doing is winning it at the source, and then just going so quick. We spoke about at the start that the Bulldogs like to flood back. Well, they've got no chance. They're absolutely no chance of defending this.
But they have been trying to flood back, but then just the pressure around the contest so far and the pressure ahead of the ball when the ball does go in or hit the ground inside their forward 50 of the Crows, they've just been so electric tonight.
Adelaide's best start to a season. They booted 6 goals 3 against the Blues, in which they kicked 7 goals 4. Back in the middle of the ground, Richards submerges with a clearance, kicks up towards English, can't take the mark off hands. Treloar gathers, kicks up towards the 50. Bontempelli back with a fly. Hall can't hang on to the mark. It spills out. A chance still for the Crows. Laird tries to knock it out. Matt Kennedy lays the tackle on Dawson. Spills out to Richards. Kicks off the outside of the boot, out to space. Norton will go racing after it. Cook coming the other direction. Cook should get there first. He gathers at half back for the Crows. Over the head of Keys. The Adelaide Crows chasing on the wing as Dawson is led to it by Sanders. The hand pass up towards Bramble, cleaned up by Cook. Ball stays alive. Gathered away by the Western Bulldogs. Kick from Croft, high inside 50. Going back, Curtin dropped the mark. Hines front and centre. Hand pass away off the outside of the boot. Fraser just misses to the right-hand side. And the Dogs 1-2-8, trailing Adelaide 7 straight, 42. 23 minutes gone, opening term.
All we got is fast footy in June under the roof.
I was going to say, it's quick tonight, isn't it?
Boys have probably been watching plenty of the NBA and seeing what's happening over there, and it's end-to-end stuff here tonight. Look at that big ground.
Tall wingman, how good is it being able to kick the Dan Curtin out there, 1v1.
Takes the mark, goes short to Hugo Hall-Kahan. Another feel-good story out of the mid-season draft. Picked up, and here he is making his AFL debut and backing it up a week later. 2 games under his belt. Had to go the long way around the mountain to play AFL footy. Kicks wide to McAndrew. 7 straight to 1-2. Adelaide by 34. McAndrew down the wing. Toby Murray crashes the pack. Spills to Peatling. Adelaide's hands again to Taylor. Handball away towards Dawson to Hall-Kahan. Hand pass in the middle of the ground for Laird. Now the inside 50 kick. Down towards Fogarty. They all hit the deck. Keys out the back. Tackled by Selwood. Goal-saving tackle. Mows him down and through it goes for a minor score. 7-1 to 1-2, 25 minutes in. And Michael Selwood again with the defensive act that his coach would love. 35-point lead for Adelaide.
Butter it quickly into Bramble. The Dogs trying to advance up to midfield where Riley West lunges forward to take the mark, at least get the ball in their territory. That's a risky kick. Had to get over Berry's fingertips. Matt Kenny couldn't take it. And here's Dawson once more from the edge of the centre square. Oh, stop it. He puts through his third. Jordan Dawson booted 3 last week against the Cats. He has 3 in the opening quarter. That's your skipper leading from the front. And Adelaide can't be stopped at the moment. They lead by 41 points with 8 goals in the opening quarter. 8-1-49 to the Bulldogs. 1-2-8. 25 minutes gone in the opening term. Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio with you.
You haven't seen a first quarter like this for a very long time, where just a total domination, hasn't it, from the Adelaide Crows, and purely not just off this bloke's back. He's kicked 3 in this first quarter. But, geez, everything they're doing at the moment is just making the Bulldogs look second-rate. But the Bulldogs just can't deal with the pressure, and then they can't defend whenever they do turn the ball over, which they inevitably are doing at the moment, purely down by Adelaide's just pressure around the ground.
McAndrew palms it down. Bontempelli sharks it though. Handball away to Richards. Even the bounce doesn't come back to him. Runs onto it eventually as it rolls away and then turns it over. Kicks into the pocket. Worrell intercepts. Defensive 50 for Adelaide. Handball to Laird. Handball to Hall-Kahan. He gives a hand pass on to Saligo. That's not a good kick. Turns it over on the wing, and Hines
with the footy for the Bulldogs. A 41-point lead for Adelaide, 8 goals to 1. Hines, long kick into the forward pocket, punched away by Nick Murray. And out of play, no, there's a free kick. And it's going to go to Aaron Norton. The umpire was right there on the spot. And he said, look, you had arms around him. That's usually the tell for the umpire. Worrell gives it away, and Norton's going to get a look at the sticks.
I think it was more just the after the spoil, the arm sort of lingered on his shoulder.
Yeah. Was it?
Oh,
the first one was over the shoulder.
And then the second one too.
Elbow to the back of the, onto the nose.
I suppose it's pretty high, isn't it? When you look back at it, Lids.
Well, it is his head.
The Western Bulldogs, they've let the Crows get away. They've got some ground to make up, and Norton misses near side. 40-point lead for Adelaide. I mentioned the NBA. I hope the Dogs were watching that earlier today, that, hey, no lead safe and you can reel it in. Oh, the only problem for Adelaide is they got Nicks on their team.
Yes. It's Laird out of defence, up to the wing. Thilthorpe can't take the mark off hands. Curtin is tackled by Cooper Hines. Somehow he got rid of the footy, and Peatling kicks it end over end around the boundary line, and that'll be a lasso free kick. So the Dogs will get it back through Bailey Dale. Adelaide by 40 points. 8-1-49 to the Bulldogs 1-3-9.
Could you imagine if Bevo said, right, get these jumpers off, put the old ones back on. We've been terrible so far in these.
It's probably not beyond the possibilities given they have started so poorly. Dale to Butterick across half-back, up towards Aaron Norton, can't take the mark. Nick Murray makes the spoil. Neil Bullen gets a hand pass away to Peatling, hasn't he started red hot? Kicks up towards the wing. An awkward bouncing ball for Carbis as Fogarty lays the tackle. The ball spills clear. One of those awkward ones for defenders. You take possession first, but you know the tackle's coming. It goes out of play at right half forward for the Crows. Peatling with 11 disposals. Adelaide dominating the clearances. 8-7 and 5-4 now, the centre bounce clearances as well.
8 goals to 1 in the term. Dawson's kicked 3 himself from the boundary throw-in. McAndrew palms it down in front of Jordan Dawson, runs out of space and out it goes.
Rob from Greensboro has just texted in, said that he's tipping stuff. I'm with you, Rob. Mine is too. I did not see this coming at all.
Can you explain to me, by the way, what's the benefit of Luke Kennedy on debut, sitting out the entire first quarter? Hasn't been on the ground. The boundary throw-in. Comes out towards Dawson. Dawson goes darting away from the stoppage. Kicks to full forward. Thilthorpe. Another stoppage win for the Crows, and Dawson instrumental again as he feeds Thilthorpe.
He's been on for. He's had a tackle, but he's been off for a fair bit. When you make your debut, Murph, you're trying to you
want to get into it early.
But when the game's going like this, you can find it very hard to find your feet. Everything that they're doing at the moment, led by Jordan Dawson, is just absolute silk.
Yeah. This would make it a 9-goal quarter. Dawson's got his fingerprints all over it as Thilthorpe knocks through his 3rd of the term, and the home team is getting dog-walked underneath the roof at Docklands. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, 9-1 to 1-3. Half-hour mark opening quarter. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio on ABC Sport.
Well, that was just a complete breakdown of stoppage, wasn't it? So Jordan Dawson's come from boundary side of the stoppage, run a wrap onto his left foot, and just completely parted the seas. There was no Bulldogs winger, which is usually their sweeping wing, or a midfielder sitting there on the defensive side, and was just able to run through the contest and take probably 15 metres, take his full 15 and deliver that to Thilthorpe. So he's in red hot form.
He's not quick enough, Matty Kennedy.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Luke Beveridge is down here, not a happy man. One of the best board workers in terms of flipping the magnets, literally and figuratively. He's got to work down there. Magnets are going everywhere on that board.
Back in the middle of the ground, McAndrew takes out of the ruck, gets a clearance to half forward, a bouncing ball. Keys slides in, trying to win it. Brambles tackled and brought down by Neil Bullen, and the umpire will ball it up. It's Adelaide's 4th best first quarter ever, with 9 goals, 1. Surpassing a record which was last held in 2006, round 7. And Sanders tries to get a hand pass back to English, missed the target, opens the door for Rochelle down low, tries to swat it out, but it's picked up by Bontempelli, who's tackled and lost the footy. Rochelle got him. They're getting everything at the moment, and Rochelle at right half forward, looks into the pocket. Dawson's going to fall forward, and a stray hand from Karmas gets a touch onto it and goes out of play in the right forward pocket. So Adelaide's record is 9-4 in a first quarter. That was against the Gold Coast Suns in 2011, 9-2 against the Bombers in 2017, and the Kangaroos in 2006, 9-2.
Is that when Tom Lynch kicked 10?
I'll have a look for you. Fourth best start the Crows have ever had.
Shallow boundary throw in. McAndrew palms it down. Thilthorpe's in the vicinity. Kicks from the pocket. Hooks it back to the hot spot. Caulfield's there, though. Takes the intercept mark for the Dogs.
I reckon Scott Thompson had 52 touches that day too.
Pass out
from memory.
Sanders. Kicks out a defensive 50 to Butterick.
Inducted into the Hall of Fame, Adelaide, last week.
It was. Short kick along the boundary line from Butterick, and in the end it's inadvertently socketed out by Dale, and that'll be a turnover.
Scott Thompson had 51 disposals in that game, Lids. Your memory's pretty good.
Memory shaky, Lids. You're slipping.
I am.
Zach Taylor with the free kick. He's kicked a goal in his last couple of games. A young forward as he kicks out towards half forward. Dawson's in the pack there. Competes at the end. No mark. Spills down to Keys. Hand pass away to Cook. Sells the dummy around West. 60 metres out. Kicks to full forward. Curtin running goalpost to goalpost. Flies to the footy. It's knocked through. Nice work back there from O'Donnell with the 1%er. Spoils it through. 9-2 to 1-3. 32 minutes into the quarter. It is a 47-point lead for Adelaide. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, back into play by Butterick. Dogs looking for the bell for quarter time. Short to Richards. Takes a bounce as he weaves his way out of defence and tries to get up to Will Lewis. A good kick. Paul Kahan gave away the free kick. A chop in the arms and the ball was socketed away. That will be 50.
Silly.
Just as Sligo, I should say, came through and just a little toe poke, which the umpire couldn't ignore that. And it will take Will Lewis to within striking distance. So chance for the Dogs to kick their second. And the umpire stops right on 50. Will Lewis, the last player added to the Western Bulldogs list after the retirement of James Harms.
Seemed confident. I really thought he'd have this in him.
Yeah, strange one.
Norton's on the lead. He's going to have to thread the needle. It clears he and Curtin, and in the end, Peatling gathers. The Thilthorpe is in the back pocket. Hand pass away to Laird. Nick Murray just bangs it out towards half forward. Fogarty in front, can't take the mark against Caulfield. At ground level, Matt Kennedy soccers it out, but just to Thilthorpe. Tackled and gets a hand pass boundary side. Got it to Peatling, kicks up the wing. Neil Bullen trying to work Bramble underneath it. Bramble kept his footing, trying to run the boundary line, and eventually stepped across. Adelaide by 47 points, 9-2-56 to the Doggies, 1-3-9. 33 minutes gone in what's been a 10-goal opening quarter.
Is there a long end and a short end here, Lids, like there is at the G?
No,
same ends. Boundary throwing. English palms it down. Thilthorpe knocks it further afield. Bramble intercepts. Thought about kicking it, decides to tuck it under his arm, make some more metres. Now the long kick inside 50. Oh, the pack collapses. Ball slides out the back. West is on. Collects. Under pressure, though. Hand pass and turnover. Laird got it for the Crows to Worrell. Handball away to Cook, trying to clear off the last line. Dangerous. Sanders in a scrap with Nankervis. Sanders wins it for the Dogs. Gives it to Norton. Handball comes back to Fraser. Fraser goals.
Ball untouched.
And the journey of 1,000 miles, Stu, begins with a single step. And the Dogs have got the first one of those back. As cries have touched on the way through. It's a goal for now. The Bulldogs 2-3-15. Adelaide 9-2-56. 34 minutes in. Adelaide by 41, even if the goal counts. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, right on the buzz. That'll disappoint Matty Nix. I reckon they had 3 or 4 opportunities just to knock that through, Murph. It's funny that what is there? Everyone on the goal line, they forget the rules.
They get nervous, don't they?
They get nervous because it's like, well, sometimes it comes down to the feel of the game from the umpire versus actually what knowing the rules is. It's like when you're under pressure, turn around and put it through.
They probably had 2 opportunities there to literally grab the ball and just turn back towards goal, and have been straight over the line then the Adelaide Crows. So we're just looking back now at the replay.
What do you reckon?
Nothing definitive.
No, it's been balled up. That's it.
So the goal will stand. English in the centre square, wins down the tap, and that'll do us. What an emphatic opening quarter it was from the Adelaide Crows. Their 4th best in AFL history. 9-2-56 to the Western Bulldogs, 2-3-15. If you're across the border, you'll love the highlights of that opening quarter. After the opening goal was denied for Cody Waitman, the Crows banged on 4 in the first 15 minutes. Hardy Jones answered, and then Adelaide booted on another 5 to get out by 47 points before Joel Fraser finished with the last goal of the quarter. So for the Crows, 3 to Thilthorpe, 3 to Jordan Dawson, 2 to Rochelle and 1 to Pedler. While for the Western Bulldogs, 1 to Jones and 1 to Fraser.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just 4 goal kickers for Adelaide and yet 9 in the term for the Adelaide Crows. Their best opening quarter since their grand final run in 2017. Adelaide by 41 points. The thoughts of Murph and Leeds coming up next. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
In the days of the British Empire, things were taken.
So let's go find them.
If you could dig it up, you could take it home. Join me, Marc, on a brand new global hunt.
Stuff the British stole. Streaming now on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Barry veers out to the left, tries to draw an opponent, gets the half pass away to Worrell, who sends Adelaide inside 50 once more. Here he is, John Dawson, doing his best Isaac Heaney impersonations as he rises and marks in the left forward pocket. He was there in the centre square and then he was in the forward 50. A career high 3 goals against Geelong last week. This is for 2 in the opening quarter and back-to-back goals for awesome Dawson.
Hand pass back to Jones outside of the right boot. Tight angle, not for him. He curls it through from the pocket. And Artie Jones with a bit of artistry. And the Dogs with their first of the night.
Crop dropped the mark, still a chance. Keys gets a half pass away to Rochelle. Cuts back on his right, goes for goal. And 2 quick goals for Josh Rochelle. This is getting out of control for the Bulldogs. Adelaide are slamming them through from every which direction. That's a risky kick. Had to get over Berry's fingertips. Matt Kenny couldn't take it. Here's Dawson once more from the edge of the centre square. Oh, stop it! He puts through his third. Jordan Dawson put it 3 last week against the Cats. He has 3 in the opening quarter. That's your skipper leading from the front. And Adelaide can't be stopped at the moment.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The Crows' best opening quarter since their grand final run in 2017. They lead by 41 points over the Western Bulldogs. Thursday night footy here at Docklands on ABC Sport. Adelaide 9-2-56, the Western Bulldogs 2-3-15. There were no late changes coming in. And when the game started, it's been Dawson with 3, Thilthorpe with 3, and the Crows have run a muck. Brett Deledio, Mark Murphy to quarter time, Adelaide by 41.
Run a muck is right, Corb. Their ability to, win the footy in the contest, but out pressure, out hunt the Dogs as well. And everything they've touched has just turned to goal. They've gone forward, what is it now, 17 times inside 50 for 9 goals too. And everything has just been, and Marc's inside 50, the set shot kicking has been elite. Jordan Dawson he's just standing up on a pedestal at the moment in terms of 8 disposals and 3 goals already.
Jurgen heard us promoting the game as Bontempelli versus Dawson. It felt like a lot of the outlets went with that tonight, and if you felt like they were in different categories and perhaps Dawson was half a rung down than the Bont, holy smokes, what a quarter.
Bont's, he's had the 6 disposals so far in the game, but he's only had the 76 metres game, whereas you look at Jordan Dawson, he's had 8, but kicked 3 and had 241 metres gained. It's, in terms of those 2 players, we know Matt Kennedy's been trying to get to Jordan Dawson to zero avail at this point in time. I don't know who the Dogs have got who could actually clamp if it come down to it and you say, righto, mate, we just really need you to...
What about Skipper?
Well, he's the only one probably because of his size, but it's like, well, then do you really want to take that away from Marcus Bontempelli? I don't know. And if I was Jordan Dawson and if I've got Bont, I'm just like, right, mate, come down the square, let's go. We're just going to sit down here and we'll... good luck being a defender.
They've tried to tag him so far. It hasn't worked. So do you just go back to your system and go, right, we're just going to play our way here, cover our 4 points and get to work? Just somehow...
They're not covering the 4 points. That's the problem.
Well, is a factor that Matty Kennedy's trying to tag him around stoppages, sort of pulling them apart a little bit. So
yeah,
that's the other thing that would be going through the heads. Like, well, he's kicked 3. We've tagged him. It hasn't worked. So do we go back to our system and just back that in?
It feels like if you let Dawson do this, you're going to lose anyway. So you may as well, if it's Bont, it has to be Bont.
Yeah,
it's an amazing scoreline, an amazing quarter of footy from a guy that's putting together an all-Australian type season again in Jordan Dawson. 8 and 3, so 8 disposals, 3 goals, 5 scoring involvements, 240+ metres gained.
Their other 3 issues are in their defence. In Buku, Karmas on Fogarty, O'Donnell on Thilthorpe, and Selwood on Rochelle. All those 3 boys have had a great start to the game so far, and if you're going to try and nullify that Crows forward line, they just need more pressure from the midfield. And unfortunately, it's been walked out of there, and they're getting open entry 1v0, which makes it incredibly hard to defend.
So how would you spin those magnets? Lob to Thilthorpe?
I think so. I think he's the only one with the size. He has gone down there now, which is great.
Yep.
O'Donnell on Fogarty.
It has to be. And then you allow Buku to maybe play off, Rochelle or someone else, or a Neil Bullen to try and intercept and help cut out. But really, I'm going to my midfield and I'm saying, boys, do your job, get the ball going into the front half.
He's seen it well, Lid. So, yeah, O'Donnell to Fogarty, which you just mentioned as well, Murph, and now Buku has got the smaller role, so he's going to play as the bigger guy on Rochelle.
Yeah.
A lob back
it makes sense. It makes sense. Lob being back there.
If it comes in the way it was coming in that first quarter, then there's still no chance. So
you could have Stephen Silvani, Glenn Jakovic, and Matty Scarlett down there. Wouldn't matter.
What a quarter of footy. Adelaide, their highest scoring opening quarter since their grand final run in 2017. 9-2-56. They lead the Bulldogs 2-3-15. The margin is almost 7 goals. And we're only at the start of the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. McAndrew leaps high for the Crows. Wins the hit out, but straight to Matt Kennedy. Tumbles a kick forward for the Dogs. Runs past Will Lewis, his intended target. Slips through towards Ball Ace. Hand pass on to Michael Annie. Handball goes back to Ball Ace off the back flank. Kicks down the wing for Adelaide. Running start for Taylor. It's a free kick for a high tackle in all of that. It's English who gives it away. Dragged over the shoulder of McAndrew. Handball to Dawson. Possession number 9. His first real blemish of the evening, turns it over, and Lobb takes the intercept mark.
Looks to chip a kick over the top to Tim English, who hugs it to his chest. Hand pass to Taylor, had to get around McAndrew, gives it back to English. Across half back, comes in the middle of the ground with a kick for Bramble. So Dogs trying to get some speed on the game. Hand pass to Patrick, who swings the kick out towards Buku Karmas. He takes the mark in front of Rochelle. With those change of matchups, Karmas looks out wide towards the leader, Fraser. He marks it left half forward. 60 out, veers out to the right, gains every millimetre, kicks to the lead of Norton, who drops the mark. He let out, had front position, couldn't take the mark. Hand pass comes out to Berry. It was a throw. Saligo trying to get the hand pass away, has been pinged for a throw, and it will be a free kick going the way of Artie Jones.
Oh, Aaron Norton to be spewing on that one. That was the best look he's had today. I mean, the kick was a little bit high, maybe, if we're being super critical, but you'd expect him to clunk those more often than not, wouldn't you?
Should be clunking every one of them. Yes. Yeah, that was a great kick, and just Saligo was just too lazy almost. He just had too much time.
Yeah.
So, Artie Jones, good work staying involved and gets rewarded.
Kick the Bulldogs opening goal, looking to try and put through a second here. Slightly left of centre. He comes in and nails it for 35 metres out. The Bulldogs start the long climb back with the opening goal of the second quarter. It comes 2 minutes in. Adelaide 9-2-56. So the Bulldogs 3-3-21. Artie Jones up to 11 goals of the season, a career best for him after 5 goals last season. Western Australian out of contract at season's end, but finally getting a bit of a run with his body. Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio with you on ABC Sport.
Well, he's been their one shining light tonight. Artie Jones kicked a really clever goal in that first quarter from Adam Rapanaska's pocket, where you hardly ever see a goal kick from there, Corbin. And then just as small forwards, you've just got to make the most of your opportunities and just staying involved in the play, getting a good tackle, and then finishing off. So important start there by the Bulldogs in this second term.
He's been good all year, hasn't he, when he's been out there, Artie Jones?
McAndrew wins the hit out on the way down. Dawson grabs it, trying to hold out Richards. Got boot to ball, but it just trickles away. Underneath Bontempelli, almost sat on it. Picked up by Waitman coming in off the wing, and he's tackled, taken to ground by Dawson. So 35 points Adelaide's lead. 3 minutes into this second term. An explosive start, Adelaide, with 9 goals in the opening term. Bont got a kick away, smothered by Laird. Hand pass coughed up. Bont gets a second look at it. Kicks inside 50. Offhand spills to Norton. Half forward for the Dogs. Handball away to Will Lewis. Kicks the belly of the ball and puts it out of bounds on the full. So no score. James Sicily's running mate from last week, Will Lewis. No change to that deficit for the Dogs, down by 35. 3.5 minutes gone second term.
Miller across the defensive goal face to Nick Murray, who sends it up to Nankervis. He takes the mark in front of Waitman at left half back. Adelaide by 35 points. Around the boundary line for Neil Bullen, the premiership team, and chips it up towards Bond. Good Taylor, I should say. Good pick up. Well, they try to get it back to Nankervis, missed the target, and Neil Bullen is tackled over the boundary line by Waitman. So throwing in front of the 2 benches. Adelaide leading by 35 points. English up against McAndrew in the ruck. Umpire spins the ball back into play. McAndrew works his way to the front. English nullifies him, spills down the way of Berry, hand pass away to Saligo, arches the back, trying to get away from Matt Kennedy, ball spills clear, not penalised on the ball, and Dawson takes 2 bounces, runs to left half forward, chips it up to Taylor, he marks it left half forward, he's got Fogarty on his own in the pocket, and he gets it to him. He's hemmed in about 5 metres in from the boundary, deep in the left forward pocket.
Yeah, Bulldogs fans not happy, and fair enough too, just the way that played out. Saligo's handball, so it somehow went backwards from where he was trying to handball the ball. So that tells you that the ball's just been dropped.
Yes.
So got away with one there, the Crows, but then again, Dawson getting involved on that play, and yeah, that's a terrible decision.
Completely missed the footy.
Darcy Fogarty deep in the left forward pocket, tries to open up the angle. It's not a bad effort. Oh, I think he's got it. Finger in the air, celebrating. Goal umpire stood right over the left goalpost just to make sure it was the right side, and then the all clear was given. So just a third disposal for Darcy Fogarty in the match, but he does have a goal. Adelaide back out by 41 points, a goal apiece in this second quarter. Adelaide 10-2-62 to the Western Bulldogs 3-3-21. They're still seeing them pretty well at the moment, the Crows.
Yeah, I think the silence probably should have told us the story there, Murph, given it's down towards the Dogs' end, but yeah, it feels like he's had more of an influence than just the 3 disposals, Darcy Fogarty. I suppose they've all come from nearly contested marks. He found himself on Buku there, and Buku got caught in between. He sort of went to no man's land in the middle of the ground when Fogarty just went out to the pocket. It's just an easy kick for Zach Taylor over the man on the mark into the...
Yeah, just completely lost him. He sort of zoned off, didn't he?
Yeah, weird.
Back in the middle, hurried kick forward here from the Dogs, picked up by Jones. In fact, he left it behind, overran it, picked up by Michael Annie. Crows back the other way, handball to Nankervis, handball to Dawson, the give and go with Berry. Back to Dawson, sweeps a Polyfarmer hand pass out in front of Taylor, trying to pick it up right on the 50, does so as he goes to ground. Handball to Pete Lean, hand pass goes back to Berry, high bomb into the pocket. They come from all directions. Hands on it from Toby Murray, but he lets that slip off his hands and over the boundary line, a throw in forward pocket for Adelaide. Crows by 41, half a dozen minutes into this second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Thrown back into play. McAndrew tries to flick it onto the back. Caulfield was held by Neil Bullen, and the umpire spotted that. The Bulldogs will get a free kick, much to their Bronx cheers in the right back pocket, and Nick Caulfield will take it. Goes short to Bontempelli. Still inside the defensive 50, looks to swing out towards the left half back. That's a nicely weighted kick. Out to O'Donnell, who's able to keep running and try and bang it as long and high as he can. Waitman slipped over, Miller makes the spoil. Here's Luke Kennedy on debut, tries to get a hand pass forward. Dawson racing back for the Crows. Tackle was in possession of it. Umpire says play on. Eventually it emerges through West. Hand pass over the head of Fraser. Links the hand pass to Hines. At 50, he has a shot at goal. It's a good effort, and he steers it through. The rising star nominee from last week, Cooper Hine, able to try and get the Bulldogs going. And they have 2 goals of the opening 3 in this second quarter. The margin back to 35 points. Adelaide 10-2-62 to the Bulldogs 4-3-27. The head of lids and Mark Murphy, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, snuck on off the bench there, Cooper Hines. So that was why he was in so much space. Just snuck on, ran from the wing up to half forward and found himself in plenty of space.
It was a nice finish, wasn't it? Just off the one step out there. It does help when you just come onto the ground and no one's picked you up. But it's a switch of play from Marcus Bontempelli from the middle of the ground to open that game up. Good pressure in and around to not allow that easy exit. And Cooper Hines has found himself in the right place at the right time. Joel Fraser's starting to get a bit busy too.
Back in the middle of the ground, Ruck Shearer down, paddled out by Ed Richards, hurried kick forward, turnover. And Miller takes the intercept mark at centre-half back. This is where the Crows have been so damaging so far tonight. Well, that's a hurried handball to Hawker Hahn. His hand pass out wide, picked off. Dogs go racing away with it. Hand pass from Fraser, finds Richards. Richards backs in his pace. Red goes faster and puts it through on the run. The Dogs with back-to-back goals. And they've now kicked 3 of the first 4 to start the second. And the comeback is in the works. The Dogs 5-3-33, Adelaide 10-2-62, 9 minutes gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Almost flirting with it there, Adelaide. It was the Miller handball, and then I think it was at Fraser on the outer side who read that play, and just good pressure from the Bulldogs. They sniffed it, didn't they? They understood that Adelaide didn't want to just bomb it long. They were going to try and use the runners, and rather than just sit off, they were more proactive, and they've been more proactive in this second term, just in the way in which they're just trying to defend the ball. So a lot of sitting off in that first quarter, and now they're starting to get more proactive on the defensive end and getting opportunities offensively.
Nice finish at speed.
Couple of good goals for the Dogs. Back in the middle of the ground. English wins down the tap and then has to lay the tackle on McAndrew. It's locked in the outer of the centre circles. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Thrown off once more. McAndrew wins down the tap. Richards with a hold. Free kick going the way of the Adelaide Crows, and Berry will take it.
A lot of free kicks out of the middle.
Yeah. Sam Berry was impressive with his clearance work in the opening quarter. Kicks up towards Toby Murray, flying the back. Dawson, the goal assist to Pedler into the open goal and slams through. Another one for the Adelaide Crows. Luke Pedler with his second. And Adelaide answer immediately back after 2 consecutive goals for the Bulldogs. Margin back to 35 points. 11-2-68 to the Bulldogs. 5-3-33. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio with you on ABC Sport.
Well, I just pumped up their defensive pressure around the ball, but that effort there from their 3 key backs in Lobb and Combs and O'Donnell, that was just 3 blokes looking to impact and all did nothing. So they let the ball go straight over the back where all 3 of them have just sat underneath it. That's as bad a defensive effort as you'll see.
That's horrid, isn't it?
Yeah, all 3 of them all together holding hands.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Anyway, I wonder why they get easy goals against.
And Adelaide have kicked 11 goals, essentially through 5 different players. Amazing return so far. Sanders' first disposal at the restart. Missed Bontempelli. He goes back, collects. Handball to Dale. Handball laterally away towards Caulfield, but put him under a fair bit of pressure. Handball down the wing to Fraser. He coughs it up. Zach Taylor intercepts. Kicks out to half-forward turnover. And Caulfield wins it back. 11 minutes gone in the second term. Oh, short kick from Caulfield. O'Donnell waited for it. Intercepted by Cook. And he does just that. Drives it into the pocket for Toby Murray. And Adelaide just preying on the turnover as they have done all night.
Yeah, read that one like a book, didn't he, Braden Cook? That was...
There's just no awareness from O'Donnell, was there? He sort of kept on just moving back rather than just coming back at the football. So Caulfield gave him a good spray and probably had every right to.
Toby Murray hooks it across the body, misses near side or behind. It's a 6-goal lead for Adelaide, 11-3 to 5-3. So 36 points the margin, a dozen minutes gone in the second term.
That's a dart.
It certainly is, as the Bulldogs look to quickly transition. Fraser dropped the mark, though. Had enough time to regather from the Bailey-Dale kick, and to Bontempelli across up back. It's normally a good option. Kicks up towards Sanders. He marks centre wing and waits for players to try and run into some space. Not a lot of movement, it must be said, for the Dogs, so he has to retreat back and kicks to Rory Lobb. He now has the job on Riley Thilthorpe after his 3 goals in the opening quarter. Jordan Dawson with 3 goals as well. Kick into the middle of the ground, courageous at miss. Selwood, though, opens the door for Peatling. Luke Kennedy lays the tackle. Selwood as well, spills out Saligo's way. Hand pass over his head for the Crows. Cooper Hines tries to break away. Hand pass away to Luke Kennedy, and now links up with Caulfield. Feeds the hand pass back to Piku Kamas. Back edge of the centre square, kicks out for Bailey Dale.
Dale goes short, wanted Selwood, missed him, slides through to Hines. Dogs keep it, but now under pressure. Hot handball to Buku, gives it out wide to Dale. Dale with the 1-2 with O'Donnell, back to Dale, sells a dummy. Handball puts Hines under pressure. Dawson says, come here, and tackles him out of play. And the young man's got Dawson to deal with as he stands over him. And we'll have a ball up right in front of the interchange, boundary throwing in front of the interchange gates. At 13 minutes into the second term, Adelaide by 36. Now man Ian Burrows spins it back into play, the boundary umpire. Through the legs of Berry. Ball in dispute on the wing. Hines collects it. Now it's Hall Kahan who takes him to ground.
What are the tackles there? Leeds, I can't see from here.
This quarter, 5 each.
That's nothing too definitive, is it?
No.
24-18 across the game. So it's Adelaide plus 6, despite the fact they've had over 40 more disposals.
McAndrew down to Berry, back to McAndrew, tries to kick up towards half forward. O'Donnell gets a hand pass out for the Dogs. Matt Kennedy creative, kicks up towards Treloar. He and Rory Laird tangle. Treloar kept it alive, hand pass to Luke Kennedy. The debutant links up with Sanders. No options at half forward, his kick is chopped off. And Rory Laird takes it across half back for the Crows.
It's probably more just the pressure, isn't it? They're hunting in numbers, the Crows, and just forcing the Bulldogs into errors.
I'd love to know what the pressure number was for Adelaide in that first quarter. That's normally a good indication. Peetling up towards half forward. Surely Pedler gave away the free kick. A big shove in the middle of the back of O'Donnell.
Can't do that.
Off the first umpire saw it, but certainly they got there in the end with a free kick for the Dogs across half back. James O'Donnell, the third-generation Bulldog, kicks up towards half forward. Lewis caught behind. Nick Murray gets a hand to it. Bontempelli runs after it. Tries to tap it along the boundary line. It goes out of play. And a throw in between wing and half forward for the Dogs. Adelaide leading by 36 points as the Bulldogs look to try and make inroads after Adelaide kicked 9 goals to 2 in the opening quarter. The Dogs lead 3 goals to 2 so far in this second.
Toby Murray and Croft. Croft did well, edged him underneath the footy, grabs it out of the ruck, hurried kick forward. Lewis had a hand on it, no marks, bills to Laird of the Crows. Hand pass to Nankervis, last line of defence, handball back to Nick Murray. Short kick laterally to Curtin. She works hard, big 6-foot-plus wingman who runs goal point post to point post and up and down the ground, and there he is to give him an outlet option in the back pocket. Short to Worrell. Near All-Australian season last year for Josh Worrell. Kicks down the wing. Fogarty punches it away, but straight to Buku Kamas. Handball to Butterick. Fumbles. Spills to Fogarty of the Crows. Hand pass to Saligo. Pokes the kick out in front of Rochelle. Rochelle just whacks it off the deck. Makes another 50 metres as it rolls out of bounds in the forward pocket. And the umpire says, boundary throw in. Forward pocket for the Crows. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Max Michaelani just had his left ankle strapped. Got it caught under Will Lewis while tackling him. Fine to continue.
Do you reckon Cody Waitman's okay, Ben?
Yeah, I think he's definitely a little bit bothered, but he seems okay at the moment.
In his return last week, he played the 60-odd minutes of footy. Thilthorpe tried to take it to the ruck. A free kick for a push. Go the way of the Western Bulldogs and be taken by Croft in the back pocket. Jordan Croft, the 21-year-old, eyes darting to try and find an avenue out of defence. Kicks up towards Bramble, had to wait for it a little while. Trying to spoil it away, Curtin, but Bramble does gather. Sends it up towards the wing. Artie Jones in from the side, juggles the mark. That was impressive from the small forward. He has 2 goals. As he turns, it comes inboard to Butterick. Centre wing on the outer side. Adelaide leading by 36 points. Switches all the way across half back where Roy Lobb takes the mark with that peroxide of blonde hair. Chips out to Bailey Dale. He has it at right half back, position number 7 in this second quarter coming up.
Oh, Dale bullet kick to Caulfield. He fumbles under the pressure from Pedler. Ripped into the ground and a ball up on the wing.
It's just not their night at the moment, is it? They're making a lot of uncharacteristic, unforced errors.
Pressure from the Crows just overwhelming as it has been throughout this first half. Thilthorpe knocks it down. Saligo, hurried kick forward, sprawling effort. Butterick did well. Got it out to Caulfield. Handball to Sanders. Dogs now with it. Kicks to a one-on-one on the wing. Laird and the youngest man on the ground in Luke Kennedy. Ball spills out Berry's way. Hurried kick forward for the Crows. Saligo overruns it. Loose footy scooped up by Croft. Handball to Caulfield. Dogs back with it. Handball to Butterick. Handball away towards O'Donnell, who kicks hurriedly down to a one-on-one. Borlase forced to break it up. Spills underneath a pack of bodies, and Laird taken to ground by Fraser, and we'll have a ball up between wing and half forward for the Bulldogs. It is 36 points Adelaide's lead, 17 minutes gone in this second term.
And the throw-in, Croft knocks it boundary side. Peetling takes it across, leading possession on the ground with 16. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, just on Cody Waitman, so those elbow issues he's had, a dislocation in 2022, then again in 2024, which led to surgery. That was his left elbow. This is his right elbow that he's injured earlier. Clinchy, just following on from your question earlier, but he seems okay. He's back out there now.
Thanks for your work, Benny. Richards kicks the Bulldogs up towards half forward. No mark taken. Berry back through traffic. Brought down by West. Play on the call. Trelaw gathers. Arcs out to the left. Kicks looking for Artie Jones. Curtin makes the spoil. It pinballs around. Worrell can't gather it cleanly. Now he's over the foot. He has to try and knock it out. Desperation for the Dogs. Luke Kennedy gets in there. The debutant fires a hand pass out to Sanders, top of the 50. His hand pass chopped off. Saligo knocks it on to Berry. To Rochelle. Beautiful hand pass to Neil Bullen. To Cook through traffic. Pedler with a little fumble. Has enough time to regather. Hand pass away to Curtin. Not a lot of options. Side steps away. Selwood drives a kick long towards Keys and Caulfield. Keys going back. Can't complete the mark. He dives on the footy. Caulfield dives on top of him. He's going to be penalised now. intent to try and make the footy, but when you do that, you've got to knock it out. And Ben Keys looks at the umpire acquisitively, but there's not too much doubt there.
No, he's a trier, isn't he, Ben Keys? He worked that hard to try and be an option and put down the mark and then just jumped on it. He was exhausted.
Caulfield kicks out towards half-back. Thilthorpe competes in the air, spills to Hall Kahan, who kicks into the forward pocket, punched away by Toby Murray. Keys keeps it alive, tight angle, hooks it back to the goal square, and Matt Kennedy's there to intercept. The last line of defence, handball away to Bramble. Back flank, he's got Treloar back on the inside. Haven't called his name a heap. Didn't quite get it to him. Ball slips out Adelaide's way under pressure. Hand pass from Worrell. Back into dispute. Picked up by a Western Bulldogs player in all of that, which was O'Donnell, and he's tackled. We'll have a ball up centre half forward for the Crows.
Just 3 disposals for Adam Treloar, playing across half forward. English knocks it away clear, but Berry's first onto it. Hand pass away to Taylor, draws an opponent. Hand pass to Hall Kahan, needs to get a hand pass back. Heatling's just racking them up tonight, short to Murray.
Pushing the back.
It's a late push, and it is going to come back, and Hall Kahan will take it.
You get 2 possessions for that?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Check the champion data. The mid-season pickup for the Adelaide Crows, who hasn't missed a beat so far. He drives them along inside 50. Fogarty got up. Toby Murray's in the pack as well. Through traffic. Neil Bullen's kick was smothered. And Richards has it, but he's tackled by Keys. And also Neil Bullen, and the umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket.
He lost the handball lid, so just the kick after all that. Champion data stripped him of it. Thilthorpe grabs it out of the ruck, tackled, dispossessed, clearing kick from the Dogs and O'Donnell, intercepted by Hall Kahan. He's tackled, lost it. Treloar scoops it out to Luke Kennedy on debut, got boot to ball, just runs it away a few metres. In the end, a hand pass from Bramble close to the boundary line, and eventually it's out. Selwood sees it over. Brett Deledio, of course, if you like his analysis, and plenty of people do, ABC AFL Daily. You can find him tomorrow morning when you get up on your way to work or school or whatever you got on. Perhaps you're just cruising around. Got a full preview of the weekend of footy. ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcast. Brett Deledio, the full preview of the round ahead. From the boundary throw-in, the Dogs at half-back. G. Butterick a little fumbly. Eventually gathers. The walls close in. He's caught in a 3-man tackle. Umpire forgiving, and a ball up centre half forward for the Crows.
Thrown up, Thilthorpe tries to fend away. English, jetted, tap down. Matt Kennedy working back to Selwood. Under pressure, tackle brought down. Umpire wave play on. It came out in the tackle in his eyes. Karmas can't knock it clear. Rochelle had it for half a moment, and then in the end, Caulfield sees it out of play.
He got a kick, Clinchy, just
got a kick, did he?
Yeah. Towards the boundary, but it just dropped onto his foot.
Just an indication of their pressure tonight. So 9 450 tackles, the Crows, compared to 2 from the Bulldogs.
Heatling thought he was unlucky there. Thilthorpe slaps it towards the goal mouth. Caulfield gets back. Still a chance. Matt Kennedy with a toe poke. Free kick for a hole. The Bulldogs will get a free kick. Coming back to Nick Caulfield in the back pocket. Trying to take the advantage. Corbin Middlemas. It's going to have to come all the way back to the defensive goal line. So gives Adelaide a chance to set up their defence as Caulfield thought about going short to English. Oh, now in 2 minds. Short to Matt Kennedy. Just marks in space. In front of Saligo in the right back pocket for the Dogs. Adelaide by 36 points. Now works it to English. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Luke Pedlar's got a hamstring injury down here, so he doesn't look overly happy. He's sitting on the bench, went down to the rooms. I fear he might be done for the night.
Yeah, I don't think it's his first of the year either, Ben. Appreciate that as long kick down the wing, comes down to Hines, hand pass away to Richards, kicks to half forward. Riley West went with an unrealistic climb and gives away the free kick.
Unrealistic, it was a week early.
And Worrell takes the free. Pedlar, of course, a first-round draft pick all those years ago. Trying to bed down a place in the forward half for this Adelaide team as he goes back to Cook, and Cook goes out wide to half-back.
Ice on that hammy, Corb.
Yeah, it's no good at all. Back to Keys, to Laird, and short kicking game to Ball Ace. So 6-goal lead, Adelaide on top on the back of their devastating opening quarter, their highest scoring first term since their grand final run in 2017. They kicked 9 goals. Dawson and Thilthorpe kicked 3 each. And really from that point on, they held the Dogs at bay. The Dogs made a mini run to get within 5 goals, and Adelaide answered with the last of the game, actually, to Pedlar, who's now out with that hammy, as Ben told us. Short to Laird, short to Dawson, short kick up to halfway, and now Cook's got it, city wing. Adelaide by 6 goals.
Adelaide happy to play a kick mark game for a little while as he sends it long inside 50. Toby Murray the target, can't take the mark. Front and centre, Keys creative. Little toe poke into the pocket. Over the top, O'Donnell hasn't dealt with it yet. Little toe poke from Fogarty. Got it away to Taylor. Hand pass chopped off by Matt Kennedy. Knocks it out side the defensive 50. Luke Kennedy got down low. No free kick as he was tackled. Saligo tries to get a hand pass out to Cook, who tries to fend off the tackler Butterick. Hand pass away to Max Michaelani, and now to Neil Bullen, dodging and weaving, got away from Bramble. Quick 1-2 with McAndrew. No, he got over the boundary line in the end, and boundary umpire was his hand up in the air, but no one heard the whistle, so eventually the ball will come back. Adelaide by 36 points, a throw in just outside the 50 for the Crows.
Jumpers are loosely based on that 1935 edition that went to the dry cleaners and never came back, that they never wore then. The Western Bulldogs vertical stripes tonight, but they did wear it in Heritage Round back in 2003 as Dawson scoops it up. Handball in the middle of the ground. Michael Annie drilled in the tackle. Luke Kennedy on debut holds him up. So a ball up.
Dare say they should take him back there, Corbin, and leave him there.
Put him in the dryers again. On repeat from the stop. Each of the Dogs come away with it. Matt Kennedy sends it down to half forward. Here's Waitman, who gets up, takes the mark, rolls immediately, 70 metres out, kicks it deep to a pair of one-on-ones. Croft competes in the air, ball hits the deck. A tunnel ball through the legs of Norton and Nick Murray. Gee, it's all coming up Adelaide tonight. Long kick out to the wing for the Crows. Toby Murray has it burst through his hands. Caulfield intercepts, gives it to Buku.
Great one-on-one he won, and then Karma sends it inside 50. Norton wrestling with Paul Lace. Thought he was taken high. West hand pass to Waitman off balance. It may still work. Charging in Bramble, knocks it away from Cook. Luke Kennedy tries to get a hand pass away. Bramble in the left forward pocket, curls an angle and misses. Cutting to his right. There's the big Queen Mary hook turn, and in the end missed to the left-hand side. Adelaide by 35 points.
Big Toby Murray to take the symbols off his hands, I think.
Here he is here. Clang as it spills through towards Caulfield. Can't mark again. Handball away to Dale. That's a dart down to half forward for West. How about his move moments ago? Just wraps it around the back. Give a handball away. That's superb delivery to Norton in the pocket, who hits up and marks against the fence, right forward pocket, right in front of Adelaide's race.
There was a handy little handball over the top of his head before Rolly West, and that one was a beautiful kick. Just put it out in space of Aaron Norton and let him run onto it. Going to go with a big snap around the corner here. Perfect angle and side for a left footer.
10 in the game, 5 for each team tonight. The lefties. It's a pretty star-studded cast. He's got a lot to live up to. He hooks it too much. Of course, both the Bont and Dawson, both two of the lefties out there, and Aaron Norton are behind on this occasion. They do have the 2003 throwback scoreboard, which I quite like too, the old Windows sort of 98 setup. 11-3-69 Adelaide, the Dogs 5-5-35. They won't like what's written on there. It's Adelaide by 34.
Felt like that froze at stages in the opening quarter as Adelaide took control. The Crows just happy to chip it around inside the defensive half, and Roy Laird takes it from Nick Murray. Decides to go back inside to the back pocket, Jordan Dawson, and now to Wayne Millerer. So 27 minutes gone in the second quarter. Adelaide leading by 34 points. Trying to take some time out of the game as they kick out wide. It'll be on the bounce for Nick Murray. He gathers, corralled by Bramble.
Oh, no.
Oh, tried a little shin kick into Paul Kahan. They made a meal of this. Luke Kennedy's hand pass to the back of Riley West. It was a throw, and Adelaide will get out of jail here. A free kick in the back pocket, and Nick Murray's going to take it. Trying to flick it back, Bramble through his legs. That was pretty obvious in the end, that throw.
Top of centre, trying to snap it to the quarterback. Scooped it up. So Nick Murray gets out of dodge there. Kicks to a contest up on the wing. Hands on it in the marking contest from McAndrew. Spills through to Fogarty. Quick hands to Keys and then to Berry. Berry high up and under down the wing. Bounces off the chest of Selwood. Spills the mark. Caulfield also hits the deck. Thilthorpe sockers it forward. Crows on the 50. Saligo toe pokes it inside the attacking 50. Keys collects. Hand pass in behind Rochelle. Dogs should win it back. Bontempelli last line tackled by Curtin. Ball comes out. Keys grabs it. Keys goals. Advantage applied. And Adelaide are back out beyond 40 points. For all the Dogs' work in that second term, the Crows have kept them at bay. 28 gone, Q2. It's Adelaide 12-3-75. The Western Bulldogs 5-5-35. Ben Keys joins in the party. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, ticking towards half-time. Adelaide by 40 points.
Well done, Dan Curtin there. He was the one who put the tackle on Marcus Bontempelli and didn't allow him to get that ball out. It bobbles around. Ben Keys, you have to admire him, don't you? That's the way he continues to work up and down. He grinds hard for just about every touch.
Just digs in, doesn't he?
Digs in. Like your best teammate every year.
You'd feel that players would love playing with him, wouldn't you? Because you just know he's going to do all the really hard stuff for you and the hard work. And we talked before about the tackles inside 50. So, again, a goal off a tackle laid. So 13 inside 50 tackles for Adelaide, 2 to the Bulldogs.
Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Becomes the 6th individual goal kicker for the Crows. Jordan Dawson gets the clearance, curls it around his body out to the far wing. Fogarty will get their second. Bramble gathers. Fogarty puts the pressure on. Quick 1-2 with Karmas. Turns and chips it inboard to Ed Richards. He wants to switch it across half back to Caulfield, who's in space, and that's where the siren sounds for what has been a dominant opening half for the Adelaide Crows. 9 goals to 2 in the first quarter, 3 goals apiece in the second. And it's Adelaide who lead by 40 points at the main break. 12-3-75. The Western Bulldogs 5-5-35. The Dogs kicked 3 of the first 4 goals of the match, of the second quarter, got it under 5 goals to 29 points, but Adelaide finished with the next 2 goals of the half. For the Adelaide Crows, 3 goals to Jordan Dawson, 3 goals to Riley Thilthorpe. Both of them kicked their goals in the opening quarter. 2 goals to Josh Rochelli and to Luke Pedler, individuals to Keys and to Fogarty. While for the Western Bulldogs, 2 goals to Artie Jones, individuals to Fraser, Richards and Hines. After Adelaide led by 41 points at quarter time, it's the Crows by 40 at the main break.
It was a pretty easy sell coming in. Dawson and Bontempelli going head-to-head, the 2 captains, the 2-star left-footed midfielders for their respective teams. Well, at half-time, it's Jordan Dawson's team who's well out in front. As Clinch said, he's had 19 Dawson for the game. 8 of his touches have led to scores. He's kicked 3 goals already himself. And the Crows on the back of their highest scoring opening term since their grand final run in 2017. They kicked 9 goals to 2 in the opening term. They lead by near enough the same margin, 40 points at the half. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Corbin Middlemas and Matt Clinch calling the action. And here are the thoughts of our experts, the Richmond champion, Brett Deledio, and the Coaches Award winner from 2011, Marc Murphy.
They were better that quarter, the Dogs. They got their hands on it a little bit more than the Crows by 4 touches, but their effort was better. But unfortunately, they still couldn't stop Adelaide being able to score. And because of the dominance of that Adelaide first quarter, they're still added a pretty hefty margin at this point in time of the game. But I sit back and I just marvel at Jordan Dawson, his ability to continue after having a really good first quarter. Sometimes you see players go back into their shell a little bit and like, oh, that was pretty good. 3 goals and 8 touches. I'm pretty comfortable with that. Another 11 and 3 score involvements, another 150-odd metres gained.
We're seeing a bloke right at the prime of his career, aren't we? Just the way in which he's getting the football and looking around and just having space and then just running away from players. It's been pretty special to watch tonight, just to see a pure footballer right at the top of his game. And geez, his teammates have looked to him, and I think they saw a marvel off him too, don't they? And they've lifted their game around him. But as you did say then, the pressure from the Bulldogs did lift, but every time they still get the ball in hands, the Adelaide pressure is significant tonight.
19 tackles to 16 in favour of the Crows. And you read out, what was that stat in the forward 50?
13 tackles to 2 inside 50 tackles. That's in Adelaide's way. So I remember going back when I was playing football, and it was a long time ago, but if you get 15 in a game, you're going pretty well as a target. So they've had 13 by half-time, the Adelaide Crows, and they've probably got 4 or 5 goals on the back of that too. So no wonder the coaches always bang about 450 tackles. That's just an indication. It's a desire indicator.
Yep.
And if your forwards are showing that in your midfielders, then you're well on top, and that's certainly an area of the game that they're killing them at the moment. And then you look towards the marks inside 50. That's another one that's blown out of the water. So Adelaide leading that 9-1. Yeah. So just the opportunity, the ball coming in has been a lot cleaner. The ball coming in inside for the Bulldogs has certainly been rushed and more hacked, and the Adelaide defenders have certainly all defended it as one, whereas the Adelaide Crows have been able to find isolation for their 450 targets.
I reckon like the clearances are pretty much even, but the damage from clearance has been so much further in advance. The Crows have been able to walk out at the front door sometimes, which is giving their forwards such great look. And you talk about that 9 marks to 1. As a result of that's just lack of pressure in and around the source, and that ability of the Crows to be able to go forward. The scores from stoppages, 6 goals to 2. Well, that's just that largely was in that first quarter, wasn't it? Just that ability to walk out and get open looks.
There's probably 3 in a row, wasn't there? There's probably 2 off the back of free kicks, and when you're giving those ones away, they're pretty hard to defend, and certainly leaving the Bulldogs defenders, with a lot of work to do.
I think, for me, the Dogs, I need a little bit more out of Adzi Treloar. He just looks like he's in second gear. Like he can't cover the ground, whether that's fear of pushing too hard because of injury or because he just can't get into the game. We watched him earlier in the year, didn't we, Corb? I reckon, where he was like that, but still managed to get 25 times. But
it was against the Sydney Swans. He went back and played VFL after that, and he's playing a high half forward role, but trying to get up the ground. But
he can't get separation
at the moment.
Yeah, can't get separation. I mean, you're not going to ask too much of young Luke Kennedy in his debut. He's had the 5 touches to start. And then it's just their other, like Joel Frazier, you probably need a little bit more out of him. Bontempelli's been, he's had 11 to half time, but hasn't had the same impact on the game.
Yeah, he's been caught a couple of times too.
Ed Richards kicked a nice goal. But other than that, they're largely, they're just not able to have that. See, they're not having the footy themselves. They're not able to put that pressure on to stop Adelaide doing it. That second quarter was better. Don't get me wrong, but ultimately they got blown out in the first.
So according to the champion data list of players, they have Isaac Heaney after 12 rounds ranked as the number 1 player, Christian Petrarca 2, Bontempelli 3, Zach Butters 4, Max Gawn 5, Jordan Dawson at 6, Ed Richards at 10. When Jordan Dawson plays like this, how much of a difference does it make Adelaide's finals prospects?
Yeah, he's number 2 in the competition, if you ask me, the way he's playing here tonight. Isaac Heaney, and he's been on a heater of late. I know you'll bring Nick Dacos in or Zach Butters, but I was going to say Petrarca's the odd anomaly for me in that one.
Right. Yep.
He missed a few games, obviously, and started the season on fire. But he does remind you of Isaac Heaney, Jordan Dawson, in that ability to be a threat inside the forward 50. So without Tex Walker, he can push forward. And if he gets the right matchup, like Isaac Heaney, he's almost impossible to stop.
I think one thing, too, he doesn't have the stars really around him either, Jordan Dawson. So, you've got to take that into consideration.
Doesn't have the help like an Isaac Heaney does.
I don't think he does, no. When you look at some of the pure, electric midfielders that Heaney does have around him compared to what Dawson's working with.
Chris Scott spoke about it the other day, I think leading into their game, when they went there about how, a proper 3-prong player. We know the guys that, like a Luke Jackson or a Marc Blitzarves, or these kind of guys that play multifaceted roles, that they're unique. But I think the guys in particular like that he's a proper midfielder, but also if he goes back, good luck dealing with him as a defender and someone that can take an intercept mark and everything else. And if he goes forward, he's a handful. If you look at all the other top players in the game, and if you want to make your case, like I do for Nick Dacos or Butters or for Bontempelli,
they don't play 3 positions.
They don't do that.
No. That's where he cut his teeth, wasn't it, Jordan Dawson, as a half-back flanker come wingman, and then he gets to Adelaide and becomes a bona fide mid, and now he's added that forward craft to his game. You just got to sing his praises, given everything else that's gone on in his life this year.
The other guy who deserves a shout-out is Sam Berry's had 16 disposals and 9 clearances in a half, 5 centre-bounce clearances, so that's John Newcombe sort of numbers when you're able to get that much ball out of the centre square.
Yeah, he's a class actor, I reckon, Sam Berry. And people talk,
under the radar, isn't he?
He's lifted his game. I saw a stat before. He's a 20th ranked player in the comp since round 8. So he's doing a lot of good work, and it's probably a bit poor of me to say, well, Dawson's working with some players who probably aren't at that top echelon. I think Sam Berry is a very good AFL footballer at the moment. And he's contributing in a huge way. 9 clearances at half-time is big numbers.
40-point lead for the Crows. Quickly off the SMS, Rod from Hobart's with you, Murph. The Crows have been excellent, keeping the ball inside their forward 50 with those tackle numbers inside their attacking arc. Pete from Ballarat, g'day. The ultimate irony in footy being called for a throw against Adelaide. Simon on the York Peninsula in South Australia, enjoying the call and the experts' insights. The doggies have gone from chocolates to boiled lollies. Appropriate, given the jumpers that they're wearing tonight. And the Terrelgan Tiger says, Corby, if this is retro round, don't mention the 98 preliminary final result between these two teams. Of course,
97-98. They played those pair of prelims against one another, and we know what happened in those years. Adelaide by 40 points at half-time. Jordan Dawson with a masterclass, the captain of the Crows. Second half action not far away, plus the teams for the rest of the weekend. That's all to come here. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Let's see what's happening in the newsroom.
ABC News with Noni Edwards. One Nation leader Pauline Hanson says the WA Premier's criticism of her voting record amounts to more Labor lies. Roger Cook has accused Senator Hanson of regularly voting against tax cuts and cheaper childcare and voting in favour of freezing pensions. He's questioned whether she really has stood up for the people she says she cares about. Senator Hanson told ABC Radio Perth that's hogwash.
This is people of the Labor side who are scared. This is a scared Premier who can see that people now have someone else to vote for. You got your elections here in WA in 2 years' time. I will be gearing up for those state elections as well.
The Greens disability spokesperson Jordan Steele-John has described the federal government's proposed reforms to the National Disability Insurance Scheme as frameless. A Senate inquiry into the draft legislation has continued today, wrapping up with state and territory disability ministers saying it's inconsistent with commitments made at National Cabinet in January. Senator Steele-John says the bill must be scrapped.
It is a bill that is frameless right now. Even the state and territory governments have come out today and slammed the bill because in their view it will leave people without the supports that they need. It will put people at risk.
The WA Council of Social Service has expressed disappointment with the state's minimum wage, saying it lags behind the national rate. Brianna Shepherd has the details.
As of next month, WA's minimum wage is to increase by 4.75%. The award rate will rise by the same amount. The latest decision by the state's Industrial Relations Commission affects more than 300,000 workers and about 27,000 employers. As a result of the IRC's decision, the state's lowest paid workers will receive a minimum of $998.30 a week. Earlier this month, the Fair Work Commission raised the national minimum wage by 6%. That's above the rate of inflation. Waycos says those on the lowest incomes are being hit hardest by cost of living pressures, and the WA Commission's increase does not go far enough.
Authorities have charged a man with intimidating a witness of the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion. The Australian Federal Police says 59-year-old Gavin Begbie sent 3 offensive emails to the witness last month. They searched his Woodburn home on the far north coast of New South Wales today, seizing alleged white nationalist pamphlets and literature, bomb-making instructions and 2 illegal weapons. He's before the courts facing 8 charges. The family of a Tiwi Islands sister girl or trans woman have reacted angrily to the 10-year jail sentence handed to her uncle in Darwin Supreme Court today for fatally stabbing her in Darwin's northern suburbs 2 years ago. Oliver Chaseling reports.
In October 2024, 34-year-old Andrew Mungatopi and his niece, 37-year-old Lena, had been drinking together in the backyard of a Malak home when a fight broke out between them. Mungatopi then stabbed her through the heart, killing her. He was found not guilty of murder but guilty of manslaughter by a jury earlier this month. In sentencing today, Justice John Burns said the verdict was supported by evidence that Mungatopi had intended to stab Lena but not seriously harm or kill her. He was sentenced to 10 years and 2 months in prison and will be eligible for parole in 2030. Lena's family, who were present in the court, reacted angrily to the decision.
Iran's foreign ministry says a second day of renewed US strikes has rendered the ceasefire effectively meaningless after Tehran launched strikes on US bases in Jordan, Bahrain and Kuwait. The BBC's Yolanda Nell has more.
Jordan saying that it intercepted some 20 missiles launched from Iran. Bahrain, which is where there's the US naval headquarters for its 5th Fleet, saying that 1 child was injured by debris from intercepted Iranian drones. Kuwait is saying that it's reopened its airspace and the international airport is now working again after it was temporarily closed earlier because of this Iranian attack. From Iranian media, there were explosions near Tehran and Bandar Abbas and other locations by the Strait of Hormuz as a result of these latest strikes by the Americans.
And the US Justice Department's announced the seizure of 13 internet domains it alleges are tied to fake consulting firms designed to recruit informants for suspected Chinese agents. They're said to have targeted current or former US government and military employees to provide information through job listings. The Chinese embassy in Washington has described the allegations as entirely fabricated. ABC News.
Meet the builder of dreams.
It's a great honour to be leading Tasmania's new football club.
Sam Pang's brand new office comedy, Ground Up.
Time to make a little history.
Ground Up. Stream now on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Deledio trying to get the hand pass away, has been pinged for a throw, and it will be a free kick going the way of Artie Jones. The Bulldogs opening goal, looking to try and put through a second here. Slightly left of centre. He comes in and nails it for 35 metres out. The Bulldogs start the long climb back with the opening goal of the second quarter.
Dogs go racing away with it. Hand pass from Fraser, finds Richards. Richards backs in his pace. Red goes faster and puts it through on the run. The Dogs with back-to-back goals, and they've now kicked 3 of the first 4 to start the second.
Sam Berry was impressive with his clearance work in the opening quarter. Kicks up towards Toby Murray, flying the back. Dawson, the goal assist to Pedler into the open goal and slams through. Another one for the Adelaide Crows. Luke Pedler with his second.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the second term where Adelaide withstood, I'm not going to say a mini charge, I guess, from the Western Bulldogs, if you can call it that. They fell 41 behind. They got within 29, and then Adelaide steadied up with the last 2 goals of the game. It's been Adelaide's night. It's been led by their inspirational skipper, Jordan Dawson, and the classy midfielder with 19 disposals and 3 goals to the half. He kicked all 3 goals in the opening term. Philthorpe's got 3. The Crows have been lights out, and they lead by 40 at half-time. Corbin Middlemas alongside Matt Clinch. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy, bringing you their thoughts throughout the night. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, and the SMS number 0437 774 774. There's an NRL game on tonight. There's less games this weekend, obviously, given Origin is around the corner. So you can catch that, of course, on ABC Sport on Wednesday night. Game 2 of the State of Origin series after the Mighty Blues won Game 1. So they're 1 in front as it heads to the second game of the series.
When's that?
Wednesday night.
Next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, yep. So the game tonight pits the South Sydney Rabbitohs in 8th up against the Brisbane Broncos in 12th. The Bronx, obviously last year's premiers, had a slow start to the season. They got their mojo together, started to make a climb up the table. Well, it's off a cliff. Early in the second half, Rabbits 30, Broncos yet to score.
Right.
So 30-0 is the score there at half-time in the NRL. There's also a cricket match that's being played tonight, which, of course, is the game between Australia and Bangladesh. Just confirming that is Wednesday night, 17th, at Stadium Australia in Sydney. So that's where
it's on ABC Listen. That's the easiest way to follow it all.
So that's where Game 2 is going to be of that particular series. The cricket, I mentioned that. Australia, they made a horrible start after losing their first ODI to Bangladesh in over 20 years. They were 3 for zip after making their way into bat first against Bangladesh. In the end, they finished with 8 for 187. And that's they've been saved a little bit by rain there. So given the inclement weather in Dhaka, so raining with Australia 8 for 187. Never really got going. As I said, 3 for nothing with the bat. Ducks to Matt Short, Cooper Conley and Matt Renshaw. Fighting half century for Marnus Labuschagne down at 7 in the lineup. Xavier Bartlett also made 52, but it's pretty tough sledding for the Aussies. And the World Cup, the Cricket World Cup, that is, the Aussie women, they're in action on Saturday night. This has been played in England and Wales. So good luck to our Aussie women over there. You can find coverage of that through ABC Listen. Look out for the white cricket ball button. You can find the white cricket ball and follow along with the World Cup in England. So good luck to our Aussie women. And then there's a certain World Cup that involves association football, which, of course, starts tomorrow morning. 5 a.m. is the first match between Mexico and South Africa. There's 104 matches in this tournament.
Yeah, right.
Incredible.
I don't reckon I'll see one of them.
I'm a bit with you, Lids, but for people that are into it, they're really into it. So Australia, the Socceroos, they have Turkey. That starts at 2 p.m. on Sunday, so good luck to the Socceroos in their pool. There's like 64 teams. And
clash time at the same time we'll be doing St Kilda and the Giants, in which Toby Green said, who wants to watch us play when the Socceroos are playing?
I heard that today. Come on, Tobes.
I'm with Toby. We're all watching Turkey-ish Socceroos, aren't we?
We've got Ned Hall, who's going to beef up our coverage alongside former Australian keeper Marc. Of course, Schwarzer, who will be part of the... Not Bozza. No, Bozza, unfortunately...
It's injured.
Yeah. Back between the posts, found out that you're a long time retired.
ABC AFL Daily, of course, the best place to get all your podcasts. Home of your footy conversation, 5 episodes a week. Brett Deledio will be there on a Friday morning to talk you through the full round. And then when you want to pick it all apart and you want to work out what all the big topics are and how you feel about them, no better man in the business, 300 gamer Marc Murphy, to come along on a Monday night.
Does he fire any bullets on Monday?
Always.
He does?
Always. He's got some hot takes.
Yeah.
You
haven't tuned in.
He said,
I've just missed it. I've got basketball on Monday, so I sort of just miss it.
You're a podcast listener, so you're able to catch up posts through the podcast store, ABC AFL Daily. Wrote Geelong off a few weeks ago, said they can't win the flag. That's probably your hottest take of the season so far.
Let's wait and see.
Yeah. He's just moonwalking back from a few of those, but there you go. So you get Murph on Mondays, you get Lids on Thursday in between. Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball on a Saturday. You get Daniel Harford with Ben Cameron on a Sunday night, and Bob Murphy joins me on a Tuesday as we pull apart all the hot takes from the footy shows on a Monday night. So you can get all that wherever you get your podcasts, ABC AFL Daily. All right, halftime here, 40-point spread in the game.
What do the Bulldogs need to be within, Lids, to be half a chance at three-quarter time?
I think 3 goals. They've got a bit of ground to make up, but not that much. It's not doable.
It's a 40-point lead Adelaide's way as we get the third quarter underway. Tim English rises up, wins down the tap against McAndrew, but it's Berry who swoops in for Adelaide. Another clearance for him. Put him down for 10. Kicks up towards Fogarty. Can't take the mark. Spills to the front. Neil Bullen to Keys. Into the pocket. Rochelle takes the mark. Jeez, they've looked a different force tonight inside the forward 50.
Haven't they? Look silk.
Yeah, I'm sure there must be a mismatch there where the balls come in and Rory Lobbs lost his man.
Rochelle looks to curl it around his body. And you know he likes a goal celebration. They are having a night out as Rochelle puts through his third of the night to join Riley Thilcorp and Jordan Dawson. 13 goals, 381 for the Crows so far. Inside a minute of the third quarter to the Bulldogs, 5-5-35. The margin is 46 points, so more of a challenge for the Dogs to start the climb in the third quarter.
Yeah, more of the same. Sam Berry, again, clearance out of the centre square bounce. And then I was talking about Rory Lobb and maybe getting lost with his opponent. So he was stuck back on Rochelle. So I'm not sure what the matchup is there, but he just completely lost him and just got caught ball watching while Rochelle just ducked out the back and came back up with the football. So just all at sea to start this third term, the Bulldogs.
McAndrew and English look at each other as the umpire tosses the ball up. The two-ruck sharer down. Richards goes and grabs it. Sends the Dogs inside 50. Bounces off the chest of Croft. No mark. And there's Miller where he needs to be across the half-back line. Swings a kick out to the wing. Taylor's got a one-on-one with Dale, and it's young Taylor who wins that. Turns him inside out. Kicks for Fogarty. Fair piece of it. No mark. Picked up, though, by Thilthorpe right on the junction of the 50 and the boundary line. Centering kick. Karmas decides to spoil into the path of Hines. And gives a handball away to the Bont. Hand pass comes wide to O'Donnell off the back flank. A lefty with the long kick down the wing. Intercept mark, though, picked off by Wallace, who's got a defensive side of the wing. 2 minutes into Q3, Adelaide by 46.
Swings a kick back inside the defensive 50 to Worrell, who takes the mark and plays on immediately. Cook's free at left half back. He takes the mark. As Bramble comes running in, trying to hold him up. To stand now by the umpire. Adelaide leading by 46 points. As Cook looks as long and far as he can around the wing. McAndrew's the target. He works his way to the front against Selwood with English caught behind and takes an uncontested mark. Hand pass to the runner Keys. Between wing and half forward, he drives it inside 50. Thilthorpe caught behind. And Rory Lobb in the end takes an easy intercept mark. Just peeling off Darcy Fogarty. Swings it in to the defensive goal square where Butterick marks for the Bulldogs. Tries to kick out to the runner Matt Kennedy. Has it left half back. Bulldogs able to transition here up towards Hardy Jones. Getting back. Well, Lace spoils it out of play. Had the height advantage there. Sees it out for a boundary throw in.
I think I was caught a little short at halftime. Just quickly did a Google search on the Origin to work out where the game was being played on Wednesday night. It's actually here
in Melbourne.
The MCG.
Yeah.
Like I said, Stadium Australia, it's definitely here at the MCG. So for people that have thought there's been a change there has it's in our own city. We can all head along and huddle in the back of the ABC box and listen along. Can we? The call on Wednesday night. See what we can do. As Dale to get down the wing for the Bulldogs. Ball ends Andrew Moore would love having us, I'm sure, as it spills out to the Bond. Hand pass to Richards, goes in a jinking run. He shakes Curtin. Richards has still got it, pulls his kick back into the centre corridor. Taken away by Cook. Cook's locked up. Cook's caught. It's holding the ball. And Riley West with the chase down tackle wins the footy, 25 out straight in front.
Zigged when he should have zagged, unfortunately, there.
Yeah, he did actually get off the line, but Riley West just didn't bite for it, did he?
Yeah, he saw what Ed Richards did with his step and he thought, I can maybe do that. No, sir, 9 or 10 metres out from goal. Riley West read that very well and great tackle to strip him completely of the footy. Geez, I need this one back.
Oh, yeah. Must have is an understatement here. 46 points down. He wipes off 6 for now. And a long climb back begins for the Bulldogs. Make it a 40-point game. 4.5 gone in the third term. The Bulldogs 6-5-41. Adelaide 13-3, 81. Crows way out in front. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Murph and Lids.
Well, they need more of that, the Bulldogs. They're more so just the run out of stoppage. So Ed Richards just backing in his legs and trying to just break up the Adelaide defence, which have been so good tonight. So rather than just banging in and hope for the best, just take him on. See grass, just take it. And Richards does that really well. Obviously a bit of a shank kick, but just give your forwards an opportunity. And Riley West has done something that the Adelaide forwards have done really well all night, and that's get forward 50 tackles. And it's a really important response to start this third term by the Bulldogs.
Up to 12 goals for the season, Riley West, after a slow start. Mark Murphy with you on ABC Sport. McAndrew wins down the tap, but Bontempelli onto it. Knocked it on to Richards. Hand pass into the middle of the ground for English. On the bounce, gave it back to Bontempelli. Dawson in chase. Drives a long kick inside 50. Off balance, Norton brought it down. Miller gathered. Great tackle from Artie Jones. Laid the big tackle on Curtin, who's slow to rise. And now we'll get a free kick for a dumping tackle. In fact, it was Josh Worrell who was tackled and dumped to the turf. A flash of blonde hair. And he'll take the free kick in the back pocket for the Crows.
That's rubbish.
The Dogs fans ain't happy, as you can hear, as the kick from Worrell comes out wide. The two Sixers go at it. Hines and Curtin. And, gee, I thought Hines had the first touch on that. Umpire disagreed. Curtin paid the juggled mark. Lateral kick to Miller. You mentioned it pre-game, Murph, about a guy that's in the All-Australian conversation. Miller sends a kick in front of the benches to Taylor. Hand pass away to Curtin. Kicks down to a contest at half forward, off hand, spills to Fogarty. Tackled, lost it. Now out to Thilthorpe, still in Adelaide's hands. Handball away towards Nankervis. Hand pass made. McAndrew wait for it. He's tackled, dispossessed. Nankervis gets it out to Taylor. Taylor measures the kick from the pocket and splits the middle. Superb finish. Back to 46 points. And the Dogs fans are howling. And they are a long way back in this game. Adelaide 14-3-87. The Bulldogs 6-5-41. Half a dozen minutes into the third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, absolutely. They should be howling too. That was... he didn't have a lot of opportunity, did he? McAndrew, I don't think.
Didn't have much opportunity or pride to get rid of it, but went a fair way with it, trying to shake the tackle, and then didn't dispose of it correctly.
It
so
just dribbled out, didn't it?
Yeah, I think
gave him another look at it.
Yeah, so I think that's fair enough. That the Bulldogs fans are disappointed, because almost the Adelaide teammate knocked it out of his hands to finish. So certainly didn't dispose of the football correctly.
I remember handballing to a ruckman once, and Dimmo brought me off. He said, "Mate, that's the last time we do that one."
Croft reaches over the top, wins down the tap against McAndrew. Dawson can't gather, left it for Saligo. Charging in Luke Kennedy, tries to knock it on to Waitman. Saligo over the top of him, and the umpire will ball it up. Edge of the centre square, just short of half forward for the Dogs. It's Adelaide leading by 46 points. Thrown in the air, McAndrew this time wins down the tap against Croft. Richard goes after it, Saligo goes after him. And lays the tackle and pins him to the turf. It's fair to say the Dogs fans feel like they're robbed of one or two. Umpire throws it up. McAndrews once more. Slaps it out boundary side on the wing. Dawson goes to work. Tries to break away from Saunders. Does so successfully. Hand pass away to Keys. He gathers on the bounce. Up towards half forward. In front, Philsop can't take the mark. Lobb made the spoil. Carver's back to Caulfield. He's tackled. Wrapped up. No whistle. Kennedy tries to knock it away for the Bulldogs. Keys comes sliding in. He's locked up in a tackle by Selwood. And the umpire will ball it up. Ben Cameron on the boundary. There's a bit of pushing, shoving going on.
Yeah, the Adelaide Docs have been looking at a replay of a tackle, I think, from Artie Jones on Josh Worrell. It is from Artie Jones, and just his head hitting the turf. So I'll see whether they go out to him.
McAndrew palms it down. Peatling high up and under into the pocket. Punched out of play, and we'll have a boundary throwing. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Start of the round, 7 games. Of course, tomorrow night down in Geelong, the Cats and the Suns, 3 on the slate for Saturday, and then 2 to round out the weekend on Sunday. You'll hear them all through ABC Sport, and from the boundary throw-in is back out of play.
I think he's right, Benny. The doctor's out there from the Adelaide Crows.
Jump in, Ben.
And they're trying to get to him at the moment. I think they are a little bit concerned. They've had a number of looks at this replay, and it's a dumping tackle where he hits his head on the ground.
From the boundary throw in, Philthorpe got a handball out towards Dawson. Hand pass goes back to Nick Murray. He had a fumble that cost him. Now he's tackled, and the unforgiving. This is ball up, centre half forward for the Crows. 10 minutes gone in the third term. 46 points Adelaide's lead. And 1 down by the Dogs. Croft gathers, gives a handball away towards Selwood, kicks to the wing. Waitman forced a leap in the air and spoil, but straight down to ball ace. Crows win it. Handball to Michael to Annie. He's given the hurry up. In fact, he's caught. Jones with the chase down tackle. Dogs with a forward half turnover. And what can this become? Jones with it on the wing. Dogs down 46.
There's a couple of goals tonight, Artie Jones, as he veers out to the right. Sends a high ball inside 50. Norton the target. Nick Murray in from the side to support Worrell. And off hands it goes out of play. Boundary thrown in the right forward pocket for the Dogs.
Mentioned the key bits at half-time from the team. So Humphreys and Edwards back tomorrow night for the Cats. Jared Witch dropped again by the Suns. Latrell Pickett dropped by the Demons, along with Caleb Windsor injured.
One of those sides are going to have lost their last 3 games, either the Suns or the Cats. Richards gets a hand pass away to Riley West, inside 50, clears ball lace, and the effort of Lewis on the goal line. Norton got back there, just got a boot in the nick of time, and the Bulldogs will take them any way they can at the moment. Aaron Norton has his first goal of the match. He's 31st of the season, and Adelaide's lead is back to 40 points. 14-3-87 the Crows to the Doggies, 7-5-47, 2 goals apiece in this third quarter. Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, I'd be disappointed they weren't able to probably defend this a little bit better here, the Crows. There's ball ace who just couldn't quite get a big fist on it. It wasn't off the back of Lewis. It gets over the back.
Coaches hate that, don't they? Ball goes over the back.
Getting over the back. But Aaron Norton, you just watch him, he just stays so active. Murray comes across, but doesn't impact the contest at all. And then Norton's left goal side, and the other just to follow it up and knock it through from a centimetre out.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, they've given Worrell the hook. They've brought him to the bench and taken him down the race for that HIA.
They're already 1 short on the bench, Ben, the Crows.
Yeah, they are.
With Pedler obviously earlier in the game, so going out with that hamstring injury. That's all right.
Gee, I panicked.
Oh, I didn't want to steal your thunder. I thought I'll give you the chance to run through it.
Throw him under the bus there.
No one noticed, Benny.
Croft out of the middle, long kick forward. Norton flying forward, no mark. Spills down towards Cook of the Crows. Handball over to Laird. Hand pass goes back to Michael Annie. Fights through the tackle, gives it to Berry. He's shoved off it. Taken by Sanders. Quick goal. And the Dogs trying to sniff something out here. They're a long way back, and they've got the crowd behind them and a bit of wind in their sails at the moment. Adelaide's lead down to 34. Adelaide 14-3-87. The Bulldogs 8-5-53. We're only a dozen minutes into the third term. There's still plenty of time left in this game. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Good news is, Corbin, they won't go 2 down on the bench, the Crows. Worrell's fine. He'll continue in the game.
Yeah, nothing pretty at the moment from the Bulldogs, but what it is just forward pressure.
Yep.
And they're getting opportunities at the back of it. So whether you look at the last one being forward pressure or not, but Norton just being able to capitalise on a ground ball and just be first to react. But they've kicked.
Well, hang on.
Oh, no.
We're going to have a score review here, so just before you put it down in your record, Corby.
Oh, robbed twice, the Dogs.
As this deflected off
Review complete.
Riley West.
Looking at this angle, we'd see the ball's touched by the right hand of the Bulldogs player.
Oh,
Decision
my
on the
own
scoreboard.
teammate.
His own teammate, Riley West, is that Bulldogs player. So rather than being a 34-point margin, it is now a 39-point margin.
Well, but their pressure's up, though, the Bulldogs. They're feeling energised. So they need to really make the most of this momentum they've got at the moment and hit the scoreboard.
Colby's offering me the whiteout. That must really irritate you, Colby, because you are meticulous with your note-taking and have made a meal of it twice tonight.
Looks a bit different.
Adelaide quickly bring it back into play. Hawker Hahn works it to Curtin, across half-back, and now the mark is taken and a chance to try and move it here. Hawker Hahn involved in... Oh, that was a risky kick. Found the lead. Wedged in between Waitman and Bontempelli. It's biting off a lot. Hand pass away to the run of Cook. Sends it up inside 50, off hands. O'Donnell made the spoil, but Adelaide plays at ground level. Keys left it in the end. Berry can't gather it. Slaps it out boundary side. Bramble has to deal with this. Hand pass to O'Donnell. Kicks out towards the boundary line. A bouncing ball in front of West and Miller. Good show of strength. West won the battle, but Miller kept the footy alive. Kicks into the pocket. Fogarty can't take the mark. Off hands. Butterick's hand pass almost chopped off. Caulfield has to knock it out to Matt Kennedy. Tackled and brought down by Saligo. The umpire will ball it up in the right forward pocket for the Adelaide Crows, who lead by 39 points.
English and Murray, that's Toby to go at it. Rucks share it down and out of play it goes. Berry under pressure from Matt Kennedy. Hamstring to Luke Pedler. That's good news for Josh Worrell. He passes that quick check from the dock. He's right to continue in the game. Separated by 39, Adelaide on the back of 9 goals to 2 in the opening quarter, have led throughout and really held a 6 to 8 goal advantage for most of the night. And the boundary throw-in, still no clean possession. Matt Kennedy goes and gets it. Tackled. Good tackle too by Neil Bullen. Ball comes out. Umpire eventually calls for it and says ball up.
Great tackle. Just one arm pinned and
the umpire was right there.
English palms it down into the path of Curtin. He's held up by Fraser. He breaks through the tackle of Fraser. Hurried kick forward. One bounce out of play. Ump says spin it in. Right forward pocket for Adelaide, kicking towards the Coventry end, the southern end of the ground in his third turn.
Look for Rochelle here to swing through this stoppage, get on the flight.
Luke Nankervis has gone to Bailey Dale. Defensive job, just the one touch in this third quarter. English down to the front. Dawson after it. Hand pass back into the field of play. Bontempelli tackled and brought down by Fogarty, and the ball goes out of play. 39-point lead Adelaide's way after they booted 9 goals to 2 in the opening quarter.
I don't mind this Clinchy off the SMS. Melbourne dropping Pickett isn't going to improve the side. At best, it's a Latrell move.
Not bad. Toby Murray wins down the tap to Dawson through traffic. Has 3 goals. Kicks at the goal square. Lob and Thilthorpe. Has that got a touch on it? It was as it bounced through for a minor score. Adelaide's lead back to 40 points.
McDonald marks the kick out. Handball away to the Bont. Given the hurry up and his pink boots. Kicks down the wing. Worrell can't collect. Pressure from Waitman on the logo. Collected by Hawker Hahn. Hand pass to Worrell. Drilled in the Waitman tackle. Bont gets another look at it. Kicks wide to Norton. Who marks up left half forward. He's 70 metres out, Aaron Norton. High kick into the forward pocket. English has a few to beat. Nice work. Michael Annie just hooks it out of play and we'll have a throw in forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
It was also well done, Murray, there. He could have easily given up on that, and that's where Tim English usually does his best work, as a ruckman who can really work the length of the ground. But he stayed with him the whole way down, saw it out.
We're at Deledio with you on ABC Sport. English tries to win down the tap against McAndrew into space. Norton's onto it like a cat. He tries to keep it alive. Kept his feet well. Laird dribbles a kick only as far as Matt Kennedy, who curls it around his body and just misses the wrong side of the left goal post. 39-point lead once more for the Adelaide Crows. The Dogs trying to get something going. 17 minutes gone. Third quarter, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Nick Murray with the kick-out duties. Back in the team tonight. Goes wide to where the opposition ruckman is, and English dragged down. He's going to get a free kick high half forward for the Bulldogs.
I don't reckon Nick Murray saw Tim English there. He saw the Curtin v Bramble matchup. But then Tim English just read it so well.
English protecting a pretty neat record this year when he plays. That's in danger tonight. Short kick to West. West puts it inside 50. Nick Murray puts his fist through it. Down to Berry. Adelaide win it back. Michael Annie. Hand pass away towards Laird, who just kicks very wide. One bounce, two bounces, out of play. Dockside wing. Free kick for the Dogs. There's Michael Selwood, who's a real winner. He was part of the VFL Premiership last year. Won a WAFL Premiership the year before that with Peel. Now in the AFL, played every game in his debut season. Long kick to half forward, punched away by the Crows, and pack forms where the ball lands right on the 50, and Peatling and Matt Kennedy untangled themselves. Ball up, half forward for the Bulldogs. It's Adelaide by 39, approaching time on in the third.
English one down the tap against McAndrew, but Peatling is wrapped up by Ed Richards, top of the 50 for the Western Bulldogs, who trail by 39 points. English sets himself once more. This time tries to work it over the back to Matt Kennedy. Hand pass to the runner, Bramble. Hand pass over the top to Richards. Dumped in a tackle by Curtin. And umpire waves play on. Matt Kennedy can't knock it clear. Curtin tries to break out of a tackle. It takes two to stop him. Sanders and Matt Kennedy, and the umpire will ball it up. Thrown aloft. McAndrew this time wins down the tap, but straight to Bramble. A high centering kick off the belly of the footy. Artie Jones flies. Can't take the mark. Hawker Hahn was there. Hand pass from Butterick to Artie Jones. Dragged down by Neil Bullen desperately. Just got a hand pass away. Running onto it, Berry for the Crows. Hand pass to Keys, to Worrell, to Cook, who loops it back to Ball-Lace, who has to awkwardly kick off a step out towards Thilthorpe. He runs into that space and marks on his chest in front of Lobb.
Of course, he was the number 2 pick in the same draft that
Jamara went 1.
Jamara went number 1. With obviously Adelaide using their number 1 overall pick to take Jamara Ugle-Hagan. Dogs had to match that to make sure their MGA prospect stayed at the kennel. And then the Crows, as a result of the very next pick, took Riley Thilthorpe, number 2 overall. You know the rest. Jamara now up at the Suns after really sitting out a year last year. Didn't play any senior footy. He's in the 2s at the moment for the Gold Coast. Short kicking game for Adelaide in the back half. Paul Kahan, the 1-2 with Nick Murray. Back to Hugo. Kicks down the line. Out of bounds on the full.
Just defending a lot higher at the moment. The Bulldogs trying to just strip the ball away from Adelaide and not allowing them to get that uncontested mark game going.
English short laterally away to Bramble. Bramble long down the wing. Jones caught at the back. Ball shortly given a free kick. No. Saligo, hand pass to Michael Annie. Handball in the middle of the ground for Neil Bullen.
It was almost brought down, but able to get a hand pass forward to Peatling. Not sure he got a hand pass.
Oh, my goodness.
Umpire waves play on. The Bulldogs do get it back, though. Bontempelli through the middle of the ground. Got the hand pass from Matt Kennedy. Waitman back with a flag courageously. Can't take the mark. Spills to Norton. Gives it to Cody Waitman. Into the open goal. Dribbles it through. This time he won't be denied. And Cody Waitman gets his first goal on return since the 2024 elimination final against the Hawks. Not quite as much emotion this time around, given now the Adelaide Crows have slammed on 14-odd goals since he thought he kicked the opening goal of the match, but a much-needed goal. The margin back to 33 points. Adelaide 14-4-88 to the Dogs 8-7-55. Courageous as always, flying in the air. But that is 3-2, the Bulldogs' way in this third quarter through 21 minutes. Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio with you on ABC Sport.
Certainly made to earn it, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Cody Waitman just going back with a flight again and just lucky to almost get out of that contest and bob straight back up. But
he deserved
it. Fell awkwardly, but good by Aaron Norton to sell a little bit of candy and then give it to Cody Waitman to finish that one off. If they can get within 4 goals here, they could just be a chance. It's certainly an energy lifter for the Bulldogs.
Back in the middle of the ground, Berry, first disposal. Hand pass away towards Nankervis. He's tackled by Sanders. Tackled high. Free kick for the Crows. So the closest they got after Adelaide led by a game-high 47 points was 29. That came 9 minutes into the second quarter. We're now 22 minutes into the third, and the margin is 33. As Laird pushed as he kicked down to half forward. The ball spills off hands. Neil Bullen threw a boot at it. Butterick got rid of him. Caulfield wins the footy. Handball to Matt Kennedy. Handball out of the 50 to Bramble to Sanders. Slick hands. Here's Butterick through centre half back. Kicks into open space. Waitman should be able to run onto it. Needs a kind roll. Collects. Gets on his left side. Puts it in front of Croft. Great spoil. Superb 1% of the spoil from Ball-Lace. Adelaide win it back. Paul Kahan, hand pass away towards Miller. He gives it to Michael Annie, who kicks out to half back. And James Ball-Lace saves a certain shot at goal It's Adelaide by 33 points. Neil Bullen with it at a half-back.
The Premiership D works it up the wing. Peatling takes the mark. And a dominant first quarter. He's up to 18 disposals, James Peatling, for the match. Sends it long up towards half forward. McAndrew tries to use his body and controls the mark in front of Lobb and Bontempelli. Richards had to be careful he didn't go through the mark as McAndrews has it at right half forward. Sends a kick in the direction of Jordan Dawson. Pack forms, punch from behind by the Dogs, spills out to Keys. Hand pass looking away for Taylor. Crunch has he got a hand pass away. It's a Hawker-Hahn, but a free kick coming the back the way of the Crows as Lewis has given away a free kick here.
Holding.
For a hold, and Taylor is going to get a free kick. So the tackle just lingered as he got rid of the hand pass, and the umpire said that dumping tackle resulted in a free kick for a hold.
Yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it? You work hard to try and get up and put some defensive pressure on as a forward, and if you're half a second off and you follow through with it, he's paid a big price.
Don't agree with that.
And that one, though, probably Will Lewis did realise the ball had come clear. Whereas
but it was just his momentum taking him forward. He didn't hold on to him and continue to drag him down. It was just it was his body that. Anyway.
He was the enforcer last week against James Sicily. Zach Taylor looking for a second goal directly in front. 45 metres out. He's a good ball user in front of goal, and he doesn't waste his chance. As the Dogs look to make inroads, Adelaide answer back. 3 goals apiece so far in this third quarter, and the margin is 39 points Adelaide's way. After the Crows led by 40 at half-time and 41 at quarter-time. Adelaide 15-4, 94 to the Bulldogs 8-7, 55. Zach Taylor with his second goal and his 8th goal of the season. It's been a handy little forward for him.
He has. He's starting to really find his feet in this forward line and becoming like a conduit, from the half-back line all the way up into their forward line. Yeah, and as you said, he is such a smart user of the footy. He's made the most of his opportunities in front of goal this year. Certainly put a few through the big sticks, but he usually makes...
he's clean.
He's clean, but he puts it to the advantage more often than not to his forwards. You can reason why he's continuing to play.
Just a little history on Luke Pedlar's hammies in just a moment. He's out of the game here with a hamstring. And free kick in the middle, by the way, going to Sam Berry, who's being held without it. He's going to drive it deep forward. Fogarty the target, slides through to Toby Murray, whacks it back to Fogarty. Dogs fans thought it was a throw. Hand pass straight to Butterick, tackled, lost it. Richards, volley off the deck, straight to Curtin, though. Crows back with it. Berry to Hawker-Hahn. Hand pass away to Peatling at half forward, kicks towards the top of the goal square. Nice work, Hines. Punches it away and over the boundary line. A throw in, deep forward for the Crows. So March 2022 had the first of his first hamstring injury. Then August last year missed games with a hammy. May 2026, he didn't make the trip to Tassie that you guys all made due to knee and hamstring awareness. And then he's seemingly torn a hammy tonight. So some recurring issues, unfortunately, for Pedlar out of the game with a hamstring as the Dogs clear the defensive 50.
Lewis trying to use his foot there from the clearing kick from Dale. Sanders' hand pass inboard. Matt Kennedy's kick smothered. West back to Kennedy. Hand pass to Sanders trying to break the tackle of Laird. And to give it back to Matt Kennedy inboard to Richards. It's hard work for the Dogs at the moment as they try and swing it through the middle of the ground. Rory Lobb takes the mark, releases Bramble with his run from half-back, kicks up inside 50. Croft got there late, crashes through Hines. Selwood's hand pass forward. Free kick Adelaide's way as Curtin was dumped in a bump, which the umpire team from Croft was high, and Adelaide will get a relieving free kick in the back pocket. How do you reckon they're going tonight, the umpires?
I did get him high in the end. Yeah, from the other angle, from back here, it didn't look great, but
they've missed a few holding the balls.
Holding the balls have been the one, haven't they?
The Bulldogs have been on the rough end of a few of them.
Pretty experienced quartet too, as a long kick off the back flank up to the wing, and Marc taken by McAndrew. Good contested grab. What a find he's been. 39-point lead for Adelaide. Short kick close to the boundary line, finds Peatling, told not the required distance. Long kick down to half forward. Fogarty the target. O'Donnell puts his fist through it, close to the line, and in the end, Lobb knocks it straight out of bounds, and you can't do that.
Cannot do that.
It's insufficient intent. Free kick for Keys between wing and half forward. The umpires Fisher, Rosebery, Stevens, and Howarth. So all those 4 guys sort of in the mix come September. As Keys puts it into the forward pocket, punched away by Caulfield, and a boundary throw-in forward pocket for Adelaide.
Just on that, Corby, the hit-outs, McAndrew 30 to Tim English 18, 7-4 the hit-outs to advantage.
What are the contested marks for those two boys? That's where he's been really good around the ground, McAndrew.
Take that one on notice. 28 gone, third term. Adelaide by 39. Did lead this game by as many as 47 after kicking 9 goals to 2 in the opening term. McAndrew comes back to him out of the ruck. Handball to Rochelle, slips over, lost it. English gives it to the Bont for the Dogs. Kicks out of the defensive 50. Up to the wing, City side. Ball ace moved out of the way illegally. Taken high by West. It felt like this game was out of reach and has been for a while. The Dogs fans still actively engaged, and they are filthy the way the whistle's gone. As the kick there, inadvertent kick from Borlase, picked off by Fraser. Hand pass out in front of Croft. He gives a handball to Hines, takes on Millerer. Hurried kick forward. Luke Kennedy back with the flight and up to meet it led. Takes the intercept mark. He goes all the way back to centre half back for Adelaide to Hugo Hall-Kahan.
Hasn't this guy not looked out of place? The mid-season pick-up as he swings it to the back pocket. That's where Adelaide take the mark through Cook. Works it up to Taylor. Dinks the kick over the top and allows Berry to run onto it. Played on, looking at West. Trying to kick up towards half-forward. He's tackled late and a great mark from Nankervis.
Good hands.
Done a defensive job on Bailey Dale in this third quarter. He has it at right half-forward. Nankervis sends it inside 50. Fogarty from the back can't take the mark. And Butterick gets a hand onto it to spoil out a play in the left forward pocket up against the behind post. Adelaide by 39 points. Ben Cameron.
Just an interesting one down here. Adam Treloar has been on the bench for 23 minutes and counting. I've texted the Bulldogs. The word that we've got back is that he's completely fine. So I'm not sure what's going on with Adam Treloar at the moment, but 23 minutes on the bench.
All right, thank you, Benny. Good pick-up. Cleared both rucks, and Richard squeezed the kick to half-back. Will Lewis has tackled, and a ball up at the edge of the centre square at half-forward for the Crows. They lead by 39 points. Adam Treloar, Corby, just the 4 disposals. 0% kicking efficiency. 2 kicks, 2 hand passes.
English wins the head out, but straight to Dawson. It's going back inside 50 for Adelaide. Fogarty flies out at no mark. Spills through towards Butterick. He's got to deal with Neil Bullen. Got a hand pass in the back pocket to Bramble, who runs out of room as Rochelle takes him out of play.
Contested marks for McAndrew.
Yep.
0, Tim English.
Gee, it's a good night, isn't it?
It's impressive.
Big win. Yeah. Win. For a guy that used to play rugby union, the first run at the Sydney Swans and then delisted. Put back on a list at the Adelaide Crows, and he's knocked out Rolly O'Brien for that lead rock roll and held it down across the course of the season. A big win tonight. Dogs out of defence. Jones takes the mark. Handball to Richards. Richards caught by Jordan Dawson, who's doing it both with and without the footy tonight. Big time tackle. It has been a night for the inspirational Adelaide captain. He gets up with a little hitch in his giddy up too. And that is a 59-point lead for Adelaide. Half-hour mark, third term. And Dawson fighting through that little niggle, and he's going to kick it deep into the forward pocket. They come from all directions. Spills down towards Caulfield. He left it behind. Taken high, though. Free kick. And hear the reaction from the Dogs fans. They give it the Bronx cheer. There's a free kick going the Bulldogs' way, and it's going to be taken by Caulfield, right back pocket. Adelaide by 39, half-hour mark, third term.
Adam Treloar's done about 10 Ks on the stationary bike down there throughout the quarter.
Caulfield goes short to Butterick. Of course, 46 points was the greatest ever comeback margin at three-quarter time. The Messiah game against the D's last year where they had the 6-6-6. Dogs will be inside that, but it would be some turnaround. Up the wing, Murray went the spoil. It bounced off his head in the end. Gathered by Dawson, dribbles a kick up towards half-forward. Heatling was taken high by Ed Richards. Tries to knock it on to Miller. Advantage taken inside 50. Toby Murray juggles the mark against Rory Lobb.
Symbols.
He's got one.
He has
it in the left forward pocket, and Rory Lobb's having one of those nights.
Thrown the symbols off, but just there's been a lot of high tackles in the past 4 or 5 minutes from both teams. Just sloppy,
tired, you reckon?
Attempts to tackle. Yeah, there's probably something in that, but
Nick Murray with the headbutt spoil.
On the Falcon with the spoil. Just got a bit higher than what he probably thought he was going to get, but
wrong coach. Should have saved it for the round ball.
And this could really dampen the Bulldogs here going into three-quarter time.
Toby Murray, the 200-centimetre 22-year-old, out to the left, shooting from about 40 metres out. After the three-quarter time siren, and the perfect way for the visitors to close the term. A goal for Toby Murray to join the list of goal kickers. He becomes the 8th individual goal kicker. And Adelaide finished with a flurry, 4 goals to 3 in that third quarter to lead by 45 points, having led by 40 at halftime and 41 points at quarter time after 9 goals to 2 in the opening term. Adelaide 16-4, 100 to the Western Bulldogs, 8-7, 55. for the Adelaide Crows. 3 goals to Jordan Dawson, 3 goals to Riley Thilthorpe, 2 goals to Josh Rochelle, Zach Taylor and Luke Pedler, who is unfortunately out for the rest of the game with a hamstring injury. Individuals to Keys, Fogarty and now Toby Murray. While for the Western Bulldogs, 2 goals to Artie Jones, individuals to Waitman, Hines, West, Richards, Fraser and Norton.
Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Back with the thoughts of Lids and Murph in just a moment.
Some chase the story.
We'll be interviewing some of Australia's most famous faces.
And some are the story.
Hello, beautiful people.
The piano, the assembly, and race around the world.
This is fabulous.
I loved it.
Great storytelling on ABC iView. This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Kicks up towards Fogarty, can't take the mark. Spills to the front, Neil Bullen to Keys, into the pocket. Rochelle takes the mark. Rochelle looks to curl it around his body. And you know he likes a goal celebration. They are having a night out as Rochelle puts through his 3rd of the night.
Taken away by Cook. Cook's locked up. Cook's caught. It's holding the ball. And Riley West with the chase down tackle wins the footy 25 out straight in front. 46 points down. He wipes off 6 for now. And a long climb back begins for the Bulldogs. Hand pass made. McAndrew wait for it. He's tackled, dispossessed. Nankervis gets it out to Taylor. Taylor measures the kick from the pocket and splits the middle. Superb finish. Back to 46 points. And the Dogs fans are howling.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the 3rd term. Adelaide by 41 at quarter time, 40 at the half, and now 45 at 3/4 time. It was the first quarter that did it. They kicked 9 of the first 10 goals. Adelaide's highest scoring first quarter since their grand final run in 2017. And they've really protected that lead throughout. The closest the Dogs have been since was 29 points early in the 2nd term. Adelaide by 45. The thoughts of our analysts, Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio through 3.
Yeah, they've been clinical tonight, the Adelaide Crows, and I think the Bulldogs kicked the first 2 out of the 3 goals in that 3rd term. And their pressure was significantly improved, I thought, to start that term. And more their defensive press, I thought, was certainly a lot higher. So they were trying to limit the amount of uncontested marks that Adelaide were trying to get. So they're trying to get the ball back in dispute higher up the ground. But then it's probably just the weight of numbers and the work rate again that we saw from the Adelaide Crows. Again, just got on top of the Bulldogs midfield. So I think they outpossessed them again in that third term then the Adelaide Crows. So it's probably more of the same towards the back end of it. And then that finished then on the 3/4 time siren has probably really put this game to bed, because I think the Bulldogs threw everything they possibly could then at the Adelaide Crows, but they had all the answers, Lids.
Yeah, you're right. And there was the Crows' ability to win it for starters, but then to hold on to it. They have 30-9 marks throughout the quarter, 22 of those uncontested. And we spoke about McAndrew. When they do get into trouble, or Dan Curtin, usually they go long to that contest, they mark it and they still retain the footy anyway. But you're right, they've been clinical today. They've fired some shots tonight, the Dogs, but they just haven't been able to get any sort of momentum. Yes, a few calls have probably gone against them, but you look at the kicking efficiency, even just in that quarter alone, 78% for the Crows, 64 for the Dogs. They've been rushed, and that's as a result of the pressure and the ability of the Crows to be able to continually hunt in numbers and not allow the Dogs to get that handball, speed on the ball game up and going. As you said, they've been clinical, haven't they?
It's been the highlight the night from the Bulldogs is the work rate and the hunt numbers. And then when they get their opportunity with ball in hand, they've been led by their skipper with just the way in which they've moved the ball and been able to get those marks inside 50 and just give their forwards some great opportunities at shots at goal. But yeah, they've been ultra impressive tonight, the Adelaide Crows. The Bulldogs have had a crack, but they were just pretty disappointed in that first quarter and have been left with too much to do.
What's left to say from this particular point on? It's a comfortable lead for the Adelaide Crows. Jordan Dawson was excellent particularly with the game on the line in that opening term. He's now had 26, 10 of his touches have led to scores. He's kicked 3 goals himself, all of them in the opening quarter. Just quickly on the games for the rest of the weekend, I mentioned some of the teams during that quarter. So Humphreys and Edwards back in for the Cats. Meanwhile, Jared Witts has been omitted for the Suns. They go at it tomorrow night under the Friday night lights. Saturday footy, Lucas Cook and also Joel Fitzgerald will make their debut for Melbourne 2 weeks after being picked up in the mid-season draft. Latrell Pickett omitted. Caleb Windsor is out hurt. Jordan Ridley back for the Bombers, and Dyson Sharp, one of their top picks in last year's draft, also in. Following that, it's North Melbourne hosting West Coast at Perth Stadium, a home game for the Roos. Marcus Herbert, another one of those mid-season recruits to debut for West Coast. Josh Lindsay also returns. Xavier Bammett makes his debut for Port Adelaide in their game up against Sydney. That's the nightcap on Saturday night. And then come Sunday, Morris Rioli in for the Tigers in the extended squad. Eric Hipwood returns for the Brisbane Lions. That game down in Hobart. And unfortunately, it does overlap with the game at Docklands between GWS and St Kilda, with Jesse Hogan among the ins at this stage for the Giants. So they're the headlines out of the teams. We'll talk more about it post-game too, but Scott Gullen reporting tonight that essentially Andrew Welsh's captain's pick is Dean Solomon to coach Essendon. So we've had lots of reporting around this.
So no word on the process, but word on who the favourite might be.
No word on the process, but the new favourite, according to the Herald Sun, that Dean Solomon is the captain's pick. More on that post-game. Matt Kennedy, first disposal of the final term. Handball away to Bontempelli. Drives a kick to centre half forward. Spills down towards Waitman. Waitman turns, shoots goalward, misses everything, but it was touched on the way through by Ball Ace. And there's going to be, actually, you're right, Leeds, the umpire comes in and says, don't worry about all that. There's a free kick for a shove, and West, the back of Ball Ace, has been good tonight. Takes it for Adelaide. Goes short to Michael Lanny. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Adam Treloar, after that 28-minute stint on the bench during the third quarter, is back out there to start the fourth. So that was bizarre.
All right, we'll keep an eye on him. Max Michaelani sends it up towards half-back. McAndrew in the back. Spoils it down. And a throw in, so maybe manage minutes.
It's got to be good for the calves, doesn't it? 28 minutes sitting down, not playing, and then get back out there and sprint again.
No, I don't think so. That amuses me.
Saw Cody Waitman play 69 minutes of game time last week against Hawthorn, so 5 on the bench. It can be a bit of a challenge to try and orchestrate it. English tries to take another ruck. His hand pass chopped off by Berry, though. They scrap forward at ground level. Saligo's little topo to Keys. Only as far as Bontempelli. Hand pass to the Bulldogs to Richards. Sends a long kick inside 50. Waitman in the back. Cutmar. Offhands Worrell. Gets a hand pass to Paul Ace. Little fumble. Waitman scraps after it. Gave it to Treloar in the end. Flicks it back to Norton. Curls onto his left. Unmarked goal. It's offline to the right. Misses everything. Out of bounds on the full. Struggle to get something going tonight, the Dogs, and Adelaide lead by 45 points. No change to the score. Footy gets thrown back from the crowd.
So Josh Worrell to bring it back in for the Crows. It's been a sensational night. They've shopped early this evening. Long kick into a pack, and offhand spills down to Hines. He tried to fend off, and you can't do that anymore, can you, Lids? That's your prior opportunity. So holding the ball, free kick Taylor.
That's it.
Got to be good at it if you're going to try and pull that one off.
I like this guy. Since he came in after their loss to the Bulldogs in round 2, Zach Taylor, and has held down his place since. Played 11 straight games. A couple of goals tonight. Kicks to a pack on the wing. Spills to Berry. Handball to Rochelle. Kick inside 50 in his keys. Who marks, takes on Dale on the mark. Moves it quickly to Cook, who's all alone. Mark's just outside the goal square. He'll have a look from about a dozen metres out.
I love that from Ben Keys. Lids and I have kept an eye on him tonight. He's one of the hardest tries going around. Head down, just arms pumping. To get hard in front of the contest, to give his teammates an option. Then just love playing with a bloke who then just looks up and gives it to the next guy who is in a better position.
Braden Cook kicked the match winner, of course, in the showdown. He's kicked only 1 goal in his last 4. Cook drives through the first of the final term, and Adelaide are out by a new game high. The Crows 17-4-106. The Bulldogs 8-7-55. 3 gone in the final term. It's as wide as it has been. 51 points, Adelaide's advantage.
I can't work out whether Ben Keys runs more like Buzz or Woody. With the arms and the legs the way they go. You just He really gets going, doesn't he? But I love that he puts the head down. He just charges for his teammates.
I think it's Buzz.
Yeah, I think
he's
a bit more barrel chest.
A bit more barrel chest
and the flicking up of the back.
Woody's a bit more.
Woody's more elastic, whereas I think Ben Case is very tight and robotic.
That's true. Camden McIntosh is probably more Woody, whereas now Ben Keys is Buzz. These are the places we go to when the game sort of lost.
It's a 51-point margin. If he was one of your racehorses, Murph, you'd love him, though. He doesn't give up.
No, he has a crack.
Constantly trying. Back in the middle of the ground, McAndrew wins down the tap against English. That's been the theme of the night. Richards can't gather the footy. Soligo desperate as he goes over the top. And the umpire will ball it up in the outer of the centre circles. Montempelli up to 21 disposals. Jordan Dawson 26 and 3. Kicked 3 goals in the opening quarter. English slaps it down. No one really there, though, for the Bulldogs, and Laird gathers. Hand pass to Millerer. Back edge of the centre square. Chips it up to Taylor. Selwood comes in from the side, bodies him out, makes the spoil. Soligo goes crashing into him, and it rolls out in front of the two of them for a boundary throw-in, and they scrap on once the ball's gone out of play. Richard comes in mainly just to offer some support, but he's happy to say you two sort it out.
There's a new Toy Story coming out, isn't there?
Yeah, 5. Can't wait for it. You know, watch that with the kids.
You scary movie too, I see.
I won't be watching that one.
Boundary throwing comes out to Cook. His hand pass goes down the wing. Picked up by Butterick. Leans into the tackle. Crown thought he was taken high. Hand pass away to Dale. Hurried kick down the wing. Picked up by Millerer. He's tackled by Treloar. Dispossessed. Still no whistle. Adelaide race away with it. Hand pass on to Dawson. Right on halfway city wing. Kicks to a 2-on-1. Selwood climbs up. Punches it out. Boundary throw in. Half forward flank for the Crows. Try and get your free kick count so far tonight. I think she knows his way around this laptop. There's all sorts of buttons.
23-15.
23-15. So Adelaide on top by 8 with the free kicks.
And the throw in comes the way of Millerer. He'll have a flying shot on goal. Why not? He joins the party from just inside 50. Perfectly timed it and didn't waste his opportunity. 18 goals for 112 for the Crows. To the Bulldogs, 8-7-55. Adelaide with the first 2 goals of the final term. In 2025, Lids and Murph, they kicked 100-plus points on 13 occasions. Just the 5th time so far in 2026, but it feels like they're getting some of their rhythm back tonight.
Oh, it certainly does, and a couple of their superstars involved there. Again, Jordan Dawson, we've sung his praises all night, but just hitting the contest at pace, getting the arms up, took the tackle on, and just knew where Millerer was, and that's a pick-up and a half, isn't it?
How well have they finished tonight?
Absolutely. First goal of the season for Wayne Millerer. 18 goals for.
Yeah, they've just been, we said clinical at three-quarter time. They've just made everything count, haven't they? Any opportunity, they've just kicked it through the big sticks.
Toby Murray palms it down, collected by Richards. Good tackle, Soligo. Ball comes out, no prior. Now with Fraser, he's tackled, not dispossessed. Ball held to him. Ump says, I'll have it.
You don't get a Dan Curtin's clasp too often. No. He's a big unit.
Toby Murray palms it down. There's Fraser again. Kicks the Bulldogs to centre half forward. Bounces off the shins of Millerer. Treloar throws his body at it, and guess who's right there on top of him? Curtin lays another tackle.
This is as good as I've seen Adelaide play. We've watched them a few times this year, Corbin, and I reckon this is by far and away their best performance. Bulldogs have been going very well of late too.
It's not bad too when they got Isaac Rankin still to be dropped back into the
pretty handy player to add in.
Mark Keane, I reckon, is a pretty handy one to add too.
Good news there. He's back playing in the SANFL. Hurried kick forward in the end as Croft got it down to Hines, and there's Treloar at the end of it. Takes a contested mark in front of Millerer. Chance to return the favour. He's got it right half forward. He'll have a look from just inside 50.
That'll disappoint Millerer. When you're going so well offensively as a back, you want to still make sure you're doing everything right. Defensively. Just missed his body probably on Adam Treloar. This will test him with his distance, I reckon.
Jordan Dawson just a lengthy chat with the runner. He's staying out there. Treloar worried about the distance. Got close to the man on the mark, and in the end he misses out to the right. And you're reading that beautifully, Lids. 8 minutes gone, final term. 56 points, Adelaide's lead. 8 minutes gone, final quarter. Friday night, in fact, it's Thursday night footy on ABC Sport on the day early.
Cats and the Suns tomorrow night as that kick a little off balance from Dan Curtin and goes out on the full. Soligo can't save that. So Treloar quickly takes it. Not 15 to the bond, drops the mark. Jordan Dawson puts a toe poke in there. Got it to Curtin. He's tackled And Hine tries to wrestle the ball clear. It comes out to Treloar. Out pass back to Bontempelli. Take two. Curls on his left. Up towards Norton. He's got three to compete against. Did well. Miller it gathers. Norton tries to lay the tackle. Spills out to Nick Murray. Out pass to Peatling. Ricochets off Lewis. Good smother on Hawker Hahn. Will Lewis trying to scrap away. He gathers. Brought down by Bolace. 35 metres out from his attacking goal. Adelaide leading by 56 points. 9 minutes gone. Final term.
Jennifer on the SMS. We'll get to that in just a moment. Toby Murray palms it down almost straight to Lee Fisher. Yes, a weave out of the way as the umpire, taken by Sanders. He's tackled, ball up inside 50 for the Dogs. Jennifer says neutral here. Umpiring has been abysmal tonight. It's getting worse every year. And the restart, Richards squeezes a kick to the top of the goal square. Nick Murray knocks it away and out of play.
Holding.
Free kick for a hold, and it's going Adelaide's way again.
Well, usually Adelaide are on the receiving end of some bad calls, aren't they, the last few years? So...
And Jennifer says, why aren't they blowing the whistle for holding the ball and incorrect disposal anymore?
Yeah, good question.
That's fair enough.
Been noted
today.
Thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Good observation off the SMS. 0437 774 774. Long clearing kick from Nick Murray. And Philthorpe takes a contested grab, keeps it moving down the wing. That mark will be paid too as Selwood illegally whacks the arms and catches Nankervis on the way through. Crows have been excellent tonight, by the way, notwithstanding they kicked 9 of the first 10 goals. Dawson was dominant in that opening term. A top-notch footballer in his prime at the moment, Jordan Dawson. What a year he's putting together. 3 goals from him, 3 goals from Philthorpe in the opening quarter alone, and they've protected a lead ever since. Crows have swung the footy out to the dockside. Laird's now with it in open space. Inside 50, Toby Murray spills it.
Symbols, what are you doing?
Can't hang on to it. Falls down towards Curtin. The Crows still might get a look at it. Hand pass to Zach Taylor. Hooks it across the body to the goal line, and Selwood's back. Whacks it through for a rush behind. A minor score, 57 points. Oh, in fact, no. It wasn't a behind. It's clipped the behind post in all of that, so it'll be a boundary throw-in. Deep forward for Adelaide, another goal-scoring opportunity 11 minutes into the final term. Adelaide by 56. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Thrown back in. Toby Murray just bumped out of it by Croft. That's illegal. And that'll add some pain to Luke Beveridge watching the review of this. They have given away some free kicks, and Croft trying to use his body, but in the end, chucked him right in the middle of the back.
Yeah, just young Croft there, just almost tripped over his feet, didn't he, and just fell straight to the back.
Well, the umpire was coming in holding his top as if he was holding him. I'm trying to watch the replay here. Oh, the arm went around, the right arm went around. Maybe that's what he paid it for.
Free kicks in the quarter, 5-0 Adelaide. And in the second half, it's 14-5 Adelaide. Free kick count against the Dogs.
Toby Murray a chance to try and double up here. Kicked one in the third quarter on a 45-degree angle. Leaves it out to the right. Just slightly left of centre. Some goal-kicking practice for him during the week. It's a 58-point lead the way of the Adelaide Crows. We tick past 11 and a half minutes gone in the final term.
He's the only one who's kicked the points tonight. Everyone else kicked it straight.
Amazing.
Come on, Toby.
Bramble off the back flank. Dogs up to halfway. Curtin knocks it down. Straight to Peatley and Adelaide get it back. Handball to the logo. Taken by Keys. Runs onto it. And look at all the numbers here. Handball goes back to Michael Annie. Hand pass away to Toby Murray. Kicks off a step down to half forward. Kick favours Selwood. Leaps up. Spills the mark on the way down. Pressure from Curtin. Now the tackle from Peatling rips him into the ground. Ball up between wing and half forward. This was a boxing match. It was a early round knockout, wasn't it, for the Crows? They took care of business in that opening term. 9-1 was the start of the game. The margin 41 at quarter time, and they've really protected that from that point on. Dogs hurriedly get it going forward, but at the drop, his ball ace has been good in defence. Takes the mark at centre-half back. Looking to switch, goes all the way back to Nick Murray, who marks centre-half back on his return. It's Adelaide by 57 points. A dozen minutes into the last.
Oh, kick was over the fingertips of Rory Laird. Opens the door for the Dogs. Running onto it, Matt Kennedy. Sends it out wide for Jordan Croft on the bounce. He gathers. Hammered in against the boundary line. Trying to get around Worrell. Sends it in the pocket. Looking for Bontempelli, who takes the one-handed mark of his touch. Laird lays the tackle. He's brought down. West off a step. Kicks across the face of the goals. Luke Kennedy can't do much. And Cook takes the intercepting mark. The Bont slowly gets to his feet. He can't do much more. As the kick comes from Cook into the back pocket, and the mark is taken by Michael Annie. Just having a look at some of the stats. The marks the way of Adelaide 83-51. The contested marks 15-2. So Adelaide have done the work in the air and at ground level As Taylor takes it on the wing, takes a bounce and draws the opponent. Hand pass over the top to Dan Curvis. Cuts around Caulfield. Hand pass inboard to Berry. Over the top of Bramble. To half forward where Taylor's involved. Pulls his kick to McAndrew. Dropped the mark. Did all the hard work. And now Selwood lays the tackle. He awkwardly drops it to his boot. And Fogarty lays the tackle. And
wasn't contested
right
enough,
forward
Clinchy.
pocket. No, it wasn't. Almost too easy for the big man.
Adelaide stretching this one out late after doing all the damage early from the ball up. Comes down to Neil Bullen. Flying shot at goal misses. So they were 18 goals for. They're now 18-6. They lead the Dogs who are 8-8. 14 minutes gone in the final term. Full post-game coming up. 58-point lead. Crows Way, 14 gone final term.
Bramble into Matt Kennedy. Gave it back to him. Tries to find a way out of defence. Kicks to Riley West, who's worked up the ground. Fraser's all on his own at right half back. Kicks to him. He can play on and run up the wing where Bontempelli leads up over his head and Nick Murray. Dale might run onto it. Can't gather. Sockers it off the ground. Up towards Will Lewis. Good hand pass to Croft, who runs into the open goal face and misses. Offline to the left on a 45-degree angle. He was about 30 metres out. Couldn't steer it through. It's been that kind of night for the Dogs fans. I'm not sure this jumper will get another run, Corby.
Could have run all the way in, Jordan Croft. Now the exiting kick from the Crows turned over. O'Donnell, hand pass away to Sanders. High up and under, right to the goal line. Oh, good leap in all of that. And coming down with it, Aaron Norton took off, landed, got over the top of Jordan Croft, who's no small figure. And Norton rips down a superb mark, gets up, hooks it across the body, through for his second. So Aaron Norton with a rare highlight late for the Bulldogs. That was a good climb over a 6-foot-plus Jordan Croft. 18-6, 114 Adelaide. The Bulldogs to 9-9-63. Quarter-hour mark, final term. The Crows have this in their keeping. They're up by 51. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Almost a bit of NBA where you take all your good players off at this stage, isn't it? And you're playing out time. Everyone looks like they're spent out there. Just the way in which players are walking back to their positions. It's been a very quick game tonight. It's been a lot of pressure. So on that occasion, just the Bulldogs just making the most of that mistake coming out of D50 and
been a couple of sloppy kicks coming out of the defensive end of late, hasn't there?
Yeah.
The Bulldogs had won their previous 3 games by a total of 13 points. They go back to their injury period where they're getting belted, where they've had these sort of margins. Richards out of the middle of the ground. Norton flies in the back, can't take the mark. Luke Kennedy front and centre, hand pass to West. Is he dumped by Max Michaelani? No, free kick. And Cook looks to clear up towards half-back. Keys had it spoiled away from him. Butterick knocks it out of play towards the Lego. He gathers it left half-back. Kicks the Crows up the wing where Thilthorpe takes the mark. Put 3 goals in the opening quarter alongside Jordan Dawson, who also kicked 3. And Riley Thilthorpe back in form. Sends it up the wing. It's over the head of Rochelle and Buku Kamas takes the mark. There's Taylor Walker set to come back after his 1-week suspension. Treloar into the middle of the ground for Bramble. Switches across half-back and Caulfield takes the mark. He can work it further afield and Fraser has it centre wing.
Fraser gives a hand pass out further wide to O'Donnell, who keeps moving. He kicks out to half forward, and that's a good grab, leaping up West. Rips it down against the boundary line left half forward. 17 minutes gone, final term. West puts it into the pocket. Oh, Norton crashes the pack. Lost his head down in the process. Luke Kennedy comes up with the footy. Centre and kick to his namesake, Matt Kennedy. Hand pass goes back to Dale. Off a step. Shoots goalward. Misses the whole set. Just on that, does he come back in your team? Taylor Walker, would you bring him in next week?
Well, they lose Luke Pedler tonight.
Yeah, not like for like, though.
No.
I think they get a little bit too either Taylor-centric. You know, I like the room that Thilthorpe's had without him, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Ben Cameron on the boundary, Adelaide by 51.
I mentioned it was about a third full tonight, 22,761 in attendance.
Nick Murray up towards McAndrew. It's spoiled away by O'Donnell out of play. He also did retro ticket prices for tonight, so $25 for some who wanted to come along. Not quite the appeal, though, on a Thursday night for those that might have had other things to do or school night.
We were pretty spoiled, weren't we, in round 13 with the 6 out of the 8 games decided by single digits. Sure enough, we get a blowout to start round 14.
Those across the border will enjoy it when the siren does sound. As Miller gathers for the Crows, sends it up towards half forward. Keys presents in front of Caulfield. Caulfield gathers. Out past to Butterick to Bailey Dale. Butterick taken high, and he didn't like it from Soligo. He'll take the advantage through O'Donnell. Spots Ed Richards all on his own on the outer wing. He can play on. Gets a left half forward. Looks for options inside 50. Fraser the target, getting back. Laird can't mar. Racing back. Hawker Hahn gets the hand pass away to Curtin, who links up with Nick Murray, who sends it out wide to Cook, and Adelaide transition to half back.
Cook goes back with the kick to Berry. And don't forget ABC AFL Daily, the home of your footy conversation. That's ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcast. Brett Deledio will be with you first thing tomorrow morning. Full preview of the round ahead. We've got our Super Dog segment.
Oh, yes, my favourite.
The leaderboard's had a little shake-up. You've got to try and find an underdog each week. So we'll see how Lids goes in round 14. So you'll be able to find that wherever you get your podcasts. Following tonight, key question from each of the remaining 6 games across the weekend. 4 teams having the weekend off. All the big topics. Adelaide work it down the wing. Taken away by Rochelle. He kicks laterally. Finds Millera. Right on halfway. Lifts a hand pass over Treloar. Gives it to Hall Kahan, and that's superb delivery. Straight up the pipe to Thilthorpe. And Big Riley comes out and takes the mark, 35 out straight in front.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Hawker Hahn today.
He's just composed with ball in hand, isn't he? He just does all the right things.
But clean as well, off the ground level. He doesn't fumble. It just buys your teammates so much time when you are clean.
How many of these guys are out there?
Oh, if you scour, you probably find a few more. He's been going really well in the VFL, in the lead up to being selected by the Crows. You had to, do it the tough way, I suppose, but earthy spot.
Feel-good human interest story. Riley Thilthorpe to finish the work. He lets him down. He misses out to the right. Adelaide by 52. How about this for the back of his baseball card for Hall Kahan, the hyphenated surname. Missed selection in his draft year. Went to Sydney as a mid-season recruit. Got delisted. Trained on with St Kilda looking to get a pre-season signing spot. Got overlooked. Found himself at Williamstown. Earns a contract mid-season from there. Picked up. Very next week, makes his AFL debut for Adelaide. And here he is playing the second of back-to-back games. So what a feel-good story for Hugo Hall Kahan.
And the nephew of David Hall. Murph, who of course, led Mackay Vidiva to her first Melbourne Cup. The Bulldogs have transitioned to half forward. Bontempelli inside 50. English can't take the mark. Caught one of the ribs in the process. Maybe just a little lower than that as Murray came in. That's nicked and made body contact and sported through for a minor score.
Yeah.
Adelaide by 51 points, and I reckon that's hurt Tim English quite a bit.
He's on south of the border there for Tim.
That's impressive, isn't it, for Hall Kahan to be able to show that resilience and then just to slot perfectly into this side. Just obviously learning a new game plan straight away, and then, there he is on show.
Steps his way around Artie Jones, runs to half-back. Contest kick to the wing. Toby Murray flies, spills down towards Keys. Drilled in the tackle by Matt Kennedy. Ball bobbles out and Soligo ripped to the ground by the Bont.
So the ability just to pick up your life, head interstate, straight into another team, and doing really well.
He doesn't just walk up and get a start in some sort of middling, struggling team down the bottom. He walks into a team that's going to be top 6 tonight. The Adelaide Crows, the minor premiers of last year, as Berry turns from the stoppage, kicks down to half forward. Selwood intercepts. Handball to Lob. Lob under pressure, goes back to Caulfield at half-back for the Bulldogs.
Wants to switch it inboard to Butterick, who marks at right half-back. Played on, stepped off his line. Neil Bullen comes charging at him. He works a short pass to Bontempelli, and Butterick will get it back. Still running the former son. Takes a bounce through the middle of Docklands. Drives it long. Waitman's on a long lead. Hall Kahan in front. Cleverly double palms it down to Millera. Never panicked. Millera gathers it right half-back. Sends it up towards Fogarty. Can't take the mark in front of Karmas. First back onto it. Curls on his right-hand side, boundary side. Up to Neil Bullen on the bounce. He can't gather. And that will be a lasso free kick going the way of the Bulldogs at left half-back. As O'Donnell takes it and comes inboard to Bontempelli. It's fair to say the sting's out of this game. Adelaide by 51 points, 22 minutes gone, final turn.
The Bont goes into the top 10 in the Footscray Western Bulldogs games record tonight. Kicks to a contest, spills down to Luke Kennedy. Hand pass away to Treloar. Back to Kennedy. Short kick to half forward. Richards has got it. Runs to the 50. Kicks into the pocket. Kicks too far. Out on the full.
What's he up to, Corb?
272. He's 11 behind Tony Liberatore. So that's the next one on his target list, but I feel like he'll work them all at some stage. Brad Johnson, 364, the one they're all chasing.
Cheers there from the Adelaide fans. Heard as Dawson hits another touch off the back flank. He's been excellent tonight and was instrumental when the game was really killed off early. There's Nankervis across the half-back line to Worrell, and Worrell all the way out to right half-back for Laird.
It's going to be pretty difficult to do those 3-2-1, I reckon, tonight.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Bit of an easy scalp.
I probably did it at three-quarter time, to be honest.
Yeah.
Crows have got an interesting game next Saturday. So Saturday afternoon fixture at Adelaide Oval. They play Melbourne. Meanwhile, for Footscray, we'll see them Sunday. They got a long break. Had the short week this week, 6 days off the Hawks fixture. They play the Saints. Back here at Docklands as Adelaide work it inside 50 again. To a pack, spills front and centre to Rochelle. Rochelle hooks it through. Make that 4 for Josh Rochelle. And the party time started long ago for the Crows, but it's continuing into this final term. 57 points. Adelaide 19-7-121. The Bulldogs 9-10-64. 25 minutes elapsed in the final term. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy.
You can't teach that. That's just class. Getting him to drop a ball, and what he's done is just put his left foot out just to give himself an extra bit of space to work himself into. So we know he's got a bit of soccer background, but that's pure class, isn't it? Just to be able to go, well, you know what, I'm going to, rather than pick this one up here, I'm going to tap it to myself on the left shoot.
Keep it out of Buku's hands.
Yeah, and then just roll back onto it, onto your left foot, your non-preferred, and slot your fourth.
So his career best is 30 goals in 2024. With 4 goals tonight, he's up to 22 and leading the way for the Crows this season. It's a good showing from a small forward who is making big strides. Playing in the midfield as well at various stages. English tries to get a clearance to Richards. Matt Kennedy gets a forward to Bontempelli. Shovels a hand pass to Ed Richards. Veers out on the left and then just kicks a worm burner up to Jordan Croft. He gathers. Hand pass to Richards. Away to Bailey-Dale. Inside 50 on the left. Sends it to the goal square. And Nankervis getting back. Marks in front of Riley West. Top of the defensive goal square. Kicks it into the back pocket where Worrell marks. He sends it up to Darcy Fogarty. Fogarty at left half back. Adelaide 19-7-1-21. Bulldogs 9-10-64. Hugs the boundary line with a kick. Looking for Michael Annie. In fact, that's Curtin. And it's Matt Kennedy who might have hurt his wrist in the process. He might have had a finger pop out. He's going to take the free kick though. The lasso free kick going the way of the Western Bulldogs.
Kennedy with the footy. Going to kick inside 50 and float it in from the side. Dawson. There's a rare error, spills it. Still able to regather, give it to Michael Annie, to McAndrew. Handball to Laird, handball to halfback for Nankervis. Hot potato back to Laird. Hand pass away to Dawson. Walls close in, threads a handball through towards McAndrew, to Nick Murray, to Rochelle, to Miller, and this is still all at halfback for Adelaide. Michael Annie towards Nick Murray by hand. Hand pass to Rochelle, spins out of the tackle once and twice, and Nick Murray runs the gauntlet and then kicks down to half forward. The Crows fans love that. Leaping up O'Donnell, he's going to get a free as Toby Murray enters a little carelessly into the marking contest. This crowd is well and truly thinned out. It's really just the Adelaide fans that remain making plenty of noise.
Time to head for the train. Butterick at half-back, sends it out the wing. Bailey-Dale just got his fingertips underneath it. Marks in front of Neil Bullen. Out wide to Riley West, who marks it left half forward. West has English, who's leading out from full forward. Dawson works his way in front, and Jordan Dawson rather tellingly takes the mark. And those Crows faithful to the left. What an afternoon/evening they've seen from their Crows captain. Who had 3 goals and had 8 disposals in the first quarter. He's going to finish with 32. As they work it across half-back, Worrell takes the mark. You can dink a kick over the top as they run into space. And the mark taken by Dan Curtin. Curtin and Nankervis, who marks in front of the bench. Not a lot of movement further afield, although Richards has slipped over. He can chip it over the top to Zach Taylor. Taylor has it between wing and half forward for the Crows, and you can see the sign in front of him that there's not too long left, so he stretches out his hamstrings. Veers out to the right, kicks it long to the pocket. Thilthorpe the target, getting back. Good mark taken by Lewis, who marks in the back pocket. And Lewis will switch across half-back. The Crows with their most impressive win to date. A 57-point victory over the Western Bulldogs to start round 14. back-to-back wins over top 6 sides, and they move to 8 wins and 5 losses, up the 5th spot on the AFL ladder. It was the first quarter that sent the most ominous warning to the rest of the competition. 9 goals to 2 in the first quarter. Adelaide 9-2, 56 to the Bulldogs 2-3, 15. Their best opening quarter since their grand final appearance in 2017. They led by 40 at halftime, by 45 points at three-quarter time, and run out 19-7, 121 to the Bulldogs 9-10, 64 in front of 22,761 fans. The Crows moved to 8 wins and 5 losses. The Adelaide Crows with 10 individual goal kickers, led by Josh Rochelle with 4, 3 goals to Riley Thilthorpe and to Jordan Dawson. They both came in the first quarter. 2 goals to Pedler, individuals to 2 goals to Taylor as well, individuals to Keys, Cook, Millerer, Fogarty and Toby Murray. While for the Western Bulldogs, 2 goals to Norton, 2 goals to Artie Jones, individuals to Waitman, Hines, West, Richards, Fraser. So the Adelaide Crows not only gain a valuable 4 points to move to 8 wins and 5 losses, they get a handy little percentage boost as well. They move from 107.4 up to 112.4 with their 8th win of the season.
It's a handy boost, no doubt about it. 5% for Adelaide on the table tonight, and they get themselves, as Clinch said, to 8 and 5 on the year. It was a Dawson masterpiece, wasn't it, in what he was able to do in the first quarter. Adelaide kicking 9 of the first 10 goals, and it's about as close to a no-sweat win that you get on the road in modern AFL footy. Adelaide by 57. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio with your initial thoughts.
Well, it looks like it's a no-sweat game, but I can tell you right now, their pressure was through the roof, the Adelaide Crows tonight, and they didn't let up for most of that game. So it was put to bed early in that first quarter, not purely just off the fact of Jordan Dawson, how good he was, and Rochelle and Thilthorpe. I thought their team game was just comprehensive, and those guys certainly shone in that first quarter, but their collective hunt and pressure and work rate, breaking tackles, I thought was a real highlight from them tonight. The Bulldogs, they still cracked in, but their ability just to lock up the Adelaide player just wasn't there. The Adelaide player was just too good to fight through and find another handball and release and then use the ball by foot. But yeah, they were very impressive tonight, the Adelaide Crows, and looked really quick and
powerful, didn't they? They killed the game early, essentially. Was it 9 goals to 2?
If you were to say to Matthew Nix, how do you want your win to look like?
Yeah.
It'd be pretty close to that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, I remember when they played here earlier in the season or at a game, he's like, we were still on the bus in the first 10 minutes of that game where the game was taken away from him. Was that I can't remember who that was.
I think that was the Geelong game in Geelong, and they played the whole game trying to play catch-up, and he essentially said in the aftermath, it was the way we started that cost us. There was a breath in it at different stages, but it was the start that cost them that night.
Yeah, but that would be impressive. And we asked that question about Taylor Walker coming back into the side. They just look so much better when they're multi-pronged, and not just being reliant upon, kicking it towards Taylor and making sure that... And I'm not saying that he demands every single ball that comes in there, but you look at that spread of goal kickers today, that's impressive, and it makes it very hard to defend against, doesn't it? But...
and I think their work at ground level too was significant today. So just getting another tall in there, does that hurt your balance? I mean, it's a quick style of game that the best sides are playing at the moment. That was a quick style of game they played tonight, the Adelaide Crows, and
just on that, Merc, the tackles was 75-59. Adelaide had 22-5 in their forward 50.
Yeah, that's right. So I mean, they nailed them in that first half. I think they had 12 or 13 in that first half and then continued that on in the second half, but they did all that work obviously early. But does the mix of having the 3 taller forwards, does that jeopardise what you can do with
Absolutely
that pressure?
it does.
So
absolutely,
that's the question that Matty Nix and his coaching staff will have will that disrupt the mix they like when they want to look at their team, heading towards the back end of this season?
They look way better having Jordan Dawson floating down there as that marking option, even allowing maybe a Curtin to float down there off a wing, versus having just the big talls down there that lumber around and the opposition just run it out at will. So yes, for me, I think they look far more dangerous when they play a little bit smaller and then allow Fogarty and Phil Thorpe to hit the wings and be that target, that get-out kick if they need to. They've also got McAndrew who could be that get-out kick because he was clunking them tonight, which is a real find. I think he's been terrific for the first half of this year. Hugo Hawker-Hartley sung his praises a little bit through the night. He come only his second game, but looks very comfortable out there.
23 touches off half-back and not only just getting the 23, because as we know, it is easy getting the ball off a half-back flank, but he was getting the ball higher up the ground and using the ball really well and looks really composed for a guy playing his second game of AFL footy. Like it's an impressive way to come into an AFL career. So good on him. But they've certainly found one. You've got to hand that to the Adelaide recruiting staff.
Devastating first quarter. They kicked 9 of the first 10 goals in the game. The Adelaide Crows on the road. Their highest scoring first quarter since their grand final year of 2017. And from that point on, after they led by 41 points at quarter time, the Dogs never got within 29 from that point on and never really looked threatened. Full time, a 57-point win for Adelaide, 19-7-121 over the Bulldogs, 9-10-64. And Jordan Dawson, who's putting together another All-Australian year, was excellent in victory. Adelaide by 57 points, 19-7 to the Dogs, 9-10. What are you guys
His
like?
own fan club.
Got a lot for your fans.
I know, my folks are here tonight.
Your mum and daddy, and your mum's trying to get our attention. And
yelling out, trying to distract
Go Corbin.
when I'm on air, so they're...
Tuning in via the Listen app. Would you say the Crows are back in town? Matthew Nix has been so positive about the fact the team will get there eventually. They've got some personnel to return, but on tonight's performance, how much of a threat do you think the Crows can be?
I think that could be a real threat, absolutely. I think they would have learned a hell of a lot from last year, but as Corby said at the top, it was that they were one game worse, and now they're back towards about where they were. Without, if they can get on a bit of a run now towards the back end of the season, they'll give themselves every chance. And what they learnt from last year and that added experience.
Not to mention too, the 5 losses they have had, 4 of them have been by under 10 points.
Yeah. So, and that's why Nixie's holding the line. He's saying, hang on a second, let's just pump the brakes. I know you expected us to be at the top from go to woe, but sometimes you have little lulls and whatever else. But, they're going okay.
So they won 3 of their 4 games before the bye last year and then reeled off 9 on the trot to close out the home and away season. From that point onwards, Crows fans know how it finished. They lost their 2 finals, but they are a team that can get rolling.
Jordan Dawson leads them into the room. It's a huge win for Adelaide by 57. We'll pick it up there with Ben Cameron. Ben.
Thank you, Corbin. He certainly did, Jordan Dawson, and they've got some family and friends in the rooms. They're a pretty happy bunch down here, the Adelaide Crows. They're just huddling up at the moment. No one in the middle of the huddle, and they're about to belt it out.
Australia, we're mighty Adelaide Crows. We're stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation and determination to close us with pride of South Australia. We're mighty Adelaide Crows.
So there we have it. We'll have Josh Rochelle is about to join us in just a moment.
Nice. A rash. Looking forward to that. That was a real business trip like, wasn't it? That didn't wait long. We pretty much picked it up with Ben as they walked in the room. They walked straight in, huddled up, sung the song.
That's it. Briefcase, suits on. Yep. Come over here, get the job done.
Thank their fans behind the goals, and away we go.
They played that first quarter like they had a flight to catch too, didn't they?
Yeah,
unbelievable.
That's impressive.
9 of the first 10 goals in the game. They led by 46 points at that stage when they knocked through their 9th. And that was the Bulldogs never really got back in the contest from that point on, got within 29. Thereafter was as close as they got. Adelaide 19-7. They beat the Bulldogs 9-10. And it's a one-sided start to round 14 of the AFL season, a 57-point win for the Adelaide Crows. Let's go straight back down and celebrate with the winners. Ben Cameron's down there. Ben.
And I have a man who was a Blues fan as a kid. He's very excited to speak to Marc Murphy in a moment. But Josh Rochelle, how did you see that performance?
Yeah, I thought it was a complete 4 quarters performance tonight, mate. Nixie put the pressure on us early in the week. we thought round 2 this year, the Bulldogs probably touched us up for the first 3 quarters, and we probably didn't play our way till the 4th. So, yeah, I'm really proud of the boys tonight. I thought it was a great win.
What about your own performance? 4 goals, was that pleasing?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It's always good to get back and play at Marvel. I absolutely love playing at Marvel under the roof. No wind, no wet weather, so it's just great ball moving for a small forward.
So do the Crows. I don't think you've lost here since 2023. I spoke to Murray Davis pre-game, and we spoke about the fact that, you know, you're only 1 win worse off or had 1 more loss to this point of the season last year, and then you really came home like a freight train. How do you feel placed as a group to replicate that this year?
Yeah, I feel like earlier in the year we probably tried to replicate the 2025 season too much, and we probably got in our own heads a little bit, and I think we had to understand that it's a different season again. Even though we finished first, you've just seen the kind of first, I guess, 10th is so even this year, and anyone can win on any given day. So, yeah, we had a good reflection after that Tassie loss, and, yeah, I think we reflected well, and it's good to go 2-0 since the bye.
We've only got a few minutes with Josh Rochelle before a meeting, so get your best questions in early, boys.
Rash, Lids here, mate. Well done today. You must be pleased with the forward half pressure from you boys, mate. I think you had 22 tackles inside forward 50. That's surely a benchmark that you'll try and replicate for the rest of the year.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Our forwards coach, Scotty Burns, put it on us pre-game just to have that hunt and pressure, and he knows we're a very talented forward line. We've got so many great individuals in that, but if we can just play our team brand and bring that contest, I think we can match it with anyone.
Lachie Murphy, mate, congratulations on your game tonight. I thought you were terrific to start that first quarter, especially with the skipper. Lachlan McAndrew, geez, he was impressive tonight. He's only young in his career, but look at that matchup tonight. I thought against Tim English was a real pivotal one for you guys tonight, and I thought he was fantastic.
Yeah, hey, Lachie McAndrew. I think we met Marc, but
he called him Lachie Murphy.
He called him Lachie Murphy.
No, I didn't. I didn't say Lachie Murphy.
He said Lachie.
No, I didn't.
We both raised our eyebrows down here. Rash is thinking, geez,
sorry, Rash. No, well, Rash,
I'm chatting to my hero, and he's got my name wrong.
Let me jump in. So Rash came down to the Baggers when he was training with the squad down there a few years ago, and I was very keen to lock him away. So, geez, I've just had an absolute brain fade there.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't stress.
Your big ruckman, mate. I thought he was just fantastic tonight and really set the scene for you.
Mate, he was unbelievable. He's had such an amazing season, and I think there was some stat I was saying it earlier that English has helped the Bulldogs win most games this year when he's been in the side. So we know he's still raw. He's got a lot of things to work on, but Jesus, he was unbelievable tonight.
And I sort of made mention today. We've probably watched you guys live probably 4 or 5 times this season. I thought tonight's performance over the last even 18 months, how good you guys were last year. I thought that was as good a performance I've seen you guys play.
Yeah, definitely. Especially that first quarter, I felt like a majority of us were kind of in that flow state. Everything was working. We're bringing the pressure. We're finishing our work off, and I think that was the main thing: our hunt and pressure and executing in front of goal.
Josh Rochelle's with us in the Crows rooms. Josh, it's Matt Clinch here. How much of an inspiration is your captain at the moment as he goes through what he goes through and starts your team in the way he did tonight?
Oh, that's exactly the word. I think everyone would define him in our team this season. He's just an inspiration to everyone. He gets us motivated before every single game, just the things he's been able to do and put that aside and just play some amazing football. I think his season is being underrated. I think he's definitely one of the best players in the competition, and if not the best leader and captain.
We kind of felt like that's the best you played all season. Would you agree with that tonight?
Yeah, probably as a forward this year. I've had a fair bit of midfield early on in the year, but yeah, probably more of a complete 4-quarter game as a half forward, and I think that just started with my pressure early on, and yeah, getting up the ground and resetting back.
It's been a good couple of weeks, the win over Geelong and then the Dogs win tonight, which was really, you shopped early, didn't you, with 9 of the first 10 goals in the game. Josh Rochelle with us in the Adelaide rooms, the winners' rooms. Corbin Middlemas up here, Josh. The important stuff. Who's going to win the World Cup?
We did a draw the other day. I got Argentina, so it'd be nice to get Messi back winning again. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to watching the Socceroos. I've played with a couple, so yeah, looking forward to it.
You are a big association football fan, aren't you? We see you with a lot of the celebrations from time to time. Who are your big influences that you take a little bit of inspiration from over there?
Yeah, I've been doing the Yildiz celebration this year. He's a big Juventus player. He's playing Turkey against the Socceroos, so Darren Burgess got me onto him, so I'm really looking forward to him. And yeah, I played with Geordie Boss at Melbourne City, so yeah, he's having an unbelievable season, and it's great to see him flourishing at Socceroos.
As Matthew Nick's had to have a chat to any of the boys that, hey, the 5 a.m. game's not before a game. We don't need to be taking those in.
Yeah, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I don't think many boys will be doing that.
Good on you, Josh. Well done tonight. Safe travels home. We'll see you next Saturday against the D's.
Thanks, guys.
Josh Rochelle in the winners' rooms. The Crows.
Right, let's go. Let's go. He's having a good laugh.
I thought you just asked about Lockie McAndrew. I didn't think you referred to him as Lockie McAndrew.
No, I thought I did ask him about Lockie McAndrew.
You said, hey, Lockie Murphy.
I've asked...
You called him Lockie.
I called him Locks. Yeah, I was asking about Lockie McAndrew afterward. But anyway,
I've asked Jules to cut it. So
perfect.
We might be able to revisit a little bit of that and see exactly what you said.
Well, you know what I meant. I just said the wrong name.
Yeah,
that
happens.
happens.
Okay. Hey, he's a good player though, that Lockie Murphy. He doesn't play there anymore, does he? I think he got the sack.
He plays in the Sample, and then I think he came back and.
I think he's at Port Noarlunga now, actually.
Where's that?
Down that way. In Adelaide.
You must have had something to do with him, Leeds, otherwise you wouldn't know where he was playing.
I follow Ryan Fitzgerald, and he's heavily into that club, so I reckon I might be there.
You asked about the pressure rating earlier, Clinchy. So 209, 202, 213, 187 are the numbers for Adelaide. So that's pretty, apart from the last quarter, the first three are well above league average.
Well, I would say even in the last quarter when, the pressure's probably hard to try and keep up when the game opens up. That's pretty a high number at 187. So really consistent effort there by the Adelaide Crows to just get that pressure just through the roof for 4 quarters and to not give the Bulldogs a sniff.
Adelaide by 57 points. They kicked 9 of the first 10 goals. They were awesome tonight. We'll have the votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year coming up. They got it done by committee. They kicked straight. There's lots of positive things to say about the night that they had. And if you're listening in Adelaide, let us know what impressed you most. So 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Shout out to Fran. Thanks for the call and the special comments. Go the Crows. Very pleased with their win tonight. Well-deserved one. Hayden from Gosnells, love your commentary tonight, boys. Thanks, Hayden. Nice to hear from you. So keep them coming off the SMS, 0437 774 774, the SMS number. The only sour note out of the game is obviously the injury to Luke Pedler. So he's done his string. It's been a bit of an issue, hasn't it, with... Pedler's had a few in the past. Kalachi can't get going with hamstring injuries. I think that when they're up and going in September or making that run, they would hope that Kalachi is in their best team. Isaac Cumming is still a fortnight away, coming back from a hammy, and Isaac Rankin, as we heard pre-game from Murray Davis, is any day now coming back from his calf injuries.
That was we did that down in Tassie, didn't we? When he did that.
Yep.
That calf, he tried to get it moving, didn't he? But just, I think, having a bit of history with calves myself, you can see when you know that the pain that's there and you can push through it, but you can always just make it worse if you try and go too long into it. But it'd be good to see him back. He just slots straight back into this side, but after tonight's performance, it's like, well, at the expense of...
Give him time too, as well.
Yeah.
Like, you just don't want to do multiple calves in a year. So give him that extra week, especially while they're playing the sort of football that they're playing at the moment. They're impressive.
So up to 5th on the table. Clinch, you mentioned they got 5%. You know I'm a big picture guy. So does it change the way you view them in the broader conversation than what you did walking in tonight to what you feel walking out about?
Well, we picked the Dogs. We thought that they had the better list and the more upside, purely off their midfield. Their midfield got dominated tonight. And I thought Berry and Dawson, Peatling even, their ability to win it in tight but keep the pressure at its highest. And then
Berry as well. Like they're a solid group through there, aren't they?
Yeah, we're not rating Sam Berry enough, I don't think, for what he's been able to put together. Not just his ball hunting ability, but his tackle pressure that he puts on the opposition as well. Peatling probably buys into that a fair bit too.
Yeah.
Dawson gives you both.
So he's having a career best season. Sam Berry averaging 22.3 disposals. He's the number 1 tackle player in the AFL. He had 94 coming into tonight, 7 more than James Rowbottom, and he's in the sort of top 15 for a contested possession as well. So had 9 clearances to halftime. He finishes with 11 for the game alongside his 29 disposals. But it's that forward line which they haven't really had firing throughout the season, and their pressure, Corby, you touched on. Sort of the AFL average is sort of 160 to 170. That game against Geelong the previous week, they were floating around sort of 190 to 200. And then 3 of the 4 quarters tonight, they have 200 or above.
They got their hunt back today. They're a tough midfield when they're playing that sort of football, the Adelaide Crows. So that's their real strength, is their ability to be hard around the contest, break tackles. So, when you're playing against the Adelaide Crows, when they're playing like that you're in for a tough night if you're a midfielder, because across the board, there's probably 6 or 7 guys that can go through there that, you know, they're hard at the clinches. But I thought their work rate too from stoppage tonight was really impressive.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, we asked the question about Taylor Walker coming back into this side, and that means probably at the expense of, you would think, Fogarty, if they only went with 2. But what Fogarty gives you, I mean, he hit the wings a couple of times tonight, but he gave you 5 tackles as well, which is something that I don't think you get out of the big Texan. You know, he'll give you probably the more offensive game with, you know, some goals, 3 or 4 goals potentially, but he doesn't give you that tackle pressure, which is what they were amazing at here.
And Josh Rosselli said tonight that Scotty Burns did put it on in terms of their pressure. So he wanted to see a really high pressure game from their forwards. And, you know, can you let a bloke go who has given 5 tackles and he's kicked a couple of goals as well? So did he kick a couple?
Just the one.
Just the one tonight. But can you really put it on your forwards to play that pressure game and really buy into that defensive mindset and then let them drop out of the side? You probably can't.
So they have Marc Keane returning back in the sample this weekend. So he's the one they sort of had on the long-term injury prospect. But as you said, Corby, the rest are more sort of short-term, 3 to 4 weeks. They've got Melbourne next week, who don't have the biggest tall forward line defence either. So it'll be interesting to see whether they, you know, with Turner and Lever, these don't have that much tall timber in defence either.
It's an interesting spot if you look at the ladder too, and the way how we view these things is obviously changing in 2026 with obviously the sections on the ladder. So we've got the top 6 now, which is more important than ever. So 5th and 6th means you get the week off and you find yourself in a cutthroat final, whereas or a week off and then you host a final. Whereas if you're in that middle bunch, 7, 8, 9, 10, it means you're in the wildcard game and there's no break at the end of the regular season. So we started the night where the Dogs were 6th and the Crows were 8th. And basically we end the night where the Crows are now 5th and the Dogs are 7th. So if the finals started tomorrow, and some of this is obviously impacted by the fact that some teams have played more games than others, that the Dogs would find themselves in a wildcard game straight up and the Crows would find themselves at the week off in the home semi. The home elimination final.
Yes.
You know,
they've had a pretty big 3 weeks, though, the Western Bulldogs, haven't they?
We'll come back to that. I'm late for the rooms. Ben Cameron's in the Dogs' rooms. Ben.
Yeah, thank you, Corb. I'm down here with Lockie Bramble. Obviously a pretty tough night. What did it feel like in the first quarter out there tonight when they were coming at you?
Yeah, it was pretty tough going, especially playing down back at stages. The ball coming out the front a little bit easy and putting scores on pretty easy. So, it was a hard tussle down there, and we needed to nullify that earlier and might have given ourselves a chance.
What's sort of been the message from Luke Beveridge throughout the night, or if you've had a chance to have a brief chat to him?
Yeah, we just had a brief chat. There was no ranting and raving. We all know where we went wrong. First quarter, obviously, stand out, and we just can't allow sides to do that to us. We know in this competition now, if you get jumped early, you're in a bit of trouble. So, didn't sort of buffer that too much after quarter time. Sort of kept it, pretty even. But the messaging was pretty brief, and come the Monday or whatever, we'll look at what went wrong and try and be better the following week.
So did Luke Beveridge or the coaching group identify anything specifically in that first quarter that went particularly wrong?
Yeah, we got beat around the contest. It's pretty obvious, you let it out the front like that when it comes in pretty hot. They got some good forwards, good, smart, tricky forwards down there, and a few big boys as well, so it's kind of hard. As backs, try and do your best and get the ball to the front, not let it over the back, but unfortunately we couldn't get it done tonight.
It's been a great season to date for the Western Bulldogs in terms of close games, but it does feel like it's been a little bit of a roller coaster with those 6 wins under 6 points, some bigger losses as well. Like, how have you found the roller coaster that 2026 has been for the Dogs?
Yeah, it's been different. We sort of haven't been in this position or since I've been at the club, so it is a little bit different, and we got ourselves out of a bit of a hole with those close wins, and it sort of built a bit of camaraderie and feeling pretty good. And you get a smack in the face tonight. It's not great. So look, we'll have a look at what went wrong, and we'll hope to be better.
Last one before I let you go. We appreciate your time. Adam Treloar spent 28 minutes off the ground in the third quarter. Is he okay? Is he injured? Has he done a soft tissue injury again, or is he all right?
I'm unaware. I spoke to him briefly on the bench and asked him how he was going, and he said he was fine. So, I don't think he's injured or anything. I don't know what the go is there, but it's a long time on the bench, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. Lockie, we appreciate you coming over and having a yak. We know it's never that much fun when it's been a heavy defeat, so thank you.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Thanks to Lockie Bramble down there in the Dogs rooms, and to Ben Cameron for all his work throughout the night. You can hear him through ABC AFL Daily on the podcast with Lids, which will be available wherever you get your podcast tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Murph was just preempting who we're going to talk to in the Dogs room, so that's why the Lockie in there.
So just on that, this is how it panned out when we had Josh Rochelle in the Crows rooms a few moments ago. I'll let you be the judge.
Lockie Murphy, mate, congratulations on your game tonight. I thought you were terrific to start that first quarter, especially with the skipper. Lachlan McAndrew, geez, he was impressive tonight. He's only young in his career, but look at that matchup tonight. I thought against Tim English was a real pivotal one for you guys tonight. I thought he was fantastic.
I'll see if we can just play the first 3 seconds again, if we can just get the very start of that.
Oh, hang on. Lockie Murphy, mate, congratulations on your game tonight.
That's all we need.
There it is.
Lockie Murphy.
It's pretty obvious there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't actually say Lockie Murphy. I was obviously got the wrong name.
You just called him Lockie, and you said it's Murphy.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Well, we all get things
We
wrong
all
sometimes.
make plenty of
Do you want me to
mistakes.
play out your mistakes next time? I'll be hunting.
Go.
I will be hunting.
Good luck. All I can say is good luck.
Takes a fair bit to wrestle his feathers, but it's fair enough. We've got under his skin.
It does happen. I mean, we do it all the time. You call so many names and you butcher them and stuff ones up, or call the wrong guy, whatever it turns out to be. But it is those ones in particular where you're like, when someone calls you on and you're like, no, I definitely didn't do that. Where it's like, you sort of think, surely I didn't say.
Well, I was sort of half rattled because you made me feel like I called him Lockie Murphy. So that's why I was sort of even more rattled. I was like, I surely didn't do that, did I? But anyway.
There we go. 57-point win for Adelaide. We love Marc Murphy.
Gave me a good giggle anyway.
Yeah, I could see it as halfway through what I was talking. I could just see you laughing like, oh no, what have I said here?
That's the worst part, is when you don't know what you've said and everyone else knows what you said. That's the worst.
He loves it, Lids. He had that ball in the chamber. 19-7-121. Adelaide over the Western Bulldogs 9-10-64. 57-point win for the Crows. They go from 8th to 5th on the premiership table as it sits currently, so behind only Freo, Sydney, Hawthorn and Geelong. It's good company to keep. Obviously, Melbourne's still to play this weekend, and there's a bit of imbalance there when it comes to the amount of games each side's have played. And the Dogs have slid from 6th to 7th. They could fall even lower by the time the weekend's done, but that's what we know for now. It's a costly loss.
The abnormality in the season, Corby, is that the Bulldogs have played Hawthorn and Adelaide twice. They'll play Sydney in the next fortnight for a second time. They haven't played West Coast, Richmond or North Melbourne yet. So they will have some winnable games in the back end. They play 5 of their 9 games to close at Docklands.
But what is that?
That's just ridiculous fixturing.
One of the bizarre parts of our game, really.
So the reason largely why that happens is because Thursday and Friday nights. It's because of the short breaks and the fact that the television broadcasters want, loaded games in the primetime slots. Whereas if everyone played each other once before we played each other twice, we would have to sacrifice that we get some.
We get like tomorrow night's Friday night game.
Some Thursday and Fridays that aren't blockbuster fixtures.
Yeah, fair enough.
So that's the point, isn't it? Is after tonight, the Dogs don't play another Thursday or Friday night game.
So there's an interesting point, right? Like, would you be willing to sacrifice blockbuster games on Thursdays and Fridays to get a more even fixture that we play each other once before we play each other twice?
Yep.
You would?
Yeah. I reckon most fans would say they would.
Yep. Until it's round 3 and they're watching North Melbourne and Essendon on a Thursday night.
Let's play it out for a year and see how it goes. And I just think the fans would rather it be an even fixture like that. And then if it just turns to no good, then we go back to this.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a good compromise. I saw Kel Toomey's report during the week, by the way, on 9, where he essentially said, there's a CEO's meeting in 2 weeks, and the AFL have asked them to come with your best ideas for fixture reform for when the Devils enter the competition. There's going to be 19 teams, how it's going to look. I thought, man, I'd love to be in that room. Imagine just sitting there with a whiteboard trying to put a fixture together and work out who should play where. That's the sort of thing I'd...
I can imagine you.
I'd froth that, to be able to think this is where we could station teams and how it would look. Some people more than others. But
who would be the loud voices, you reckon, the CEOs that would be...
Steve Hocking, surely.
Oh, yeah.
Who's our guest tomorrow night, as someone that's come out of AFL House. You'd like to think he'd have a lot of competition-wide ideas, wouldn't he?
David Koch seems to do a bit of the campaigning for some of the clubs that don't want to be vocal.
Haven't got anyone to offer. Sorry. I don't know enough, probably.
57 points, full-time. Adelaide over the Dogs. Jordan Dawson was outstanding but I don't want to preempt the votes, which are coming up in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
How quick should the Bulldogs wipe that performance, you reckon? Because before I was taking the mickey out of by you three,
yes,
I was actually going to bring up the fact that their last 3 weeks have been pretty good. So they've beaten Melbourne, Collingwood and the Hawks all by under a kick. So they're playing some good football. It's almost like every team in this competition has a med, don't they, where you just go, well, you wipe it.
Yeah, Mulligan.
I know they've had a few of them, but they had some injuries through some of those weeks. So had a big month. Tonight's like, well, boys, we didn't get this right. Let's just move on by Monday. And it's probably earlier than Monday. It's Thursday night. So do they try and knock it on the head as quickly as they can and move on? Because you just don't want to dwell on a performance like this where you look at the scoreboard and you think, geez, we're a long way off it.
Yeah. It's probably the manner in which it happened. But, I mean, it's hard for us to look at it, holistically, really, from an outsider without going, well, how good was it Adelaide? How bad was it the Dogs? Versus, the X's and O's, so to speak, and what they actually did get right and wrong. We heard Lockie Bramble talk about, well, they got smashed in the contest, which is clear as day that when you're not on as a midfield group and it's coming out the front like it did, you can just picture in your mind's eye Jordan Dawson walking out the front, lacing out Foggy, kicking a goal himself.
Doesn't matter what you do outside of that. If your contest isn't right and your pressure's not there against a good team, it doesn't matter what you say.
And it puts you on the back foot, doesn't it? And then they do eventually go forward and they kick a great goal and it gets everyone up and about. And, you know what, it's been reversed. It's actually a point. That's a question I would have asked Lockie. Is like, did that actually take the wind out of your sails a little bit? Or was it something, we've got to be able to eradicate that and move on. They have been pretty good. But I think it was just the lack of polish probably a little bit that probably concerned me a bit, and then the ease at which Adelaide moved the footy at times, and then their key defensive stocks are just they took a while to get Lob out of the ruck and put him down there on Thilthorpe. They stopped the flow a little bit, but
they're certainly missing a key back, aren't they?
Well, they knew that last year.
Yeah, so
I don't think those edits are going to be much fun when they rewatch the first 9 goals Adelaide kicked and some of the ways they were able to just burst out of the middle. And we're talking about all-star centre square players as well. Bontempelli, Richards.
Yep. They were the most damaging clearance team on record last year ever and didn't play finals. They had 137% and didn't get there.
Yeah.
But I think their clearance numbers in particular, Champion Data recorded most devastating clearance team in the
best team scoring from clearance all year.
Amazing. And then tonight they got shown up when the game was on the line. Adelaide kicked 9 of the first 10 goals. Coming up, who does Scott Gullen from the Herald Sun think is the front runner for the Essendon job? We'll get into some of that in just a moment. Plus the teams for the rest of the weekend. The hot topic issues right here on ABC Sport from the rest of round 14. But while we're talking about the Dogs and before the votes, let's check in with their senior coach, the premiership coach, of course, from 2016, Luke Beveridge. Here he is at his press conference.
The way it got, how did it get there? What was the most frustrating part of the way it got there?
Well, you build yourself up for the contest every week, and the intensity that's required in the game, and they definitely trumped us in those stakes. So that's the most disappointing thing. Each week when you're going to a game, you don't necessarily talk about it with your players, but one team may be a bit more vulnerable than the other. Maybe it was us because we beat them last time in Adelaide, and so they steel themselves for retribution, and they got it. They were impressive. We didn't handle their pressure. They clearly won the aerial battle. That we just couldn't diffuse any of those forays. They went inside their front third. We've been reasonably good at that over the previous period of time. So nothing we could get going our way. So the intensity of their pressure game, not being able to handle it early, was probably the most disappointing thing.
Your boys played with a lot of emotion last week. Do you feel that may have sapped a bit of their energy coming into tomorrow?
Look, you can't make excuses, Mitch, and ultimately you've got to feed off some of that. It can help, and that was part of the talk before the game, keeping the fire burning and what we needed to do to achieve that. And humans are in our own nature, we don't necessarily surprise each other, but the intent as far as what the players came in to achieve together, I'm sure it was there, but we just weren't able to execute it. And I think I'm always one to give the opposition pressure when it's praise when you're impressed by their level of game. And I thought all over the park they were impressive, and we were second rate. I mean, the good thing was we managed to stabilise the game. I've said to change some things. We had to do some flip some things on their head with roles and responsibilities, and I believe in the boys, and I genuinely thought in the middle part of the game that we were coming, and then each time it looked promising, we'd give away a free kick in our forward 50 and just sap the energy a bit. So I was pleased with the response, but really disappointed that we needed it.
How hard is it to contain a player like Jordan Dawson when he's in that sort of form?
Well, you go in with a plan to account for him, and it's interesting that how you process that week to week, and it's the flip side of last week where, say, John Newcombe would assign players to him, and historically, and he just got off the chain anyway. And so last week we thought, okay, let's go in with a group think and let's try and contain Jai. And by half time, he got off the chain. So last week we assigned Matthew Kennedy to him to try and quell his influence, and he does reasonably well. And then today, Matt was assigned to Jordan in that first quarter, and it's not all on Matt. Everyone needs to help him, but he ran rampant. So it's the flip side of something that works sometimes and doesn't at others. So sometimes it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. So as a collective, we got better at that. But Jordan Dawson's an outrageously good player.
So what were some of the conversations at quarter time to try to absorb that and trying to get back into the game? How did you try and break it down at quarter time to try and tell the players that there was still opportunities if they were prepared to work hard enough?
Well, you got to stay calm. I mean, there's 3 quarters left. It's a decent margin, but you can eat away at it, and that's the main message. So then you go to the building blocks to do that, and the players knew that there was aspects of what they were and weren't doing that could improve, and so then you just start chipping away. And as I said, we did different things by design, and some of them looked okay, but ultimately, when you look through the game and who you recognise, I mean, it just comes up all Adelaide Crows. They were too good for us.
They kicked 9 of the first 10 goals, the Adelaide Crows, and the game was a wrap from that point on. They led by 46 points. Dogs never got back within 29 thereafter. Adelaide by 57 at full time, and Jordan Dawson in particular was outstanding. Finished with a boatload of the footy. He also kicked 3 goals, 32 disposals, 3 goals, 12 scoring involvements for Jordan Dawson. There was Luke Beveridge, the coach of the Western Bulldogs. The other bizarre thing that happened tonight from a Dogs point of view, and Ben Cameron was all over it downstairs, Adam Treloar sat on the bench for 28 consecutive minutes in the third term, ended up playing in the last quarter, but wasn't required for large periods in the third. You even heard Lockie Bramble essentially say, that's unusual for someone to sit on the bench for that period of time. Ben asked Lockie if he knew if something was up. Was he hurt? Was he injured? And he said, look, not that I'm aware of. Asked him if it was okay on the bench. He said he was all good. But very unusual that it unfolded in that manner.
Well, that's just a coaching move, really.
68 minutes of game time, 20 minutes in the first quarter, 20 minutes in the second, 4 minutes, 26 seconds in the third, and 23 minutes in the fourth quarter. The only thing I will say is that, that's very similar to what Cody Waitman played last week. He played 69 minutes.
The breakdown would be different, though, wouldn't it? Like last week compared to only play 4 minutes 26 in the third term. And it's not like he played that in the last quarter where they tapped him out and put him on ice. The most minutes he played was in the final term, played 23 minutes, having only played 4.5 minutes in the third term period. So he played 68 of 124. So essentially he's played, 50% of game time, just over.
And a guy who's a debutant played, 15 more minutes.
Doesn't suit the older body to sit around that long.
No, he spent a lot of time on the bike. Yeah, he'd be good at that by the end of the third.
You were saying ticked over more Ks on the bike tonight than he did out there on the ground.
Jules all over it in the studio. We ducked out early from that press conference. Sure enough, he was asked about it. Luke Beveridge, this is what he had to say about Adam Treloar.
Luke Kennedy's first game. Luke's got high endurance. Working through who should be playing different roles and covering the ground in different ways. And We thought we'd save Adam up for a run at it in the last quarter, and he came on at the start of that last quarter and had an impact. So, with the 5, you're looking for output at different times, and you make decisions at different, throughout the course of the game. And so we figured with Adam's sort of profile at the moment that we look for a spike in the last quarter from him.
When the game's done, surely. That's just baffling.
He had 6 of his 10 disposals in the final term.
I mean, you can make your own decision as to what that sounds like. It sounds like to me that Luke Beveridge decided in real time he wasn't really part of the plans.
Yeah. Well, if he holds his spot, I'll be miffed.
He's 33 years of age. He's playing his 5th game for the year, and he basically sits on the bench most of the third quarter. A rough night for the Dogs. There's no other way to chop it up. A 57-point loss to the Crows. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Don't forget ABC AFL Daily. You can get your full preview for the round ahead with Brett Deledio in your podcast feed. ABC AFL Daily, wherever you get your podcasts from tomorrow. The news of the night sent us out of the Herald Sun and Code Sports, where Scott Gullen has reported that Andrew Welsh, the chairman of the Essendon Football Club, wants former teammate and close friend Dean Solomon to take the job. Now, he's written in his article saying at this stage it's believed that Welsh would have to be talked out of giving the full-time role to Solomon. Now, part of Scott Gullen's piece goes on to say, as I try and find the exact quote that I was about to read from, a bit of think music here. Industry figures say Welsh has had Solomon earmarked for some time to be the man to steady the ship at the hangar. Now, Dean Solomon was previously a caretaker coach at the Gold Coast. When Stuart Dew was let go, he coached 3 games on that. Sorry, it was when Rodney Ed was let go. Coached 3 games on that particular occasion, and then he's obviously had assistant coaching experience at Fremantle. He was on the board at Essendon.
Yep.
Came off the board to be part of Brad Scott's coaching team, and then really 12 months later, after sitting on the board, he's coaching the team the last 2 weekends. He's 0-2, so he's essentially coached 5 games as a senior coach without a win, albeit all on an interim basis. We saw a little bit from him this week where there was some vision released of him addressing the group after that narrow loss to Carlton, which they led for large periods. What do we make of that, the reporting around this, that before we've got essentially a group or a panel or whatever it turns out to be assembled, after James Hird has got a lot of, obviously, media hype and interest after initially putting up his hand on the day that Brad Scott was sacked, it's now Dean Solomon that seemingly, according to those reporters, is in the scope of Essendon's top brass.
Could it not be that it's like, as a friend, Andrew Welsh has just said, I would love for Dean Solomon to get this job because I think he would be great at it, and it's been misconstrued as to say, well, I want him to be the number one man. Now, are they not going to put a panel in place to choose their next one, or is it just going to be Andrew Welsh just going to be like, yeah, let's go with you?
I imagine they still will. I imagine they'll put a panel in place and they'll run a process.
Is it surprising they haven't done that yet? Or is it...
I think that's why there's all the media speculation, because they haven't done any of that.
Is it this week coming where they should be doing it? Because how long did it take Carlton to do it?
Took Carlton a month, yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, so they're basically on that point now where they probably next week they need to come out and say, well, this is who's on the panel.
Yeah, but I mean, this feels like a club at the moment. With all due respect to Tim Roberts, we don't hear a lot from him. It feels like it's almost got this executive chair at the moment where Andrew Welsh is a decision-making president.
Yes.
Since is that unfair? Since he's coming in the role, and I mean, first of all, it was the Herd link about old Essendon, and now there's going to be. Yeah, the fact that this report's out there and it's in the biggest newspaper in town, essentially, whether you like it or not, that's going to be something that's going to be attached to the role that, hey, there's this report out there that the captain's pick from Andrew Welsh is Dean Solomon.
Yeah. And Welsh, he goes, now the panel's going to be me, Sheets,
surely it's 30. But it's getting harder and harder, isn't it, for Dean Solomon to be on that panel, as for Andrew Welsh to be on that panel to pick the coach, isn't it? Like
Absolutely.
If they want to try and convince the best assistant coaches that this is an independent process and all the rest of it, I don't know how Andrew Welsh fronts up and is part of that.
Me either. It seems like it. It's hard to articulate what they're actually doing down there, Corb. It's like when I heard James Hird was going to be the one who was in favour, I was like, oh, you're kidding me, aren't you? I can't believe that. But now I'm starting to lean, all this noise, I'm starting to lean towards maybe that's the way it's going, you know?
But it does feel a bit amateur hour, doesn't it? About the fact that you, as a club, yes, sure, the coach was sacked 2 weeks ago, but off the back of that, Brad Scott says, well, I was happy to trade, Zach Merritt at the end of the season, that got vetoed. Well, I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a lot of stability saying, okay, this is going to be the process going forward. we're going to push all the romanticism to one side, and this is what we're going to do one way or another.
And in fairness to Welsh and Essendon, they've came out and said at the President's function last week before the Carlton game, we're going to run on our own timeline. We're going to do it. We're going to run a process as much as you feel like there's too much noise out there and we're not going to be able to get it done. So I think they were hoping that the conversation around it would quieten down. And, I mean, when you Essendon or Carlton or any of these big clubs, this is not going to happen, is it? There's going to be more and more reports like this the longer they wait. So that they're better off getting to the point where you go, right, let's whip a panel together and off we go.
But this is what we're saying, because the lack of club statements / transparency other than President's functions, they're focusing in on, well, before Neil Danaher's funeral, here's James Hird, here's the former president all gathering together, here's Kevin Sheedy. Maybe they're having a conversation about what they would do with the next step forward. So it just allows everyone to speculate rather than having any insight as to what the actual plan is. Maybe they don't know, but just come out and say, you know what, in a month's time we'll announce what our process is, who our candidates are and who's going to be on the panel.
Andrew Welsh says it's on our timeline. It's not on the media's timeline. It's not on anyone else's timeline. We're going to do it when we're ready.
I don't mind that.
Well, it's great in theory, but as you're saying, I mean...
As long as you come up with a good...
You've got to be made of stone to keep some of this noise out, though, don't you? And if you end up missing out on all these really good candidates because, people get spooked by, the old Essendon connection...
They were competitive last week against the Blues, but it's a long time to be under a caretaker coach. So if the bottom falls out of it and the fans stop going, sponsors start wondering about why they're paying the money.
Well, got to get a favourite son to come back.
I don't know about that.
Well played, Murph.
I feel like there's a long way to go in this process yet. So I would still sit here tonight. I'd be surprised if it ends up being either one of those guys. Yeah.
Yeah, Ken Hinkley and John Longmire both say they haven't been contacted by either Carlton or Essendon.
I don't know which way I'll lean at the moment.
Adelaide by 57 points full-time tonight, Thursday night footy here on ABC Sport. The Crows, way too good. They kicked 9 of the first 10 goals. They had their highest score in first quarter since their grand final year of 2017. The votes, the ABC Footballer of the Year.
A couple of shout-outs. I thought James Peatling was terrific tonight. Wayne Miller as well. And Hugo Hawke-Hahn, I'll give him a little shout-out too off half-back. Only his second game, but one vote. Lockie Rochelli, I thought he was fantastic.
I was hoping you would go with Mick. I love it. Very good.
Do you reckon he was actually in the three to start with, or Lynch just...
I just pumped him up just for a laugh.
When he kicked his fourth.
Just to insert himself.
4 goals, 17 disposals. I thought he was terrific up front. 2 votes I went for Sam Berry, 29 disposals, 17 of those contested, 11 clearances, arguably 10 score involvements. Would have been probably the 3 votes in any other game, but we've sung his praises all night, and he probably had the 3 at three-quarter time. Jordan Dawson, 32 disposals, 17 of those contested, 8 tackles, 7 clearances and 3 goals, 12 score involvements. He was fantastic.
3 direct score assists too.
Yeah.
So it's an unbelievable game.
Impressive.
Just carving his name into that All-Australian team again, Jordan Dawson, with the top votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Adelaide by 41 at quarter time, 40 at the half, 45 at three-quarter time and 57 points in the finish. The VFL on Saturday, Clinchy, where are we off to on ABC TV?
We're watching the Dogs again. We're going to Whitten Oval and we'll see Footscray taking on Sandringham. So desperate for both sides.
You could be watching a few guys that'll be playing AFL next week, I imagine, in that Dogs team. So 12 noon Eastern time. You can watch it, of course, on ABC TV in Victoria and anywhere. Anytime, for that matter, on iView. So you can get that through ABC iView. The rest of the weekend, tomorrow night, I'm making the trip down to the Cattery to watch the Cats and the Sun. So looking forward to that. A little bit of Friday night footy. Jared Witts has been dropped by the Gold Coast, and it's the whiteout game for Geelong. So they'll all be in white, as will the crowd. And then that takes us to Saturday footy. Essendon come up against Melbourne. The Bombers have won 1 of their last 26 games, but the one was Melbourne. So let's see what we get from the Dons this time around with Jordan Ridley back. Then it's over to Perth, where the Kangaroos host the Eagles in the twilight. So home game for the Kangaroos at Perth Stadium against West Coast off a 124-point loss.
They go 2 from 2, the Eagles, against the Roos this year.
Big week for Clarko's boys.
No Jimby, no Dersma.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm expecting something strong from the Roos. And then the nightcap is Port Adelaide up against Sydney. Xavier Bammett makes his debut for the Power. So he's one of 4 guys that have been picked this week as mid-season draftees just a fortnight on. Maurice Rioli is in for the Tigers on Sunday, and Eric Hipwood's back for the Lions. And then the late game is the Giants and the Saints
with Jesse Hogan making his return. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, Lids.
Thank you, mate.
I'll hear you on ABC AFL Daily tomorrow. I'll see you Monday, Murph.
Good on you, boys.
Thank you, Clinchy.
Thanks, Corby.
And thanks to the rest of our team. Ben Cameron, you'll hear from him as well on the podcast tomorrow. Thanks to Lee for all of his work on the buttons. Back in the studio to Jules for holding it down for us. We're out of here. Thursday night footy's done on ABC Sport. We're into the round with a blowout. It's Adelaide wide on the back of their inspirational skipper, Jordan Dawson. Adelaide by 57. Good night.
A young man vanishes, and something about it doesn't sit right.
It made no sense.
I'm Rd14. Join me for What Became of Jack, the new season of Unravel.
You know where my son is.
Search for the Unravel podcast on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of basketball.
Welcome to ABC Grandstand's Hall of Fame. On mobile, online and on your radio.